GXR, on the other hand, pretty nice situation for him, John. One game away from getting to the next round of the lower bracket. And I know you were kind of leaning towards the GXR draft, and yes, you said you were playing devil's advocate. I know you like to make these little excuses before you do your predictions, but why do you like GXR's draft, John? I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to put some pressure on you.
I think it's just how life stealers play nowadays. There's so much potential for saving infests. We've seen that really turn around fights. As Tsunami said, the Terrorblade versus Lifestealer matchup isn't as bad as you'd expect. Like it is awkward because your bonus damage is physical on the Lifestealer, so all that armor on the Terrorblade kind of slows that down. But once you get, say, your Maelstrom up into Mjolnir, maybe get an MKB as well, there is a lot of physical right click to go through, and you don't have much downtime on the Lifestealer compared to Terrorblade. Like we tend to see refresh and Aghanim having to be committed for the Terror Wave and Metamorphosis backup. And once you expend those towards the late game, it's like Lifestealer only really has to worry about rage usage, and that's not particularly too long of cooldown, especially once you get the rage duration talent in the end, if it does go ultra late. So I think there's just more opportunities for a Lifestealer to be a menace compared to the Terrorblade, where you really have to time yourself around Metamorphosis, and once you kind of lose that momentum with that spell, if you don't manage to use it in a big fight, you can't easily commit for the buyback and turn things around.
Fair enough. We'll start off with the bot lane here. Dreamer's Soul going to be on that Terrorblade along with Kezcute on the Phoenix. You're going to be up against Joe Cam on that Pos4 Mirana, and you've got Mizu on the DK. And John, that's one lane we've seen quite a lot of in the qualifiers, is this DK Mirana lane. Having that dual stun be very, very effective. And we've seen it against Phoenix very often, in fact. Generally, the Phoenix does end up being first blood to this combination. But I do feel like GXR have a very scary combo in this off lane. If you're Dreamer Soul or Kezcute, it's going to be a very dangerous time for you.
It doesn't feel great, especially since that's a good amount of magic damage from the Mirana, so you will have to watch that spacing. Really interesting build here, going for the reflection first on that Terrorblade, so maybe looking for more aggressive potential, no early Metamorphosis to shove out the wave, and just a bit different coming out from Dreamosol. Not sure what he really wants to achieve with that, but it has done a good job in zoning out Jokam.
It's just following the lore in the anime, John. Nothing too special here from Dreamosol. Mizu going to go for the stun, but the arrow was blocked by Kezcute. While we do have a chance, we should have a look at the other lanes, though. Of course, mid lane, got Makoto there on the Ember, up against Alacrity on the Puck. Makoto already having a really nice time with this Ember, in fact. Really just trying to harass Alacrity out on that Puck. And CS, I mean, it's pretty even. Makoto just one ahead. Do you expect any kind of advantage for either hero here in this mid lane?
It really boils down to who hits level 6 first. You already see Hyde kind of coming in, trying to contest the Water Rune, but just quicker fingers out from the Electrical to Mizu.
I called it, John. Kescute's gone down to the Phoenix. Mizu and Joe Cam do take him out, and I can almost guarantee it was that double stun combination. Why is it always the Phoenix? Every time.
Just so easy to get. Long cooldown spells in lane. Fire Spirit's only up on Kezcute. You can't even dive out if he's in danger. It's just a softer target to go for. You'd still want to line that up for Dreamosol if you get some good magic damage off. That is a possibility, but he is playing it rather safe, sticking by his creep wave, so not as open being jumped in. As soon as you get levels on Kezcute, especially his level 3 spike, those Fire Spirits will start to hurt Mizu, so you kind of have to maximize that DK Mirana combo as early as possible here.
We should have a look at the top lane as well. Of course, Hyde going to be there against Polison, and you've got In Your Dream and FBZ going at it. Pretty even between the two. LC is actually one of the better kind of cores to have against the Lifestealer. With that moment of courage, you can kind of just out-harass In Your Dream, especially as at the earlier levels. But as the levels go up In Your Dream, he should have a much better time. I don't necessarily seeing them being able to really kill him on this Lifestealer per se in this laning phase, but they can at least make it a difficult time for him.
Yeah, they're trying to harass him out. You are getting more last hits onto FBZ. So you're not quite getting the free farm you'd want here for IYD, which is going to slow down his pace. Hyde's just been doing a great job in being disruptive with these pulls from Paulson, putting FBZ in the position where he can clear out the wave, still get his EXP, get his farm, and that's all you really kind of want to look for. Fast levels on that Legion Commander, maybe some stacks in the jungle to help you get your blink timing down the line, and you're pretty much set. So a slower lane there doesn't hurt either side, might benefit Boom slightly more, but as a lifestealer, you kind of don't care as well. Though Paulson's chasing deep
Paulson.
here.
A bit of a chase onto Hyde, got the stroke of fate, does get the kill and tips her out. Paulson feeling very confident with himself in this Grim Stroke. Nothing really special happening either, John. He just chased him with the Inkswell. Ends up getting the kill.
Yeah, I love seeing that. You don't tend to see supports commit all the way for these deep chases, but with a lifestealer, you can leave him alone. There's no kill threat from the LT when that support's gone, so you've got all the room in the world to just keep trading hits with that support, and you kind of win out early on. The magic damage coming through from the Grimstrokes a bit too much, and you're kind of happy. 2-0 already for GXR, less than 1k lead. Other lanes going rather evenly for the most part. Not a huge CS advantage for either side, but the kills are definitely helping your heroes on GXR hit their EXP spikes and hit some early item spikes as well.
Top lane, Paulson going to be in a spot of danger. He'll throw the Inkswell out onto In Your Dream and be a nice kind of defensive Inkswell on In Your Dream so he can get himself out on that Grimstroke. Nice little play. Plus In Your Dream though, he's taking a fair bit of damage out from Hyde and FBZ. It kind of goes back to the LC. High armor hero. Happy to trade hits with the lifestealers mid lane. Alacrity does drop Makoto. He's taken down the Ember. A bit of damage to the tower, but it won't really matter. He's out of there. Or does it? Jokam, Starfall is there, but it's only level 1. He's got an arrow in 3 seconds. He can land it somehow. Kodo still running, arrow off the mark. Nice little sidestep. The stroke of fate, not going to land either. And we found the arrow. It did end up hitting Hyde in the face, but he'll be fine as well.
It's just down to that level 6 timing in that mid. Mikato grabs it right before Alacrity can, so he didn't have a counterplay with Dream Coil. Mikato realizes that advantage and pushes it. So just heads up play for Mikato. Alacrity caught a bit off guard, has to be careful about the burst damage coming through from the Ember now, but of course, with his own level 6 up, he could look for a rotation. Leaving that mid lane, Dream Coil at the ready, could look for movement down towards bot.
Dreamer Cell just getting into that tree line now, keeping himself away. Actually, top lane. In Your Dream taking a substantial amount of damage there from FBZ and Hyde. There's a lot happening across the map in both side lanes. Those heroes at the bot lane as well, they did end up getting scanned out by Boom Esports, so Dream Missile is very well aware they've been around. He does leave the area. Execute now. Icarus dives out on the Phoenix. Paulson trying to catch him out with the silence, but doesn't quite get it off in time. Still going to be able to get that bottom tier 1 tower though, and that's really all you want anyway if you're GXR. That was an interesting TP though. Kescute, he TP back to the tier 1 tower, and now he's been stunned up. The Inkswell comes out. He cannot Icarus dive away from there, and he is going to drop. I believe he may have misclicked the minimap.
Yeah, that was a bit optimistic right into the lane. Instant silence out from Paulson, easy setup. Really quick push from GXR, kind of reminiscent of game 1 with Urlesh, just pushing that advantage for the DK. We are not going to see the same commitment from Boom. It's not like you want to drag Dream himself up top at this point to really trade towers just yet, and they'd rather he farm up. So it's going to be slower in the tower trade. FBZ is doing a good job of just applying constant pressure top though. In Your Dream doesn't really have anywhere else to go just yet, so he's forced to sit here by himself, always at risk of the chain stuns coming through and the threat of a duel, but without any sort of mid-rotation from Boom themselves as well, means that it's just kind of even, just slower farm for the Lifestealer. The one advantage for Boom is that I guess your Terrorblade's getting a bit more from that bot jungle.
There's a coil. They've got the big one. They reach him down long enough. Silence about to wear off, but the Inkswell does land. Arrow to follow up. Do you have enough damage though, Makoto? He's still alive. He'll remnant away to the left. He'll go up to the high ground as well. They have caught the Phoenix instead, but is it gonna matter? Mirana leaping forward, but she won't have the damage. Makoto gonna be able to survive. They get Kescute, but they'll throw Jokam's life away for that. A pretty decent trade here for Boom. Mizu, he won't mind. He'll get started on the mid-tier 1 tower anyway. Wants to get that pressure going. You've still got Hyde around. You've got a reset there for Makoto thanks to Kescute. He won't be able to continue this mid-tier 1 push.
But you see the movements lining up from GXR immediately when Dragon forms back up. Mizu's already mid, looking for that next objective. Just very well timed movement from GXR to get these early advantages out as they can. Lots of commitment from Boom to save that mid tower. They understand how important it is to secure their own jungle for their Terrorblade, and to do that, they need control from mid. So they're holding on to it. It does give the top lane a very free time with no Ember rotations out. There's no threat to In Your Dream, so he's allowed to just sit here and farm. Same thing for FBZ. Both these cores just having a grand old time farming very close to each other, but our Lifestealer is sort of lagging a bit behind, at least doing better than Dreamocell is. Like, he's just playing the jungle, his pacing isn't as quick, and it's always back down to the fact that Metamorphosis is your big farm accelerator, so it's not going to be as up as a Lifestealer, so it's going to go in bursts. Still, for Boom side, they're finally looking to commit up top. Mikado makes his way up there. Could look to make that little play happen.
Yeah, Paulison, currently hidden, not being really scouted out by Hyde. They're going to try and wrap around and get this kill. Sleight of Fist, it does connect on Paulison, but he's getting real deep into that tree line and go for the TP up. He will not be able to catch him in time. GXR, they'll probably be more than happy to let this top tier 1 tower go, especially because they can pressure the mid tier 1. It's much more worthwhile getting the mid tier 1 tower over the top tier 1. Boom, they're going to commit to it. That'll give GXR enough information, I believe, to start the pressure up. Here we go, Mizu. He'll rotate in with the Dragon form now. You've got the siege creep. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of a defense coming out. GXR, they're moving forward and the coil's out. They have got FBZ. He will try to survive and fight through this. In fact, he's doing a lot of damage. The Infest gonna save the day. He will try to get himself out. Makoto does finish off the kill. The Sleight of Fist will be enough, and they will remnant out. FBZ is very close to dying. They'll survive for another day. But John, in the meantime, at mid-tier 1, it did end up dropping.
That's a much better trade for GXR. Sure, you lose your puck, but you're starting to deny out this area where the Terrorblade's farming. It's easier for you to just take complete control of the bot jungle, and Mizu's doing a good job of just clearing it out. They could look to reset and defend top once more from GXR, but they don't have Dream Coil. There's an egg available on Boom. They've got pretty much their entire team minus the Terrorblade up here to get this objective, so it's going to be a bit too late to move in now. Just kind of settle for the jungle farm and accept that the tower trade comes true. Good gold injection for Boom. Opens up the forward top jungle for a little bit of farm. Not really the best position for Dreamocell to keep farming though. He's still emphasizing the bot lane, sticking to that bot jungle. No one's really stopping him. So in the end, Boom is sort of satisfied with this. Like, your Terrorblade's not being pressured, not being chased down by the puck or the Mirana DK. And in that sense, you're still building up towards your win condition here.
They're going to try and keep up.
Oh,
Missile still just fine with the jungle as top lane. FBZ has been caught out by the arrow. He's going to try and make a run, but no, Mizu's got him. Hyde was trying to make his way up to help out. Now he's going to get out before he gets scouted. Looks like he is going to be fine. Still a very nice kill for GXR, and I'm going to say FBZ, he does tend to get caught out in that position quite a bit. I suppose it is still buying a lot of space for the other cores.
And all the emphasis is really on getting Dreamocell up, and to a certain extent Mikado. There is a smoke coming through from Boom, just on Execute and Mikado. You still have the egg waiting, so they could look to make a play. TP's going up top, FBZ's got his Blink Duel ready.
Jump on though. Mizu, he's a bit of a tanky target. Joe Cam's around to help out as well, and FBZ, he's not going to be able to make the jump in. He'll reveal the blink. Now GXR to just back out of there for now. You can't forget In Your Dream, he's still kind of neck and neck in terms of farm with Dreamocell. Still a very even game between these position ones. You just got to kind of wonder who really... Oh, hello, a Dagon. And against the TB though, it makes sense.
It does. You just don't see it too often, but it looks like Alacrity's going to look for that opportunity to use it soon. Moonlight expended, falls on Alacrity up front.
Going on. Mid lane. The attack is there. They want the puck. The Moonlight Shadow is out, but the Sentry Ward has been dropped, and there's your duel out now. Just lock him in place and take him down with the finger. And the sleight of fist from Makoto. Very nice setup for the side of Boom Esports. Very unfortunate. GXR. That was the Dagon being revealed for our puck. There's now a chain down. Makoto, he found another. Ollison. Try and get out as Mizu jumps in your dream. He's there with the infest. Guess who's going to drop? Makoto. He should be able to just remnant out of this, but he's going to try and make it a bit more of a mission for In Your Dream. As the breast, well, Mizu, he's trying to get the stun off. He'll avoid Makoto, though. 1-for-1 trade it was. It's like both teams will have to accept it and just get out.
A lot better for Boom, taking out that puck. Really unfortunate for the side of GXR. They didn't expect a mid lane sentry randomly between where the tier 2 and tier 1 are. They just got caught off guard, get stunned up, follow up forward to ensure they get the kills. And they kind of underestimate the information game of Boom. They know what's going to happen with Marana on the opposing side.
Very close. One of that stun off onto Makoto, but Makoto is very quick with the remnant out. That's one of the things we talked about in the draft as well, right? Like Makoto, he's meant to be having a tough time against the draft of GXR, but for now, he hasn't died once. I can't remember even seeing him being caught out, to be honest. Speaking of caught out, and on Hyde, Mizu, gonna blink right into him. X is there, Earth Spike. Buy some more time as Hyde will try for the TP, but the coil was out in time as well. Alacrity, the vision, Mizu with the ink swirl and the Dagon out, just for good measure.
It's a small little kill, not the biggest. This is going to delay that blink timing from a line just a bit. But in the end, Boom is still farming really nice on Dream Assault, so all the attention's taken away from Terrorblade. Triangle, it's not warded up offensively by GXR. Can't really track that, and you blink forward.
Yeah, nice blink in. FBZ, he found a jewel. Dokam farming very far forward. Tried to leap away, but it was already too late. FBZ, he got him. So Boom, it's just such an even game between these two. There is still a 2k net worth lead for the side of GXR. You look at Dream Assault's farm, it is escalating at a rapid pace. Excuse me. That's going to be quite problematic for GXR if this keeps up.
He's got the Dragon Lance up, Yasha up, going to the S and Y. Not too far off until that additional stat resist, additional HP is online for him. That's going to help him stand and fight, maybe start to commit and join in for some of these Metamorphosis fights. I like how In Your Dream's itemizing, though. He gets the Sanj, he's got the armlet on, the Life Stealer, he's immediately rushing to Satanic. So he just wants to have that Self-Dispel on hand to pop his Rage, and from there you just run around, stand in the middle, you don't care about anything at all, except for, I guess, the egg popping if you're in a bad spot. But overall, that should give our Life Stealer a lot of room to really fight, and even the build-up here on Mizu, rushing to BKB right after the blink, just allowing for more offensive movements once these items are up. It's just a matter of patience for GXR. They want to play faster, sure. They've got a lineup that probably plays better early, but they still need some of these items to be up first.
Chains out from Makoto. He's caught 2 there, but won't last too long. Just level 2 chains there on the Ember. I want to go down south. They saw Hyde for a second on that line, and there's your Moonlight Shadow. They really want that lion dead. They will get the vision. He does get the Earth Spike, but it won't matter. At 1, it's the Boom. They were moving in to try and help out, but we'll have to let him go. I think they'll mind it too much. Just the lion dying just means you really can't go in for a smoke or a team fight, but we back up in 14 seconds anyway. Big of a deal.
And if you're GXR right now, this is really hurting you. You're not finding the big kills you need. You're not jumping the Ember with the immediate Dragon Tail stun. You're not catching out the Terrorblade while he's in jungle. So these kills aren't really amounting to much. Like, you commit Moonlight, it's a fairly long cooldown at this point at 140 seconds. And then after that, you're just kind of sitting around where Boom worked the map a lot better. Mikato can jump across lanes to get that farm a lot safer by virtue of being an Ember. And they still have no clue where Dream Assault's playing. He is under a ward now. He did show up top. But no one's really in position to punish him for being up there.
Ollison He's going to get reflected on. Meta popped immediately. Dreamer Cell not playing any games. Nice little kill. Back to farming for him. It's a bit more of a farm game than game one was, which is perfectly fine considering the cores you do have up. Kind of wonder at what point both teams just kind of group up as five and run at each other, but it does feel like it's probably going to be another 5 minutes before we start seeing those big team fights.
Yeah, they're just taking it slow. I think even looking at the item buildup on a Alton right there, he's rushing the Ags. I think they understand that they want to take it a bit slow. They want to go towards the late game. So you might as well start saving up for the Dark Portrait to be on hand. You know, start to flow in that Terrorblade when he does show up. GXR are smoked up though. That was not spotted by Ward.
Who's had his smoke broken immediately. They're going to pop the Dragon Form, move in onto FBZ. They've got the ulti and a very nice call out. Alacrity, he found two on the hide. Santa's there. He cannot survive it. Mikoto, he's trying to fight back, but he cannot finish off Dokam. They'll drop the egg as well, but they should be able to burst this egg down in time. Just fine for the side of GXR, and they will. However, they've lost Paulison, but it won't matter because they're on to Mikoto now. A nice Sunder out to try and help out, but the stuns are there. They'll get the Ember down to boot. 4-for-1 trade for GXR. They are just moving so well across the map, John. They're just moving at a different level right now.
Yeah, they finally find that rotation they were looking for. I think they really needed the smoke committal. A lot of the earlier fights we were seeing was just purely Moonlight Shadow, and the Sentry game coming out from Boom was just a bit too strong. So with the added protection of that smoke, they finally find the approach angle they need. Managed to catch out the big targets they want early on. Killing off Hyde before you can really get impact on that line opened up the possibilities there for GXR to counterfight. And you're just seeing the effect of the Lifestealer, right? Like he infests the DK, DK doesn't die, he regens back up, they run back in, they get the control, they get the damage.
Chains out on our puck. He's going to be able to orb away. Ollison, Jewel catches out the Grimstroke. A very nice Jewel. Is it going to be enough? Yeah, it certainly will. It looks like GXR do not want to fight into that high ground now. They want to back off, or maybe not. It's a fake back. They're going back in. Mizu onto Mikoto. He's so darn low. But Dreamer Cell, he'll stand his ground like an absolute Giga Chad. Protect his friends, and they will be all right. They'll get themselves out. GXR looking for a way back in. They get Alacrity. He tried to sneak through the backside. He ends up getting punished by Hyde. It was a really rough start to that team fight, but in the end it does pan out for them.
They can't afford to lose Alton that early. They need the Grimstroke up to get the Soul Bind off, which is another piece of control for catching that Ember out. They need the Phantom's Embrace for the silence. They need the Inkswell to save. And if they run up with those options, it's awkward, but they smoke up. They know that Metamorphosis doesn't have much left.
Oh, Dreamer Soul, you don't want to lose this guy right now. He has the Sunder. Prestige attack going to come in. Reflection is there. Soulbind will also be committed, but Dreamer Soul again, he's just man-fighting this. He's not afraid. He wants to just go for the fight, but he is going to pay for it. He does go down. Hyde, FBZ, they all need to run. Get the hell out of there. That is a very big kill for the side of GXR. Boom, that's the one target. That's the one hero they do not want to lose like that.
Yeah, just overly confident from Boom. They did not have Metamorphosis up. They didn't have the BKB popped as well from Dreamer Cell there, so he was heavily punished for it. And it's back to that saving Infest. Mizu drops low, Infest, come back out. You're perfectly fine as a strength hero. And they just get a better trade. I think you lost your puck earlier on, sure. You lost your Grimstroke, not a big deal. You get the Terrorblade, who is the one here that you've put all your farm on. And if they manage to do that again, it could be a bit awkward for Boom. Now, there's not enough damage to really clear that top tower. Dragon farm down for a bit too long. Doesn't mean that they're not going to lose an objective. Just one really big win for Boom is that helps them keep control in that triangle, build up the stacks, keep trying to build up on that Terrorblade. But GXR, I mean, they've got Moonlight off if they want to try again, and we know how they play. They love just constantly keeping that aggression. But Boom are going to go first. They've got the smoke.
Take on the Arcane Rune. Mizu blinking out very fast. Both teams clearly having their mate this morning, John. Quick reactions. They check the Roshan. Arrow can be taken by the Roshan. Boom obviously not committing for it right now. Let this one go, and meanwhile, you look back at it in your dream, Johnny's got that Satanic up now. Things are getting much more difficult in terms of trying to deal with this Lifestealer.
Yeah, it's, that self-discipline is just so big. Paulson gets caught out, though.
Ollison goes the other way. Makoto, he's going to find him, but the Earth Spike, that's what they needed. Makoto, he did have the chains on cooldown. Won't matter in the end. Can you really get anything out of this, though, or is it just a bit of space again for Boom?
Just space. It's just one of those small pickoffs. It's like when GXR kills off Hyde. Not the biggest deal. You can't really transition to an objective. You could look for a bigger team fight, though. Again, Grimstroke is a lot of control of GXR here.
They go. They found a big target. Davion has been caught and challenged to a duel, and it looks like he is going to drop. Boom Esports into the mid-tier 1 tower, and this should open up the Roshan for them. They've already popped the meta. Lacrity now. The Moonlight Shadow going to wrap around through the backside. He wants to go after the Phoenix, and they blow him up. Kescute's gone. Hyde falling very, very low and does drop as well. But now Dreamer Cell, he'll get to work. Who do you want to target, though? In your dream, he's just going to run away. Dreamer Cell will keep up the chase, but they can't lock anyone down. Roshan for Boom quite yet. They will have to back to their side of the map.
That's a smart play from GXR, taking out the two supports, ensuring that the Hex and Earth Spike's not going to be an issue, ensuring that the Egg is not going to go off in that tight quarters, and just kind of buying themselves space. So they trade their DK for that. On paper, it's a little bit better for Boom, but this does prevent Boom from getting anything off the map. Yeah, they find a tier 1 mid, can't take that Roche opportunity. The GXR gets to wait for their DK to respawn. They do not have Moonlight Shadow on that respawn, but they can still kind of sit back, still build up. The Ags for Paulson is it done? Yes, it's done. It's flying out, so Dark Portrait is there. The game has gone slow enough that you're going to see that terribly play against himself at some point.
Scariest thing in the world, John, the man in the mirror. Paulson, unfortunately, is going to be holding up that mirror here, up against Dreamer Cell. See how it does pan out, but it's going to be so much damage, especially in that metamorphosis. Boom, unsuspecting right now, they haven't seen it. Or even the Aghanim Scepter now on our DK, Mizu. He's got the Black Dragon up. Very scary stuff. Meanwhile, Dreamer Cell, he is working towards that Eye of Skadi. He does get very close, but the Roshan's been started. In your dream is not going to give away the time for Boom to get that Eye of Skadi up. Slowly starts chipping away at that Roshan. Photo.
Or though, just sees them all. They know the rush is happening. They know the position.
Back out. The Infest is there. Mizu. He's looking for a jump in. Missile still showing at the bot lane, trying to go after that bottom tier 1 tower, so they know the TB's not around. Now going to back off. They're going to play it safe. The problem being, Boom Esports, they have bought time for Dreamer Cell to finish off that Eye of Skadi. However, Dreamer Cell, he got spotted there for a second. By Alacrity, but it is only going to be Alacrity. They won't make the jump in.
This hurts GXR a little bit more. They are not really able to farm up. That space for Boom, as mentioned, gets that Skadi up, more stats, nice healing reduction, which makes it hellish for Lifestealer to trade for very long. So they've got a big tool on hand now for Boom. GXR still wants to reveal these Ags, though. You just need to find that opportunity. Boom is just using the map information really well. Just posturing around Roshan. Both sides know that they're right by the pit, although Dream Cell just dips in.
Literally, why not just walk your way in, Dreamer Cell? Oh, they do start FBZ. He's been the one caught out. They want to get rid of the LC, and it looks like FBZ, he is going to drop his Alacrity. A great dream call on the backside. He's already got both supports. Dreamer Cell, he's left alone to fight. They can't really help him out. They'll go on to Makoto instead, though. They'll leave the TB for now. Meanwhile, Dreamer Cell still trying to go after Mizu. They're trying to burst the DK down, but Davion, he's way too tanky. They'll drop the egg in your dream. He takes it out. Makoto's still trying. He'll find Jocam. They do get the DK in the end. They find more. Oh, that's a great Earth Spike from Hyde. Amazing timing. And Boom Esports Still in position after those buybacks to try and go for this Roshan, but they're moving in again. Hyde, he may have given his life away for this, but they do kill Paulison. Back into the Roshan pit. You've only got In Your Dream up to try and contest this. He's not going to bother either. Back to farming for him. He knows he can't do it on his own. And boom, they get something to go their way.
They really split that fight up on GXR's end. Like, they immediately jumped Dreamucell, but they transitioned to the supports to kill off first, forced the buybacks, but that meant that they missed their window to burst the Terrorblade. So he just had full use of his Metamorphosis, lots of damage flying out. We didn't really get to see the best Dark Portrait usage as well, as they were chasing elsewhere. So Boom's got this nice safety net on hand. Ages for 5 minutes, net worth lead down to 1k for GXR. The farm distribution of Boom isn't that even though. All of their goals really just riding on that Terrorblade. They have to ensure that every engagement they take going forward, Dreamucell has to be around. He has to make use of that farm advantage for the team. They've kind of sacked Mikado's farm and really sacked FBZ's farm to get to that point. And looks like they do know that they've got a nice come around here. Could start grouping up. The egg is about 20 seconds off. Finger is about a minute. So you could at least play with the egg. If you wanted to make something happen with the Aegis, maybe start eyeing some tier 2s to push down with Metamorphosis coming back up. For GXR's end, In Your Dream's pretty close to his own Scotty now. That could be something you just wait out for. Dagon up to level 3 for Alacrity. I think he's really going to need Dagon 5 to get that instant burst that he needs to clear out some of these heroes at this point in the game. And that's just going to take a little bit more time. So the slower pace doesn't necessarily hurt GXR as well. They're also finding these item spikes while the game slows down.
I think that AC on In Your Dream is going to be very important as well in that Lifestealer. Just being able to tank up a bit more, get your team a bit more tanked up against all this physical damage. Well, Dreamucell proving to be a real nuisance now on that TB. 4k ahead of In Your Dream. The Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped. Their way over with the top lane, GXR. Best is there on Alacrity. You always want to go into those back lines, so you need to find the line first. FBZ gonna back off away from the arrow, but they found them. They've got Hyde on the line. The orb moving the way of Boom. Dreamucell, he's BKB TP'd out. FBZ, he has not been scouted. He will. Oh, wait a minute. Paulison? Close. They had the right idea.
On the edge, they do find that objective though. The tier 2 tower gone. A little bit more potential to rotate around the top jungle if they want to. They don't really take the outpost though. So it doesn't feel as amazing, mutually denying that area away. And GXR, they get a pick off. Again, not the most substantial when you kill off the lion at this point, but it's still a consolation prize. They did pop Dream Coil for that, along with the Elder Dragon form. So you're not going to have these spells by the time the next engagement's out, and Boom could look to use that to their advantage. Starting to walk in that top jungle. Metamorphosis is ready from Dreamucell if he does run into someone, and just going to be able to take out the outpost. So Roche Axe is going to be cut off, but Roche is still a long ways off, so you could still go for recapture at some point. MKB is up and running on Dreamucell. His damage is going to skyrocket, not going to care too much about the armor as he gets the procs up, and that slight evasion on our Lifestealer, not going to be an issue as well. In fact, In Your Dream didn't even bother for that talent anyway, so not really counteracting anything yet. But I suppose the damage coming through is nice, and there is a smoke from Boom now.
Absolutely, they want to fight with this power spike. Dreamucell, he's going to try and bait in the side of GXR. GXR is very patient, waiting for that right moment. They know Dreamucell has his team right behind him. You've got to find those back lines first. The arrow, scouts out. See anyone though. Dreamucell getting a fair bit of damage off onto that tier 2. In Your Dream gonna try and ward him off here with the Lifestealer, but Dreamucell gonna go in and just kind of whack him a little bit. That tier 2 tower, not gonna survive it, looks like, as it does drop. Mizu, Reflection is gonna be there. They found out the DK. Don't make the jump in, but he'll force the BKB out. Dreamucell, he's got the meta. GXR, they're not gonna want to fight when that meta's up. They'll walk away. Get the cost of their mid tier 2 tower, but they definitely can't fight right now.
Gotta be a bit patient. They don't really find the angle. Very good positioning from Boom to play on the opposite side of the lane. Not giving any openings out to GXR. The XR for their part, they're hitting some big spikes. Dagon 5 fully done on Alacrity, so full burst potential on hand, and he has a ceremonial robe. This is just a bit of a cherry on top. That magic resist down should be a nice little boon for the burst damage he's looking to pull out. On the side of Boom now, with pretty much all outer towers except one gone on the side of GXR, they can just go back to controlling this map. They still don't have that network advantage, still leaning towards GXR, and the Aegis does expire, so they don't have that safety net. They've got good control onto the Roche Pit, good control on the top jungle. There's not too much room for GXR to roam around individually. They're going to have to stick together as a team, and they do smoke up right now.
Try. It's all about the right jump, it seems like, for GXR, where Boom, they don't really need the right jump. They just kind of need the team fight to start. They seem to be aware that they are around as Makoto, he does break the smoke. Will they move forward through the triangle? GXR trying to find a target, but Boom, very nice movement. Back into the dire jungle. They are not making it easy for GXR to start the fight, so instead they'll go after the mid-tier 2 tower. And of course, with this Aghanim Scepter DK, they do take it quite fast on top of the lifestealer damage. They'll get the tier 2 mid, but Boom Esports, they're going to go high ground. They'll force a tier 3 tower.
The defense coming out from GXR is a bit slow. They TP'd all over the map. They're going to have to walk up here, although...
Alacrity, oh, that's a lot of damage out. They got the silence to press the attack. Gonna purge off the silence. It is a level 5 Dagon on Alacrity, which explains the damages. Ooh, guess cute. That's the ink portrait. the ink portrait of the TV.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Just running through the jungle right now, trying to find the lion. Hide, do not go near that thing, sir. Does wear off. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it, right? You get the ink portrait, you try to find a straggler, just take him down.
Yeah, it feels pretty nice for GXR. They save their high ground for now. They've got Moonlight, they're outside of base, they can go hunting a bit. They've got Dark Portrait off cooldown again. Why does this thing give 150% outgoing damage? Why does it get 50% bonus? Why?
What do you mean, John? It'd be unbalanced if it was only 100, right?
Too weak. No one pick it up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Give it 150, but why not 200%?
You're right, Mike. What a visionary. You should be balancing to it.
You never know, John. I might be. Hide, FBZ. They're in the jungle right now, waiting to initiate. Ollison. Blink out. So many quick reactions in this game, it feels like. Everyone's just blinking everywhere. Could be a smoke again from GXR. They've grouped up by that tier 3 tower. No smokes available. They're just going to make sure they go as a team. Roshan up in a minute as well.
A fairly short respawn. Of course, a double damage on hand here for Boom as well to take that next fight, as is balanced. Ags up in Mikado, which means that the Remnant spam is online. Much more impactful and much zippier, so harder to catch down, as GXR is still looking to force it outside. They're still playing outside. They're not too scared to just hide in the high ground, which is good, because they're going to need to engage for that next Roshan. You don't want to give that second Rosh away. Way too many goodies in Roshan's belly, and you wouldn't want to deal with an Aegis once more on Dream Assault. He's already got the Satanic up as well for the self-dispel, so it's already harder to lock him in, and it's starting to become a case of, alright, the Terrorblade's the only guy who's really hyper-farmed, but are you as a team on GXR good enough to kind of counteract this one hyper carry on Boom side? It's all going to go down to execution here.
Ben, they found the Mirana. Joe Cam gonna just leap out as now the Soulbind's there. Mizu, he got the double stun off to press the attack. Gonna purge that off. Still leashed up Makoto. He needs to remnant out. He didn't remnant far enough, but he will get out in the end. Just barely on 200 HP. Dangerous stuff here. Luckily, you have FBZ behind with the press, the attack, and the shards. Just kind of purge off the stun of the DK. They're going to get started on this Roshan, it seems. Double damage activated, Dreamer's Soul. It's not really going to take him too long to finish this off. GXR, if they wish to fight this, they need to react very quickly. They scouted out with the arrow, but it's too late. Surely it's too late. They're trying, but there's no chance. It's already gone down. Dream Assault. He'll get the shards. He'll get the Aegis. Does he keep the shards, though?
Could. I think the Zeal is pretty alright. It's a 14-second cooldown for buff it provides. The HP drop could look painful, but I think with Press the Attack, you're going to compensate for that relatively quick. And it gives him something to do when he's stuck in melee. Like, he's not super useless running around. That added move speed will help him out by a fair bit. I wouldn't mind it too much, but he's just holding it all for now. He does hand it off anyway.
There's that meta pop. They want to try and get this tier 3 tower down ASAP. See, with the Aegis off, they're feeling very confident at the moment, but there's your jump in. Mizu, he has the Inkswell as well, but the Press the Attack again. To save the day is Dream Assault now. He needs to be slightly careful. It's a lot of damage. And in your dream, with the Heaven's Halberd, he takes him out.
God.
The Aegis gone in your dream. Getting back toward Dream Assault. He has no mana. He needs to run. He'll BKB and just try to get himself out of there. There's no turn off to Davion. Jaw him up. Finger him down.
No buyback?
We'll get one. No buyback on Mizu. Go back high ground. Swell down on Alacrity. Will not make the jump in. They lose the T3 tower. At least for now, but that's going to be about it. Boom. They will not go any further.
And that's the one awkward thing with the Terrorblade. If you don't have the refresh, you die with Metamorphosis up. Even with the Aegis, you can't really do anything with that second life. So they're forced to back off. No egg as well, although that cooldown isn't too painful compared to Metamorphosis. But GXR have given themselves some breathing room. That's a really aggressive dive forward coming out from Mizu. Just all the way up front, all the egg was running. Nice punishment out from Boom. But they can't really progress on that lane. At the least, if a wave shoves in, someone from GXR will have to respond. And they do manage to finally take the net worth lead here on Boom. 2k up on their side, 16-23 at 42 minutes in. Starting to look like a bit of a longer game shaping up here. GXR, their lineup towards late game, it still has some possibilities, yes, but it isn't as scary as the Terrorblade. So I think once Dreamosol finishes up the Swift Blink, maybe starts thinking about the backpack refresher we tend to see, maybe start considering the Aghanim's as well for additional Metamorphosis opportunities. Once you reach that point, your windows for success on GXR feel a lot narrower. So you're going to have to figure something out soon, as the game doesn't get any easier for GXR as it goes late.
That it doesn't. Still the AC yet to come up on In Your Dream. Mizu working towards a nullifier. Interesting stuff. Dream Assault still going for that Swift Blink on the TB. Pretty standard though. Just that very, very kind of late game blink, and there you go. He does buy it out now. They have the meta back up. They might want to go for a smoke and they'll commit. Right behind Makoto, through the mid lane they go. EXR, they'll be ready for this. Stay on their high ground, so they don't give any kind of lives away. This will allow Boom to kind of just take over the map. Not really any objectives to take right now, but maybe they could slowly start chipping away at that top Rax again. Try, but they are being rather hesitant. Scans out as well. Does obviously scan out someone on GXR, but give enough information for Boom, and well, looks like they are going to back off. They have not found the opening.
Yep, very safe play from GXR, not giving any of that opportunity out. Just playing as a team, sticking to the high ground, waiting for an opportunity to dip out. And they do smoke up now. I have to point out this on Alacrity. He's got the Octarine plus the Spell Prism. So very low cooldowns on all his items and all his spells. A 9-second Dagon 5. That sounds like it's going to be potent in these rather long engagements. As they do Moonlight on top of that smoke, they're going to go hunting now.
9-second Dagon 5. What a fun way to have that item. They jump in. Oh, they found the big one, but again, the press the attack gonna save the day. Still the flow up Kescute on the Phoenix. They're on to FBZ. Still they will lose Paulison. Jokam dropping low, but Dreamer Soul. He's trying to man fight in your dream.
Oh my God.
The fight of the Giga Chad. Who's gonna win this one out? They both back off as Dreamer Soul has fallen very low, but he'll get the Sunder off onto FBZ. Onto the DK. Davion has been called out. The finger is there. They burst him down. 2 down for the side of GXR, and they are not committing these buybacks. Time to go high ground for Boom and try to force these buybacks out from GXR now.
The issue here is that they don't have much time in Metamorphosis. It's not going to last too long. They can still look to try and push, but I think our puck can kind of wave clear that quite nicely from safe distance, especially with how spammable their spells are. So without Meta up, it's a slower process. They've got the glyph, they can clone up the Terrorblade, fight back, and that should buy enough time for at least Moran to come in. Although,
well, it was on the ink quadrant, still Dreamer's on In Your Dream at it again, but Mikoto trying to go right into the back lines onto Alacrity. Won't be able to catch him out. T3 tower, it is going to drop. The XR, they will not lose a Rax yet. They do lose another Tier 3 tower. They do manage to hold high ground, and they won't really have to commit any buybacks either. So not really too much lost here. At least for Boom Esports, they are slowly chipping away at the base of GXR.
yeah, they've made it awkward for GXR. It's harder for them to jump out. They've got the refresh up in Mikado, and we've seen it multiple times already. Refresh for the fresh set of remnant stacks. It'd be really nice to reposition or just try to burst someone down. Could be a surprise as well for GXR if they're not ready for it. GXR, for their part, it's getting tricky. Like, 8k gap doesn't feel bad because that's still mainly on the Terrorblade. So it's still all about Dreamocell having that farm. And we have seen Dreamocell in very vulnerable positions. I think for GXR's part, they need to start hunting down the back line. Take care of FBZ first. The Ag Shard, the spell immunity from Press the Attack with the Dispel is just way too strong as a counter tool for that TB. And if they can start these fights by killing off the LC first, I think GXR has a much easier time cleaning up the rest of the lineup. For Boom's part, it's just a war of attrition. Just keep all the waves shoved out. Maybe look for the next Roshan here. Keep your farm up into TB. Keep your farm up and even the Ember, as he's not lagging too far behind the Lifestealer. And you guys scale really well with gold. A lot better than GXR would, at least until a certain point. Like, if this game goes super late, let's say level turkeys come out, I think the puck gets a second life from just having the rest of the talents up, rapid fire, phase shift attack, and be really nice. And you can kind of consider re-itemizing, I would say right click there, but that's way down the line. I don't think GXR wants to hit that point, even though there is still some opportunities at that point in the game. They'd still want to just look within the next, I don't know, 20 minutes max. Is where you're still super comfy here.
They group up again, Boom. A bit more split up across the map. They're obviously feeling a lot more confident with the amount of farm they've got, and Makoto with that refresher orb now. 10 remnants with the Aghanim Scepter. Arrow is going to connect though. They got Makoto, but it's not going to matter. They won't have the follow-up to it. Once again, kind of just backing off, waiting up the next Roshan. Boom, they'll have a quick peek into the Roshan pit, but there's still about 24 seconds till we find out when it does respawn. Still a bit of time. Because Boom would be very happy if it was a very early respawn timer on that new Roshan. We'll find out very soon though. The XR. See, they can't really afford to let it go either. It's going to be a bit problematic if Boom gets another Roach. And it is an early time.
Quick. Really quick. 15 seconds left. A bit of a risky spot for GXR. They just bought out the AC on In Your Dream. He does not have buyback gold. He lacks 800. So if they're going to force this fight, they have to ensure the Lifestealer gets to ride out. Because if he doesn't, that could just be the end of their high ground there. Oh, and this is quite possibly the worst Roach for GXR to have to deal with as well. Ag's blessing up. That could mean a free Terrorize coming out for our Terrorblade. And he's going to have that second metamorphosis for 10 seconds, so they need to contest this. They're just not quite in the right spot to get there.
Yeah, and Dream Missile, he's going to take it very, very fast. He's even got the Moon Shard. He ate it already. The Roshan Pit, it's just not going to last. GXR, they're not around to try and counter this. Terror Wave is indeed going to be the case here for Dream Missile. This Terror Blade is just massive now. You just kind of wonder how in your dream and GXR they're going to be able to try and deal with this. He wears off from Dream Missile at the very least. You don't have to worry about that part. Now, almost certainly going to try for the high ground now. We go, mana popped. Onto Millie Barracks. The backlines just in case they want to start. Dagon, quite a bit of damage in your dream. He'll start the fight, but Dream Missile, he'll stand his ground. In your dream needs to back out immediately. It's just not enough quite yet for the Lifestealer. He needs the backup from his team, and Mizu, he'll jump in with the stun. There's Alacrity, there's a big arrow, but to press the attack again, gonna make it too hard to hold down the TP as Alacrity or rather Makoto, he just jumps in by himself. He's clearing them all out. A double kill out for the Ember, and he'll just get the hell out by himself. As the tips are there from FBZ. Makoto, just all over the place. He did drop the Refresher Orb, and he did use all his remnants for that. But it's opened up the base for Boom Esports. As they're going into the tier 4 towers now. In your dream, he's going to try and get to work. Mizu's there as well. Dream Missile standing his ground, and there's your duel out FBZ. He catches the big one. The DK in trouble. Finger out. They'll take him down. He'll commit the buyback immediately, but there's no dragon form left. How do you fight a melee form? They really force Boom back. Boom, they've got to go for the tier 4 towers. They don't really have a choice. Dream Coil's there. They've got Makoto, but they want the backlines first. Onto the Lion. They've got Hive. Kescute can't really save him. Dream Missile trying to get onto In Your Dream. He will. They've got the Lifestealer. Do they have the damage? In Your Dream, he's going to have to fight back. Makoto in trouble. Has to stand his own ground. He has no remnants left. He might drop, but no, he does make it out. Just in the nick of time. Into the Terror Blade now. Dream Missile. Gonna be all right. Does back off. And so GXR, 2 Raxes down, but they are not out of the game yet.
That's just getting really scary coming out from GXR. 2 lanes constantly shoving in, a Terror Blade this big, an Ember this big. You're scaling towards late game is just, it's just not quite there, especially with the way they've itemized here on Alacrity. He's still all magic right now. The Ags is going to be up soon. But if he buys out, he's not going to have buyback. He's a bit far off anyway, regardless whether or not he bought. So at the least, they've got this BKB piercing spell now. They've got some tool for controlling the team fights. You are seeing a bit of an interesting tidbit when they do man fight within your dream, right? Like when he does face off against Dream Missile, it feels like the Lifestealer actually wins out somehow. So I guess that answers that question. The issue is they need to be able to actually kill him. Kill him twice over, so we'll see if they can. They smoke out. They're going outside here.
Wrapping from the backside, Mizu, they found Makoto. He got the BKB off in time, but he's leashed to the ground. Maybe they can get the damage done in time. Makoto, no, the Sunder. Dream Missile, gonna save the day, but he gives his own life away. He's lost the Aegis. They dropped the egg yet. Not quite Kescute. He'll back out into the Terror Wave now. There's your egg out. They're trying to get the full duration in your dream. He's trying to burst it down, but he's got no help. The Sun will be there. The Sunray, the duel out FBZ locks him down. Do they have the damage output? Not quite yet, but they eventually get it. He'll buy back onto Davion. The DK Mizu is going to try and fly over the cliff. In your dream, coming back in to try and help out. He could not do so much as to save him, but he will go to work onto FBZ. He'll get the Legion Commander down. It's a 4v3 scenario. In Boom Esports, they want to go high ground again. Still on the backside, Alacrity trying to get Makoto, but he is going to survive as Alacrity. He's stuck around. He's going to try and hold out as In Your Dream now. He jumps in with the Infest Dream Missile. They're mad fighting again, but they've got him. They've got the TB down onto Makoto now. They've got the Ember as well.
Oh my god.
Oh, they've managed to hold the high ground. The Ancient is exposed though.
that Sunder just killed Dreamocell. He was trying to be a hero. He shouldn't have tried. They lose both of their lives because of that. And it's back to that point. The Lifestealer wins the man fight. It's overwhelming the amount of lifesteal he has with the Satanic, with his passives. He's just able to just out-sustain the Terrorblade in a direct trade, and it's a costly fight for GXR. They're up against the ropes. No Mega Creeps yet, but Exposed Ancients leaves a lot of possibilities for Boom, but GXR are still fighting. They're still getting new items up. This Arcane Blink on the puck is going to be really helpful, especially that lower cooldown. Imagine more uptime on the Dagon in the middle of the fight, more uptime on the Dream Coil. Divine up and in your Dream. It just needs to reach out, and we're not seeing what we saw last time when the Divines were coming out. No. In your Dream is a man of purpose. He's going to use that Divine. He's going to push up.
And he is. He's going to force the buyback right here, right now. And they're going to go for these tier 4 towers if they don't buy back, I think. DXR, 1 Rax will be taken in your Dream. Do you want to risk it? He's going to try onto the tier 4 towers. Boom Esports, they are holding out. They'll pop the cliff. They do not want to commit these buybacks at the moment. They want to hold out a bit longer. They've got Dreamers up in 10 seconds. Dream Coil's placed. They've got Hide, but it looks like GXR will just more than happily back out now. At least getting one of the buybacks. And they do get a mid-Rax.
It's good enough for GXR. I think they're happy. They can't really take any other racks. Tier 2 still standing bot, Tier 1 standing top. So they can't quite go for, say, a Mega Creeps trade and kind of force that way. They're in a really awkward spot, though. Refresh up on Dreamocell. This is the second life of the Terrorblade. This is where he has insane uptime on back-to-back Metamorphosis. It's like 100 seconds if he manages to time that right. Or just joining in after the buyback, he's not going to be completely useless. So GXR have to be cautious about how far forward they go. This is a massive risk with that Divine and In Your Dream. If he's caught out, that could be it.
And their Ancient's exposed, John. I don't think it matters if he gets caught out. The game's over. If In Your Dream dies, he's got 5 minutes without buyback anyway. So he's going to try and get the Abyssal Blade up to have that extra kind of disable. But Boom Esports, it's still their game to lose. They're 13k ahead. They've got 2 Raxes down. They've smoked up. They want to put a little in this game right here, right now. They don't want to risk going any further as tier 5 items are up in about 4 minutes. And that could change everything, depending on the RNG you get. See what Boom can do. Refresher Orb and Dreamer Soul. So he's got 2 Terror Waves. He's got 2 Metamorphoses. Arrow does land, so they'll know that they are smoked in the jungle somewhere. Insane game, or series rather, so far between these two. I really don't think Boom want to wait for those tier 5s.
No, I don't think they want to take that risk. It's so weird to say that. They're the ones 2 racks up, right? Like, compared to the 1 racks, they've got their tier 1, their bot under protection, they've got the refresh and the Terrorblade.
Imagine your Dream finds like a Giant's Ring or a Fallen Sky. Imagine a Fallen Sky.
Oof.
What are you going to do then?
Oof, that's a nightmare. If those items do come out. It's always RNG at that point, though. And that can... You don't want to leave things up to fate. So, gotta find a way to close this out. Next Roshan, about 47, 46 seconds left. Quick, relatively quick respawn. Boom is in a good spot to just take it. I think GXR, that's where they're kind of falling flat. Their information game just isn't as solid. Although, just poking around each other in these waves.
They are. Roshan, 30 seconds away, so Boom could wait that one out. We'll still have time to get the Roshan and try to rush the high ground. Was GXR... I mean, they could decide that they want to try and counter out this Roche. I wouldn't quite blame them. In Your Dream, he's not going to have buyback gold at the moment. And it is still on cooldown anyway, so he buys out the Abyssal Blade now. Roshan, 3 seconds away.
Okay.
Alright, timing with the DXR. They want those supports first. Maybe get off Makoto with the stun. It'd be very nice to get this team fight started, but it's very hard with that Lincoln Sphere and BKB up. Mizu, he's going to see the TB illusion. Dreamer Cell, he's just waiting on the side. Moving in with that Moonlight Shadow. Sentry's down now, they see them, they'll jump in. Dreamer Soul, he's got the tearaway down, they're gonna blow up Dokam immediately. Mizu, who'll try to go in on the LC. Aeon discropped, and well, there's another Turblade out. They get the jewel out now onto Davion. They've got the DK, they'll burst down Mizu. No buyback on that DK. They've even got the Grimstroke now. It's all up to In Your Dream and Alacrity. They're trying to go to Dreamer Soul, but to press the attack, the added attack speed, they've got the control, they've got the damage, and that should be it. It should be all over. Esports. They have successfully forced us to a game number 3 unless we see some magic from Alacrity. But no, he's been caught. There's your Hex out and there's the GG War played. Esports not going out without a fight. We are going to a game number 3.
What a fantastic game coming out from GXR, and it was so close. GXR, they managed to hit their timings perfectly, but they were allowing Dreamercell to just farm up for such a long time. They couldn't really close out the game. They drop a couple of fights, and then it started to get dicey towards that late game, right? Like, their lineup was so geared towards that earlier point, but they held out longer than I think most people would expect. You know, they managed to make this Lifestealer man-fighting that Terrorblade work for a really long time. Like, the damage output coming through was so good, and it's just so good to see these two teams laid out. I can't wait for that game number 3.
It's going to be a spicy game 3. Of course, we are going to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with the panel to discuss what happened in this game number 2.
Clinch it, but it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Even though they had a pretty significant net worth advantage, they had a ton of map control. There was those moments, especially once Lifestealer picked up the Rapier, that I was like, oh snap, this could be it. This could be the comeback from Galaxy Racers, but it was a little bit too difficult, and my suspicions were confirmed, John. It seems like Legion Commander is quite a strong hero. Obviously, Terrorblade front and center, Mikoto flying around all over the place, but that shard with the press the attack spell immunity was giving Terrorblade like a license to kill every single time he got initiated on.
Yeah, it's just impossible to play against for the most part. They had to perfectly execute on Galaxy Racer's side to really work towards that kill on Dreamocell, and a lot of the times it never panned out. They managed to kill the surrounding heroes and kind of forced Dreamocell to run out, but they couldn't get that big edge into fights, and it's just too many saves from FBZ, especially once he hit 25. Like, at that point, with the AoE press the attack as well, it was so hard for GXR to find those openings.
And another case in which I'm sure a lot of people are like, why wasn't there a patch before this qualifier? Why were there 4 Eon discs on the side of Boom that they could never get bursted down? This poor Puck was playing, Alacrity was playing his heart out, but Mike, it didn't seem like he was able to do much other than bounce people around with waning rifts.
I mean, I love the fact that he rushed the Dagon 5, but it's kind of like you said, the Aeon discs, man. They make it impossible to burst anyone down. He did some great work, but this item is just completely busted. And I've got to go back to give credit as well to FBZ. You pointed out the LC. You thought it was a pretty strong hero, and I've got to give you credit. The shard press the attack. It made their life a living hell that game. They just couldn't get the control over these heroes. Every time Dream Missile gets caught, Dakota gets caught, here's a press the attack. Enjoy. That never happened.
It's a rare offlaner. For some reason, throughout the animator, I was actually expecting Aster to be picking up more because during the Chinese DPC, I was seeing XXS spam it, but Aster didn't do that great, and as a result, I'm guessing Legion Commander didn't see much love. But FBZ is raising the stocks on it because I've looked at all the other offlaners. Axe has like a 35% win rate throughout all of TI10 quals. Timbersaw has like a 30% win rate, and so I think people are trying to find new offlaners that might be able to set the mold a little bit, and Legion Commander is looking like a good front runner, but it's credit to all of Boom. As a unit, they played fantastically well. Kescute ends with a somewhat unflattering KDA of 0, 12, 14 on the Phoenix, but that's just Phoenix things. He did his job too, and I'm very excited to see how a Game 3 is going to go down yet again. Need I reiterate, this is elimination. This is your last chance to make it to a $40 million prize pool at TI10, assuming that the Visa Major also is succeeded by whichever team wins here, but we'll figure that out after the fact. But for right now, we're going to go to a break, going to wait until Game 3 draft shows up in just a little bit. Galaxy Racers have it. I think that they're out of gas. They're going to take a pit stop, and Boom's going to take it.
The devil's advocate here is a bit. It feels under the belt, but I have to say it. We've seen Boom collapse on themselves. We've seen them time and time again where they look amazing through a run, and when it comes to that one moment where they have to step up, have to really bring that A game, finals of Summit, finals of Pro Series 6, it just falters. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen here, but it's a consistent pattern. We'll have to see if they can beat that curse.
Yeah, I'm looking at their history. I see a lot of silver second places in their match history. You're right. BTS Pro Series, both Season 6 and Season 3, the ESL 1 Thailand 2020, BTS Pro Series Season 2, the Qualifier for Southeast Asia Birmingham 2020. It is definitely an issue with the clutch factor, but they're not going for second quite yet. In fact, they're just trying to make it into the top 4. They're just trying to make it to get a rematch with Execration, which Execration's looking forward to. Danog Aries and I had a chance to interview Nico, and we were saying, which opponent are you looking forward to, Boom or Galaxy Racer? And he was like, I want the rematch. You know, we always kind of struggle against Boom, but I'm going to beat them in this TI qualifier. I may be paraphrasing a little bit, but that's what it seemed like. But first, they need to make it through Galaxy Racer if they want to make that a possibility. As we now begin game number 3, first ban of Leshek, and I'm curious to see what respect might be given to the various heroes. As we saw the Spectre and anti-Spectre strat with the Necro in game number 1. Here, we saw the Terrorblade be first phased. It does seem like a carry is probably going to be first phased by Boom, though, Mike. I think that that's been their dynamic for the past few games.
Well, they've left the Terrorblade alone, so they may just go back to it if GXR just don't ban it out right now. Both teams really enjoy the hero. That's the thing. GXR throughout the qualifiers, they've been having a lot of success with the In Your Dream Terrorblade as well. So I imagine if Boom Esports don't take it for themselves, then GXR will probably go down that route. And they do have a tendency of picking carries that were picked in the previous game, especially if they lose to them. So there's your Phoenix out. I don't know if GXR wants to go first pick Terrorblade. That seems maybe a little excessive, but if they leave it, Dreamersoul may just take it for himself.
Last time their response to the first pick Phoenix was the Mirana and the DK. Both here. Oh, well, actually, DK's taken out, but Mirana's still available if they want to go for that.
Yeah, could still be a really solid way of getting that done. Still a great laner, and still kind of look for different off lanes to combine with it. Something like the Mars could also be picked up to deny that from Boom. FBZ plays a mean Mars, and they already have the Phoenix to combine, so they could go with Mars Mirana, set up their off lane first, kind of worry about the carries as it goes on. They could just ban the Terrorblade if Boom doesn't pick up that combination early. I think Galaxy Racer has to be a bit ready for it if they don't consider it for In Your Dream, though, as as mentioned, Boom kind of just likes going back to what works, and it worked out really well in that game too. So have to think about those timings here. GXR do start with the Lion coming out. We have seen a lot of Lion throughout a lot of games now, and it's just highly effective. Great stun, great burst, a lot of ways to still combo it, and some flexibility as to whether or not you want to run it 4 or 5. So it's kind of open for the support positions as well.
They're going to pair it up with a Darkseer, so maybe a 5 Lion, because I think Darkseer generally I'm finding the most success when you pair it with a melee 4 position. Nyx Assassin is one of my favorite go-tos, but it's another very anti-illusion draft that Galaxy Racers are like, don't pick the Terrorblade. We know you want the Terrorblade. I'm already going to tell you don't do it. We already have a Darkseer. We already have a Lion against it. Don't think about the Spectre either. I'm not. We're going to discourage all that. Go play a normal carry.
Boom, gonna think about it now, I suppose. I'm just kind of wondering what hero they are gonna put with that Darkseer. I think one of the supports we've been seeing most with it, you pointed out the Nyx, but we've been seeing a lot of Tusk as well, right? Like, because you have the tag team, you have the Shards, the Snowball to initiate with the Iron Shell. I'm curious if Boom want to take that for themselves and run it on Hyde, or whether they just want to ban it out of the next ban phase. I suppose we'll have to see, but do you want your carry now if you're Boom? I mean, it does still feel very early to take your carry.
That's what I said the last 2 games, and yet they still felt like doing it with the Terrorblade and the Spectre. We'll see if maybe there's something else up Dreamacel's sleeve, because again, I feel like this is discouraging against Illusion drafts. He still has this Medusa, which I thought Medusa was a terrifying force in the first few days of this SCA qual, but they go for something a little bit more consistent. They go for the Doom, which could be Mikoto or FBZ.
Yeah, it's a pretty open way to go about it. Really solid way of also building up. We know that Dooms tend to just get the farm regardless of the situation. Sometimes you can go Midas. Some games we've seen the Midas actually skip, so we'll have to see what kind of priority this takes. It feels more like an FBZ hero. I think Mikoto tends to play flashier mids, much more heavy farming mids, or at least bigger win condition mids, like say the TA. Sometimes the Kunkka comes out as well. I don't reckon this is something that he's going to look for in mid, but it really just depends on what else GXR picks up. Really surprising to see the next bans here as well. Like the Jug is taken care of from GXR. They're leaving the options for Dreamacelta to, again, look at that Terrorblade, even with the Darkseer counter, with the Lion. I think it's something Boom is used to running against into those direct counters. They've done it a couple of times before. Boom, for their part, take care of the Ursa. And the Wraith King, just really stable cores for In Your Dream. So it's just that second phase ban, right? You focus on those pause ones, you focus on those win conditions, you just want to make it as tough as possible for the opposing team.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're also changing the approach of not going for their one position, their safe lane carry in the first phase, because I do think that that leaves a little too much vulnerability. As nice as it was in game number 1, or rather, as nice as it was in game number 2, I still feel like it was exposed in game number 1 with that Spectre draft, and so instead, Galaxy Racer will continue targeting Respect. They ban out the Grimstroke, which that Dark Portrait was definitely amusing to watch in the last game. It managing to get like a solo kill on the Phoenix whenever he got the Terrorblade Dark Portrait. It was, I know, John, you were like 150%. How is that balanced?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous in the right hands. I feel like Impact's kind of fallen off. Like initially when we were seeing that a lot more, especially on Chinese teams, I think it just looked absolutely broken. Now it feels like it's been held back a bit. It's not as big, but it's still really helpful. Just not quite as much impact there for GXR last time around. Still keeping it safe. I think the Grimstroke ban was more to prevent double Doom, which is just super good for Boom to have on hand. And they managed to take that Spectre now as well. So there's that win condition for In Your Dream. And we've seen a lot of In Your Dream Spectres across our time here, Mike.
I mean, we've seen a lot, and I gotta say, I'm surprised that Boom Esports kind of let that through, because In Your Dream, this seems to be one of his more favored kind of position ones to run. In fact, I think every time we've casted In Your Dream in this qualifier, if he's had the opportunity, he will take the Spectre, along with a bunch of other teams, of course, because the hero just looks completely busted again. Yeah, it seems like a pretty strong pick. I guess into the Doom Phoenix, you know, you've got some nice ways of kind of dealing with the Spectre, but it is still a pretty big problem, I'd say. You go for the Ench. Fair enough. That's not really revealing too much on the side of Boom. Just a nice kind of support to have.
So it's a support duo that it does not have stuns, and I've been quite skeptical of that, especially if you want to pick up a Spirit Hero for Alacrity. Sure, it becomes a Doom target, but at the same time, you're going to be able to abuse these supports.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it just gets really tricky without having that lockdown on hand. I suppose you could argue Doom can at least have a nice Centaur stomp, and the Enchantress could do that as well. But it's just not reliable enough, and that could be something Alacrity looks to abuse now. Probably just going to look for their next support here, though. Probably just looking for Joachim Paulson's here next, just to keep it safe. Pocket that pick in the end. They've got last pick overall in GXR, so I think they have that flexibility. It just gives opportunities for Boom to kind of ban them out in the next phase, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they had the Undying in game number 1 as their heal strat to pair up with Wyvern, and the whole time we were like, what about a Wyvern? I feel like a Wyvern would be better. Case in point, they go for it, although there is a fair amount of magic and pure damage on Boom to penetrate the Cold Embrace, but still, it's always a good combo.
Yeah, this seems rather problematic for Boom. I mean, you pointed out there's no stuns earlier. It seems like they don't really have the catch for this Wyvern. You can argue the Doom can do that job, but you know, he probably wants to catch somebody else, like the Spectre or the Darkseid with the Doom, or even the Lion. This Wyvern, it made it all the way here, and we've seen how powerful it is. Boom must be very confident to leave this. I mean, it's such a silly position 5 to have. It's just too much impact. Like, Cold Embrace is great, but Winter's Curse on top of it, it's just so stupid, really. This Winter Wyvern hero. It's a bit too much. What do you think, John? Do they have a way of dealing with this? Like, what do you think they're doing here?
I think they might just be considering that they can at least doom the Winter Wyvern in the back. That does require you to actually jump into the backline and find her, which is easier said than done. Boom do go into this Bristleback, though. That could be a Mikado here. It could be a Dreamwhistle here. It's a bit more open, and I think that'll help them in at least expending some of those bans from Galaxy Racer. I think the last time we saw Boom do this, it was Mikado, I think, but they have done Dreamwhistle a couple of times, so it's fairly open. It kind of fits their playstyle. We have not seen as much Bristleback in recent times, so there was a time where it was instantly picked every time, and that was when Tiny Mid was a big thing. You just put Bristleback mid, he completely shut down the lane. Not as in vogue now, especially with the Vanguard nerfs, so we're going to have to see how much they can pull out from there, but it does give them a bit of a quick pace to play with. 20-25 minute mark and be really nice for the Bristleback, and your Spectre at that point should still be looking to farm up at the least.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, it's more physical damage into this Wyvern Cold Embrace, and I feel like Galaxy Racer are probably eyeballing a Lesh. Oh, never mind, Lesh was first phase banned, but Death Prophet is still available, so anything that can also take advantage of Cold Embrace in the mid game Exorcism with the Cold Embrace is nice, and now you're asking for so much magic damage out of Boom's last pick to be able to kill a Spectre reliably, I feel.
I would agree with that. I'm not sure what they really want to get in that mid lane to really counter this out. I kind of like John's point. He did say they're trying to outpace the side of GXR, so they might just try to finish the game a lot faster. And thinking back, we have seen drafts like this from Boom where they put FBZ on something like the Doom, and Dreamer Soul will play a bit of a softer carry like the Bristleback that doesn't require so much, and they might give Makoto a bit more of a farm heavy core. But I was gonna say, I mean, even though the TA didn't look amazing, maybe they could go down that route, but that's banned out by themselves now. What do they want here in that mid lane?
I'm
Still have
left field, but Puck could be one. I feel like a Kunkka could be a possibility just to tank up.
But it's so much
Right.
physical. You keep telling me physical damage. I want magic damage. I would love to see it though.
But it is something Boom does. It is something Boom does though. Like they go with these weird drafts, they go all tanky, then they close it out with Kunkka. Like they do that a couple of times. Probably not the best game for it because of Winter Wyvern, but it's a possibility. I think we can't really discount it.
Oh.
Okay, there's that magic damage.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm satisfied to an extent. No way you could slot in a save on Galaxy Racer now, as they're looking for the mid laner that will probably have to deal with the Bat Rider. So let's see what Alacrity might have up his sleeve for this one. Oh, they actually banned out the Puck themselves, so that's not a possibility.
Could go for the mid Viper, right? Like you need the break's not going to hurt either against the Bristleback. I mean, what else works against Bat Rider? It's just one of those heroes that you don't really beat in the mid lane. It just kind of wins out most of the time. No, never mind. They go for the laner route. Fair enough. So I guess it's one hero that can deal with it.
It can deal with the Bat Rider, it can deal with the Phoenix Supernova, it can deal with Untouchable on Enchantress. That seems like a pretty ideal last pick for Galaxy Racer.
Just ties in that draft quite nicely. They have some good timings to play with. There's some pretty good setup with VAC LSA. LSA to follow up with Winter's Curse. They've got a lot of ways to kind of play quick here for GXR despite having that Spectre. For Boom,
oh, it's
they've got a bit of a
on the
quicker
Doom.
pace. Oh, okay, so they actually do go with a mid-Doom to counteract healing. I guess that can work out. FBZ and the Bat Rider we've also seen a lot, but Mikoto Doom is a bit more of a rarity, so we'll have to see how exactly he itemizes. I think you still want that activity to come out from the Doom, and you want to be showing on the map, running the Spectre down when you can, and really shutting down that jungle. If In Your Dream gets a free time to farm, he is going to scale really nicely into that late game.
I'm curious if Galaxy Racer might consider trying to tri-lane the Spectre and let Darkseer just deal with Bat Rider by himself, because now that the lane might be like Spectre Lion against Bat Rider, you're not going to have a very good time as the spec, so may try to do some musical lane shuffling, but either way, it still seems kind of favored for Galaxy Racer, but every single time, I think Doom, I think he is the late game of late games, especially against the Spectre. Once he gets the Aghanims, once he gets the Blessing, maybe even the break against the Spectre is going to be so invaluable.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree. I think it's going to be a bit problematic for this Spectre. I have trouble doubting the In Your Dream Spectre. I've seen it enough now to know how good he is on this hero, but I would agree with you. I think Boom may have come out with a better draft here going into this game number 3, but it's anyone's game sooner. Very exciting one to watch.
That's right, it comes down to stamina. It's 3 games, 2 50-minute plus games for 1 and 2. It's not about which heroes you picked, it's about how much brain power you have, because you're going to have to play another series after this. After our upper division of TNC FNATIC, it's going to be the winner of this versus Execration, and I can't wait to see who it is. Game number 3, MLP and John X Fire, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. We are into game number 3. John, game number 1, game number 2, it's been a real ride. Very close series between these two. I guess we never really got to hear your thoughts at the end, but who did you think came out with the better draft?
Honestly, I feel like Boom's lineup actually fits their playstyle a lot more. This is much more aggressive, this is much quicker. This is the kind of playstyle we expect from Boom, running around, looking for fights early, having a core that doesn't care to farm too much on Dreamo Cell, and just taking those early fights, although they catch FBZ.
Yeah, good luck, have fun indeed. FBZ, he gets caught with his pants down, and it looks like he is going to be the first blood. Jokam the one to pick it up as he was a bit of a running man up the hill and the bounty runes in that dire triangle. But a great start here for GXR.
Yeah, that just sets up really nice. Extra gold on your line, easier time to start up, extra regen on hand. They've got really good spots to drop wards now. Really nice aggressive forward ward to watch the triangle, so they can watch the stacks that a Batrider would love, that a Bristleback would love, and they can contest it easier. This is really good showing from GXR. We were lacking some of that jungle evasion earlier on, so they can prevent the flash farm. It's just going to be down to can they use that information. They're going to have to be disciplined enough to get those timely rotations out. They even have this early sentry ward blocking that small camp. So it's going to be a bit of a rough time right outside the opposing sentry for D ward. So it's going to be less advantageous for Mikado, especially as he will rely on some of those camps for some nice small creep skills early on.
100%. Definitely a nice little start here from GXR. Just the little plays that make the laning stage so much easier. We should just talk about that mid lane while we're there. Of course, Makoto and Alacrity going to be against each other on the Lina and the Doom. You think Alacrity will have that big of an advantage here? Like, it seems like the Doom, just as a hero right now, is going to be able to secure a farm no matter what you do to it. Alacrity, do you think he can harass him out and slow him down a little bit?
Not too much. I don't think it's going to hurt Mikado all too much, especially once he gets this bottle up. He has decent regen. He has decent armor now as well. Whereas before, when you had like 2-1 armor, it used to be a meme. They're chasing down Mordo. Kezcute's under a bit of pressure here.
Oh, it's Jokam currently being chased down by some creeps. And does also need to back off as Kezcute. He's going to be alright. Just runs his way out. One thing we didn't really talk about either while we're here at this top lane. We were talking at the panel, we were kind of discussing how this Darkseid does tend to like those kind of melee cores that are, or other melee supports that are happy to walk up with that Iron Shell. GXR, not so much. They went for the Lion Pos 4. You think that was the right choice here, John?
You lose potency in that Darkseer lane, but you get a lot more reliability down line. It's a good stun, it's good burst damage. I think they're probably not going to emphasize the early rundown anyway. Imagine if they had a Clockwork running into Bristleback. Doesn't sound like a good idea.
Absolutely not. So in that last lane, the bot lane, Hyde, as you can see, stacking some Ancients for the team. He'll be there with FBZ, and you've got In Your Dream and Paulson against them. Does seem like In Your Dream might have a very tough time in this laning stage on the Spectre, but at the very least for now, he is 7-1 in terms of CS, so having a decent enough time as top lane. A bit of a chase going on here against Kezcute. Earth Spike up in a second, but Mizu body blocked there for a second as well, but it won't matter, they still landed. But Kezcute, he does run a bit too fast. They won't be able to finish off the kill, but it seems like Jokam will at least be able to cancel the salve. However, now with the Hellbear Smasher, they won't land the slam. Still, Jokam going to be very cautious. Kezcute trying to play games, but the Earth Spike is there. The battle of the supports across the map as they run through the river. I think Jokam's going to be all right. They don't have an enchant to slow him down, and well, Kezcute, he's going to keep chasing. He wants to make him run all the way back to the fountain, it seems. Get the bounty for his trouble.
That's a lot of time where Mizu and Jokam aren't around lane. Like, that's just a free lane for Dreamcell. 18 to 13 in terms of CS. Not the usual activity you expect from a Darkseer. I'm not sure why GXR is looking to pressure that much. As mentioned, they don't have that melee support to help the Darkseer with the Iron Shell. No Clockwork, no Tusk, no Boots on the line. I mean, he does have Boots, but he's still relatively slow. So just strange decisions. Maybe they just feel like they can't really deal with a Bristleback early on, but this kind of early farm will lead Dreamcell to pick up a very fast Vanguard here.
Certainly. That kind of combination with the enchant and the nasal glue that really just slows down anyone you commit the enchant on. So trying to get a little bit more aggressive against Mizu and Jokam as Kezcute just continues to make so much space in this lane. Mizu, he wanted to go for the creep wave pool, but only ends up getting the range creep. That's going to allow Dreamcell to keep going with this free farm at the top lane as the river. Ollison and Hyde going at it now. Both support duos just really going to war this game. Paulson taking a substantial amount of damage. I don't believe he'll be dead, but he'll certainly need to regen up. Does have a salve available, but he may want to just save that for In Your Dream later on. No, he will pop it in the end. Well,
He needs.
oh, never mind. Go on, John.
He just needs to maintain that laning presence. Like, he just wants to be there to be able to soak up as well. You don't really want to lag behind in EXP as a Winter Wyvern. Even as a 5, you want fast level 6 to come true. They've been keeping good track of the stacks because of that ward. So I think that's going to line up nicely with his Blade Mail timing from IWD. He's just blind rushing it. No boots, no nothing else, no nonsense. Just straight Blade Mail. And once that's up, I think they should look to eye those stacks, or at least interrupt the stacks once FBZ makes his way up there. Prevent the flash farm from coming true for Batrider, and his game just suddenly feels really awkward when he doesn't hit those Boots of Travel's timing.
No, absolutely. Mizu now going to take some stacks for himself, in fact, into the Dire jungle. Of course, with the Darks here, Iron Chill makes it very, very easy to get this done. And you know there's going to be stacks with a Batrider around and a Bristleback on the other side. Definitely plenty of gold to be kind of stolen away here by GXR as bot lane FBZ. You saw the Firefly being popped, but it doesn't amount to much. Meanwhile, Kesku once again just running across the map, being a very annoying Enchantress, and now Alacrity's chasing him down. Tornado out. Run the wrong way, he'll TP out Kesku, he's gonna be fine. You gotta love the fact that he's just kind of forcing everyone to chase him down.
It really frees up that mid. Mikado is not under any pressure. He's still farming up. Nothing stopping him from just devouring everything he can. He also takes the power rune, which is pretty painful for Alacrity, as he'd want something like a haste to start rotating with his level 6 up. And that just gives opportunities for Mikado to dip into that jungle again. We've got a ward on the triangle to watch out here from Boom. They're just really making use of all this information quite well, and it's getting a bit awkward for GXR. They do spot these stacks being taken out, so Jokam is up there.
Jokam, he's soaking a lot of XP out of this, so he's not really getting much gold out of it, but he takes a lot of XP away. You gotta love the timing there for Jokam. There's now a nice hex to cancel the Icarus dive, and Alacrity, he'll happily take the life of Hyde on the Phoenix. Be the second kill already for GXR, and the first for Alacrity. Now Lion, Jokam already doing some great work.
He's just making this movement on the map pay off for itself. They're at the point where they kind of realize they could leave Mizu alone, level 5 in the Darks here. You can just play with the Iron Shell. I still worry about the space Dreamwhistle has, but In Your Dream.
Easy. Trying to go on to In Your Dream, but now he's going to be surrounded. Hyde does TP down to try and help out, and now they get the lasso off. It should be enough damage, and it will be. They take him down. FBZ, he'll run out of there. It's now Jokam. He's burning alive. He needs to get out, but he cannot. Hyde will swoop over and take the kill. Nice rotations in from Boom. It was a bit of a slower start in terms of kills, but they get 2 on the board for themselves, and they'll take a 1k net worth lead.
Right, I'm starting to worry a bit for GXR in this early game. They had the 2-kill start, but think about the core versus core lanes. The Pause 1 lanes, Spectre's been struggling a bit. It's a Batrider lane, it's not easy. Dreamwhistle has had an AFK lane. He has Vanguard at 7 minutes in. He's building into his Hood of Defiance next. There's nothing stopping him. He's level 8 from this solo lane. This Bristleback will be a massive issue once he's done farming, and that's going to be relatively soon. We talked about Boom's timings being a bit earlier for this kind of Pause 1. They're not really being held back from hitting those timings, and GXR, well, they're going to have to stall out longer for that spec, stall out longer for the Darkseer to hit his level 10. It's when you're really comfy with starting to run around with a wall.
Playing around here with GXR, he's actually just standing his ground. In fact, Paulison, he dives in, he takes the kill. He is going to give his own life away to In Your Dream, so you got to kind of question how worthwhile that was. That was a very kind of manly play out from Hyde. I guess he got the kill first.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much. I think you're taking the Spectre away from lane. He's not farming up, having to play in those camps. Blade Mail's up, though, for In Your Dream. And the chipped vest, can you imagine, on a Spectre. That's an absolutely perfect neutral. I think it just speeds up the farm a bit more, but again, you're not dealing with laning creep, so the gold rate is a bit slower, the EXP rate is a bit slower there as well, and because you got that kill first as a Phoenix, you hit your level 5. So by the time the tome comes out, you will have Supernova available if you want to pick up the tome, and that's the point where you could start looking for more combos. Lasso into Egg on a big target could be one, or just threatening some area denial with the Egg is already going to be pretty big here for Boom.
they say, John. You buy enough Battle Pass levels and you'll get what you want in the game. And in your dream, clearly, putting his money where his mouth is. Very, very nice opening neutral ida for him. To bot lane, gonna try and take over that bottom lane, but he's gonna be very cautious as FBZ, he's looking for a lasso. Might be able to find one, the surge was there. We've seen Mizu on this Darkseid before, and generally speaking, he wants to probably rush an Aghanim Scepter. At least the last time he did. He hasn't queued one up yet, so we'll see if that's going to be the case. Do you think the Ags would be the right itemization here, or would you rather see something like the Guardian Greaves rush on this Darkseid?
I'd say the Greaves are probably better. Heck, even maybe... No. Pipe doesn't sound too amazing, but Guardian Greaves might be better off. Like, the Ags is really slow. At least with Guardian Greaves, you're going to have a mech on hand, so you can show up in these fights, sustain your team a little bit more, help the cause out earlier. Because Ags is just so slow. Like, you're going to sit in lane, you're going to AFK farm, whereas the rest of Boom might just be forcing the issue. Speaking of, Boom is already smoked up from mid. Mikado's still got that Doom ready to go, and they're almost at the egg, but not quite there. We'll see if they can find a target here.
Will hide. Mikoto gonna run into Joe Cam and Alacrity, and they'll get the Yules out. Alacrity, hold down Hyde. Should have enough damage to just burst him down. In fact, on the side though, they've got the lasso. Doom out. They've caught Mizu, a much healthier and rather valuable target as they do take him down. And now Alacrity, he's gonna try and run. Can he get himself out? He barely does as Joe Cam. He will not be so lucky. He gets something for their trouble though. 2-for-1 trade. More favorable to the side of Boom Esports.
I wouldn't say that. It's a 1-for-1 because of the deny. Like, Mizu got denied from Alacrity. You didn't get that core kill.
Oh, he did
Committed
too.
Lasso and Doom. You didn't really gain as much as you'd want. Yeah, you're slowing down the Darkseer's farm. You're not gaining gold yourself. And that's the hurting point here for Boom. However, I say that. It's 4-4. It's a 6k lead for Boom. So it doesn't feel like it matters all too much in the wider scope of things. So we're still having a great time with Dream Assault's farm. Uncontested, just completely uncontested. He takes a top tier 1 by himself. At what point does GXR feel like the Bristleback will be a problem? Because, let me tell you, Mike, Vanguard up, Hood of Defiance up, Eternal Shroud almost up. This is a scary Bristleback once he shows up in the middle of a fight.
And he queues up that Aghanim Scepter. That's when things get very silly with the Nasal Coup. River, they've caught FBZ. Winter's Curse expended. Light Strike Rays there. Alacrity pops the Laguna, but FBZ, he will survive. He'll make a run. Haunt out with the Spectral Dagger, but FBZ, he barely goes down. Just barely. In your dream, his job is done now. Back to farming. They do chase for more. Joe Cam, nice stun out. The fingers there on Hyde, but he might make it out himself. Hex, Joe Cam, how much more damage can you pump out? Hyde, one more hit. No, he's forced the egg up. Joe Cam, he'll man up, he'll try for this. Can you get 6 hits in Joe Cam? I don't think you can, sir. It will explode. And Hyde now looking for that sweet revenge, but the TP play Joe Cam, he doesn't really get up, but he does. Oh, how do you just do that, Joe Cam? How do you get away with murder like that?
It's back to that point Tsunami brought up, right? There are no stunts here from Boom. Their supports just don't have inherent stuns. They have to rely on Hoof Stomp from the Centaur Creep for both Mikato and the Enchantress to get control. So it's hurting them. There's been a lot of TPs out, and it just doesn't feel great for Boom. But I don't think they mind too much. They've still got 5k ahead of GXR. They're grouping around bot. Paulson's not safe here.
No, he's certainly not, John. No Winter's Curse up either, so he can't really use it defensively, and Dreamer Cell is going to get himself a free kill, it looks like, as nobody's coming down to help him out. They've accepted that Paulson is going to die, and that he will. Still, they are trying to pressure the mid lane. I say that, Alacrity, he's been the one to be doomed up, but he does make his way out. FBZ, unable to connect the lasso, so instead, they'll go after Mizu, wall down, but there's your lasso out. He's got the darks here. Do they have the damage, though? A vacuum back into the wall, surge up in 1 second. FBZ still trying. He has the flame break. It should be enough with all those sticky napalms, but no, he doesn't make it back. Will die just before the TP finishes. Very least, Doom expended, Alacrity runs out of there. So you didn't have the worst case scenario for GXR, but it was still pretty bad.
It's not ideal there for GXR. You're protecting your Spectre in the sense that all of these fights break out while IYDs elsewhere. So they're still building up in their win conditions, just not fast enough. They're going for that mid push. Their push isn't the quickest from Boom, but they're tanky enough that eventually this tower ought to fall, and once it does, the map opens up a lot more. You've got Egg back up on Boom. They can look to still deny the area away from GXR if they want to play that way. They have to watch the Winter's Curse in about half a minute, so they can't quite overextend. You're seeing the effect of Dreamosel just showing in lane.
Light Striker Ray, they'll lock him down, but he takes no damage.
No damage.
No damage whatsoever. Off he goes, Dreamer's Soul. 15 minutes in, he's the unkillable unit. Aghanim Scepter now being worked on. He'll probably have that within a few minutes if this farming pace keeps up, and with that ancient stack he's about to take, I imagine it will, but there is going to be a big smoke up. Down at the bot lane, GXR, they need something. Saw Makoto for a second and Jokam, he gets surged up, he needs to get the initiation and does. Haunt in, there's no help for Makoto, this should be a nice free kill and they'll get it. Nice setup from GXR.
They're playing around that haunt opportunity quite nicely. They have the finger, they look for the kill, and then immediately you go back to farming here for In Your Dream. So it's just a rinse and repeat around those two cooldowns on the side of GXR and kind of trying to stave off the aggression from Boom. Boom, that's what happens when they kind of pull off from their big clump up. If they're not together, the haunt will pick them off one by one, and with their playstyle right now, it's like they clump around mid, they expend Doom, they pull back, individually farm. GXR kind of reads that well. But Boom, knowing Haunts down, knowing Fingers down, they are smoked up around here. Lasso's back up too.
Got the Blink Dagger as well, Alacrity, he's going to be the one that's targeted, and they drop the egg immediately, but the Winter's Curse there, Paulison, he may have saved the day, Alacrity, Light Strike Rain, he's going to make a run for it, they committed everything for that, but they will get nothing. Paulison, he even gets an Invis rune. Would you believe the man's luck, John? He's fine, they don't have the detection.
It's too far out. Really well played from Paulson. He did lose his courier, but his Holy Locket, so that's going to be stalled out for a minute and a half, but not the biggest deal in the world. Still, that opens up the mid push, and Dream Assault just face tanking this.
And he is, but they've got Alacrity back in this mid lane, so they can try to defend. Tower's down, maybe they can try for the fight, but Dream Assault's not going to be the target you can go on first. He's just way too tanky, way too farmed right now. In fact, Dream Assault, he's going to walk into your house and start taking your creeps away. Fortunately for GXR, there's nothing they can do about it.
Just held back from the triangle, lots of wards now from Boom to watch that area. And the one saving grace right now for GXR is that ever since Boom hit this 6 to 7k lead, they haven't really expanded it. It's just been floating around 6k, so they're not widening the lead, which is kind of good news for the opposing team. Ideally, you wouldn't have no lead at all. But maintaining it means that you're still finding farm at the same pace as Boom is. So they're not lacking efficiency on farm on the map from GXR. What they lack is time. They've managed to get this blink up on Jokam. Patience is sort of paying off. They've got that instant blink hex initiation, and they can look to reveal that.
Been baited in, Mizu surged away, and now Alacrity does join in, and they catch out the Bat Rider. Z got a little bit greedy there, trying to chase him down. He had the blink off cooldown in the last second, but it's not enough time as now Dreamer's Cell top lane, trying to go after Jokam. The Jokams realize you could just TP out, and Dreamer's Cell's going to lose his courier. There's nothing even on the courier, I'm not sure what it was doing.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe he picked up that point booster, I think. Just had it delivered from the shop, and just didn't micro it well. So, you lose something there. Losing FTZ is a bit bigger. He's the one core on Boom that hasn't really been able to farm as much. He's lagging behind on In Your Dream, lagging behind on Alacrity. The rest of Boom's cores, Dream Assault and Mikado, are up on the top two. So your Bat Rider is kind of taking the back seat for this, and that could hurt. You want that Force Staff to be up, ideally even a BKB on FTZ so you can really dictate some of these engagements, but that's going to be a bit further off. Still, Boom, with that movement out, you start the Roshan. Once you build up those Nasal Goo stacks, it's not going to take too long for the Roshan to start falling. They've got Egg to back them up here as well in case a fight comes out from GXR.
They do. Boom trying to just kind of guard that Roshan pit. Not allow the exits from that Radiant Triangle as Dreamer Cell. He's still getting to work. The Roshan, less than half HP. They'll try to get started on FBZ. Laguna out, Finger out. They get down, FBZ is now Dreamer Cell. He'll have to back off, but what a great Winter's Curse. He holds all three down and they will burst down Kezgu to boot. Onto the Roshan now, in your dream. It's a gift shot. It's Christmas for in your dream. They even can't hide now. The Phoenix in trouble. They'll haunt him. They'll take another. Oh, boom. They have blundered the Roshan. And in your dream, he will take his gift and go home.
Oh man, that is painful for Boom. Like, they had a 6k lead, it's down to 2k. It crashes in the middle of that. They've got a safety net now. Their Spectre in your dream starting to hit some pretty big spikes here. FBZ starting to lag behind the farm. They need to kind of clean up that initiation. Like, they shouldn't have been caught out like that. They needed to be able to get the egg off. They never found the Doom opportunity from Mikado because he rushed to BKB. Blink's not quite up. Their item timings weren't lined up for the Roche. And GXR just manages to get some really good punishment. Now they've got this Manta on in your dream, more stats up, steady ride into the Scotty next. The Spectre is going to hit that stride by the 25 to 30 minute mark. And Boom, for most of this game, has been satisfied with just solo farming on Dreamocell, right? Like, he's almost got the Aghanims up, about 200 gold off. They have to make something happen. Like, that's the point where, alright, enough's enough. We had that early Eternal Shroud, early Vanguard, but they didn't really run forward with a Bristle. They can't afford to do that any longer. They've got to take some of these tier 2 towers. They've got to start shutting the map down. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit similar to how Game 2 was. It was Terrorblade versus Lifestealer, and yeah, Lifestealer could do a couple of things, but that's still a Terrorblade. In this case, that's a Spectre you're wanting to push into the late game to it. Not quite an easy hero to deal with in the late game.
It's a bit of a smoke up here from Boom Esports, but there's not really a target they can go after. Or at least be able to scout out a bounty rune, but they'll just take it and back off again. On the bright side, they are just still ahead in terms of net worth, but it's so negligible though. Just 1k now for Boom and GXR, while they are still behind. Slowly but surely, this Spectre is coming out online, and in your dream, he's going to start working towards that Eye of Skadi now. And I think that's when things start to get a little bit more problematic for Boom Esports. There's now GXR are the ones to smoke up. 4 heroes, they'll make the rotation. Haunt is not available though, it'll be up in about 23 seconds. So they're going to be fighting without it, and it's going to be a very nice scan out as well from Boom Esports. They know the smoke's coming. Just retreat immediately. GXR, I doubt they'll be able to find a kill. They'll get some wards down though while they're there. But Boom, just go back and reset. Just wait for another day to start another team fight. I'd say that day should be pretty darn soon, considering you have the Ags up on Dreamer. So in fact, it is right now. Collison is going to be jump at Joe Cam. A nice Earth Spike in your dream, looking for a way in. He has the Aegis, he has the Haunt. And you don't really want to start on Dreamer Cell if you can avoid it. You'd much rather the other targets of the team.
It's a bit awkward right now.
Oh wait, Dreamersaur's by himself now. They're gonna make the jump in. They'll drop the wall, they'll drop the Light Strike Ray, they'll drop everything. He's got the Sun Ray, but they've got a lot of damage now. And as your Winter's Curse out, they'll lock down the Doom. But Dreamersaur's still alive with the Light Strike Ray to follow up. They'll drop the Egg now, but it's just not gonna be enough. Dreamersaur, he's still trying to walk away. Is it gonna be enough though? The Spectre, the chase down, the Egg, it saves the day. Light Strike Array is gonna be there. Alacrity trying to survive. He does drop. Collison, he's gonna go down, and Dreamersaur, I thought he was guaranteed to die, but this man just won't die. He refuses to die as they go after Mizu. He will TP up. Oh, it felt perfect, John. It felt like they'd have enough. And with this curse, it may have actually saved Dreamersaur. It just bought those extra couple seconds for the Egg to come in.
Definitely, it was a big factor in where Dreamersaur lived. I have to question why you jump a Bristle like that, though. You surely know, without a source of break as of yet, and without insane burst damage coming true, with a Shroud and with a Vanguard, he's just blocking a lot of it. He does not care. You saw how little he ticked down. The only time he really started to tick down was from Laguna being expended from the front, or from the side, but everything else was coming through his back, and he just did not die. And with the Ags up, you're soaking a lot of Mazel Goo in the spam, you're getting a lot of minus armor, you eventually lose out that sustained trade. They're just a bit keen on GXR, and all of a sudden the 4K lead is back to Boom's way. They take a tier 2 tower, they take the outpost as well, denying some XP per minute away from GXR, and they've just got a lot better control on the map. So a great turnaround play from Boom. A bit awkward for GXR. They can still kind of take this slow, but they have to think twice about who they jump first and who they use that Winter's Curse on. Because if they actually casted it onto Bristle, maybe they could have gotten some additional damage from the rest of the team to actually clean it up. But just an unfortunate set of circumstances coming through there for the Radiant side.
Boom, grouping up, they'll go for a smoke. They know how strong they are right now. You can't kill Dreamer Soul by himself. What chance do you have with this whole team behind him? Move in. They've got to know GXR. They've got to be in the triangle somewhere. They go to the low ground for a second. Eventually will make his way back up as Dreamer Soul now. Smoke broken, knows they're around. We'll find Mizu. FBZ links in, but not quite fast enough as Mizu springs right back out. Gonna be another smoke rotation that doesn't really amount to anything for Boom. It's still a bit of a cat and mouse game here between Boom Esports and GXR, as clearly the GXR, they're not ready yet. They need quite a bit more on this Spectre to really feel like a powerhouse. Maybe once you've got that Eye of Skadi, you might feel ready enough. That's a while away.
They just need time to cook up. I think for Boom's part, this is also kind of helpful for them. They're gonna get some pretty big item spikes soon. BKB for FBZ, as we mentioned, is going to be done, I think, by the time it lines up with a Scotty. So your Batrider can just take the front line, back up the Bristleback a lot better. For Dreamocell, he's finishing up an SNY, additional stat resist when stats fully assembled. A lot more mobility,
Makoto.
some decent right
Makoto's in. Boom, Alacrity. He's a very, very fast laner, and in your dream, he's gonna haunt in. Makoto forced to back off after the Doom. The BKB gonna wear out. Now Jokam, he's trying to go after FDZ. He might have to just accept his own death though. But they save Alacrity on the laner. And that's gonna be Doom expended.
Pretty big spell to use out. They even managed to also bait out GXR's Wall of Replica and Haunt. So I'm not really sure who wins out there. Like, that's one spell for 2-3 spells. And it feels a little bit better for Boom because they still have Lasso, they still have Egg. So they're not out of options to fight just yet. Just for GXR, they're going to have to completely rely on this Winter's Curse now, coming through from Paulson. And it can be a bit awkward again. It's very hard to make the choice as to who Winter's Curse, because if you Winter's Curse Bristleback, you don't guarantee the kill. If you Winter's Curse someone else, Bristleback's damage is really reliant on the quills. Even with max Warpath stacks, it will fade because he's not spamming spells during the curse. So it's not the ideal be-all and all team fight coming through from GXR without the VAC wall, especially. You're going to have to be a bit patient before re-engaging. And without the Haunt, you don't have easy access for In Your Dream to get his damage off. So I think Boom is feeling a lot better about that. And again, they're stalling out quite nicely for this BKB on FBZ. He's almost there, just about 1k gold off. And once that's up and running, I think we should really start to expect more from the Batrider here.
FBZ so darn close. Just about 800, 900 gold off that BKB now. Let's pause. Not gonna really last too long as Dreamer Soul just needs a reconnection. You see the side of GXR, they've kind of been looping around through this mid lane, just through their own Radiant jungle, but you know they're just not confident enough to start the fight yet. They're not at that stage. They're just trying to avoid the side of Boom, not make it obvious where they're located at the moment. So much on the line now for both teams. One of these teams will proceed and the other will have to leave the qualifiers. A bloody Mikoto. Neutral item on the ground. Is he baiting with that? He's left it there. Makoto's going to go in now. Mizu targeted. Lasso is out. FBZ does catch him. Meanwhile, Hyde does drop across the map, but they do get Mizu. Missile. No cap. Got the invisibility cloak on top. It'll catch him eventually. 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good for Boom. Where are those neutrals now? There you go. One of them's equipped now, alright. The Enchanted Quiver's still missing, but I suppose a Quiver's not too big of a deal to give out. And finally have the BKB. So no lasso just yet to reveal that BKB with, but you got at least a nice support kill and a nice off-lane kill. Take tier 2. Only one outer tower left for GXR off the back of that fight. And boom, they maintain that 8k lead. You can start to look to close out the map. Once they take this last outer tower, it's going to be super difficult for GXR to split push, super hard to find that farm for In Your Dream. And he still needs time. Like, he's gotten enough to buy out the Scotty, but you don't stop at the Scotty if you're a Spectre.
That Enchanted Quiver, by the way, is to the left of the Dire Outpost, just casually sitting there in the fog. Alacrity did not see it. Just sitting there. There you go.
Are scanning.
Neutral items are
alright.
not necessary here, John. No need.
Man, that brings me pain. I remember some teams leaving their Philosopher's Stone on the ground. That is double pain.
Don't do that.
At least it's
Don't
not
do
a
that.
Philosopher's Stone.
With the-
Enchanted Quiver, it's like, yeah, whatever, it's okay.
With the way these games have been going in SCA, like, how many tier 5 item games have we had? These players, they probably just like, what, tier 3 items? What's this garbage? I'll wait for the tier 5 ones. Your Dream, Roshan started. Dream itself, he's going to go ahead and scout that out. Couldn't believe his eyes for a second as he goes back in onto the Spectre. FBZ, just a split second too late for the lasso. But now they can go back for the Roshan. In fact, In Your Dream's illusion, even helping them out now. Still hitting the Roshan, In Your Dream. It'll expire anyway. They just smoke
Smoke?
up. And they want the fight. Still the stronger team at the moment. This 3rd-minute mark. Gotta get up to that high ground though. Dreamer Cell just being very cautious. The XR, they're not gonna play here with Boom. They're gonna back off again. BKB popped. Oh, they found Joe Cam. Joe Cam with that Shadow Amulet. He's gonna get caught out on the Lion. He'll throw the finger out before he does die, but he's gone for 40. No buyback on that Lion. Now Boom, they could go for the Roshan of Dreamer Cell. He's been stuck on the cliff. He's on the cliff, John. They'll force him down though. He's alright.
Alright. That is terrifying for him. A really nice back, but that's going to start the Rosh. No Lion means no Hex, no Finger Up as well, no Earth Spike. A lot of the controls now just solely on that LSA and the Winter's Curse. They're going to have to get the perfect one, but this Rosh is not going to last long with all that Mind's Armor.
You afford to leave it though. This is the second Roshan. They're going to get a shards out of this as well. Boom Esports, they would love this. Roshan, very low. Dreamer's not finishing yet as Paulison. He jumps in. He's quite early, but he's got 3 in the Winter's Curses. Now Alacrity trying to get in there with the Light Strike Array, but it's not going to be enough yet. In Your Dream playing around, they'll go after Lena. Alacrity falling quite low and does end up dropping. No buyback on the Lena either. The Boom now, certainly go for this Roshan. You've still got the Haunt up on In Your Dream. He can try for the still as Jokam does jump in, and there's your Haunt down. They go on for the Phoenix, but the egg is there. The egg's there in time. Maybe they can get it off, but no. They burst it down. Still Mizu in big trouble with the Cold Embrace. Gonna buy time. He's In Your Dream. He's gone for the Roshan. He takes the Aegis. He snatches it away, and he'll just make a run now. The rest of his team is just dead around him, but who the hell cares when you've got the secondary life? But can you survive long enough to make it worthwhile as Dream himself? He just keeps spitting at him. In Your Dream, how do you find a way out? Paulison, he has no curse, but he does have the Cold Embrace. They also have the cheese, but there's your lasso out. Back to the high ground for you, sir. Manta, In Your Dream, he's still on the run, but can they actually not kill him? Makoto jumps in. It's still not enough. The Aegis will survive. And so will In Your Dream. As Boom Esports, they will retreat.
Oh my god. That is a pretty big win. I say win, they lost a couple of heroes there. They were forced to buy back, so it's not very clear cut, but they deny away a win condition from Boom. Without the Aegis, high ground's just that much riskier. They don't have the free Ag Shard to get the Hairball on Dreamocell or any other upgrade they'd look for. And they don't have that safety net anymore, so GXR buy themselves more time to stall this game out. In Your Dream's trying to save up for the Basher. They've got an opportunity to look for a back wall play. They've got Winter's Curse back up if they want to counter fight here. Boom. They still hold on to the Doom here, though. Mikado still has that ready to go. Despite not having Lasso up yet, Boom's also not quite out of the running in terms of taking an engagement at this point. So still some opportunities left here. Looks like it might just be back to the farming game as the Abyssal's finished up by Dreamocell. So he's got some solid lockdown coming through, and once you max out your Warpath, you do have some decent attack speed on hand. You can get some really good right clicks off for Dreamocell. So he's hitting his spikes now as this Bristleback. He's going for that overwhelming blink as well. We'll have to see if that's going to be impactful once it's farmed up, but that's still a ways off for Bristleback here.
I'm sure to be rather overwhelming for the side of GXR, John. Macrady, mid lane. It was a terrible one, I'm sorry. Hollison, going to show up in the mid lane. After Kesku, but they've got the lasso on that Winter Wyvern, and even the egg going to be dropped. Alacrity not safe either as they bash him up and they'll burst him down. In your dream, he's right out of there. No wasting time. Back home for you, sir. Boom Esports, they have an opportunity to go high ground and try to force buybacks. You can't underestimate the Spectre though. He's hitting quite hard, and Dreamocell's quite low. Matter of fact, a nice back from Mizu. In your dream, still going. They dash him up. It's gonna be enough. Not quite, but they do force Boom back. Then again, FBZ, or rather Makoto, he wanted to get a tomb off. He doesn't get one. So the high ground, even 5 versus 2, or rather 5 versus 3, is still going to be quite difficult for Boom. And a lot of that kind of attributes back to Jokam, who has the shards up. He's training all the mana from Boom Esports. And it kind of reminds you of that TI with Thompson and the Gyrocopter. The Dreamocell, he has no mana, so he can't go high ground and fight.
Yep, he just doesn't have it. He buys 3 mangoes. He's actually flying into mangoes just to have that mana sustain for himself. They need to find a way to jump the backline, take out Jokam before anything else. And that's when they can start to pierce through. GXR do a great job of stalling out. They've got the Winter's Curse back up. They've got Wall in about half a minute. So they can, again, look to make something happen within that time frame. The Aegis is still up and running as well, but they've only got about a minute 20 left on that. So whether or not they fully commit in that time with In Your Dream is a different story, but he is protected for a bit longer. And In Your Dream is going for the butterfly here. Just more protection, more agi. The evasion's going to be really nice as well. And it could cause issues for Boom as, we're at the 35-minute mark. It's not like the Bristle suddenly drops off yet. That Rider Lasso is still super helpful, and Doom is still Doom. But once we approach 40, 45, 50, the Spectre grows bigger and bigger, and, the Lina starts becoming a factor as well. With a right-click build, Alacrity's going for. He's queuing up the Daedalus, he's queuing up the BKB. He will be an additional core on top of that spec. And for Boom, their cores mainly scale in utility. With the break on Doom, all your damage output's still tied into Dreamocell, and it feels like there's only so far a Bristleback can get in that sense.
There are limitations for sure. Maybe not so much for Makoto though. He's going for the Refresher Orb now on that Doom. It's one of those heroes that does tend to scale a lot better than some other cores these days. Bill, Butterfly from In Your Dream, soon to cause some issues once he does have it up. He will lose the Aegis though, it does end up expiring, and that might be the cue for Boom Esports to try again for the high ground. Knowing Boom, they'll probably play conservatively and wait out the next Roshan and fight over that. But this Spectre's still getting bigger, John. It's getting scary as time goes on here for Boom.
Yeah. Allowed to still build up. In Your Dream is just number 3 net worth. Not even too far behind Mikato and Dreamcell considering that start. So great recovery coming through for IYD. And really great patience from GXR.
Smoked up, they want a target. Scan out, and it's Jokam again in that Shadow Amulet. Right underneath the scan, Jokam.
Oh,
he doesn't know about the scan, he's there. Smoke broken, FBC, he's gonna cook him up. Jokam, he'll try to go for a TP. Makoto will have none of it. Oh, Jokam. Oh yeah, if any hero is gonna die, it may as well be the Lion in this game.
Yeah, I think that's the best target for GXR to give out, and he knew what he was doing. He's standing by that area, just Shadow Amulet up, maybe hoping for a bait play, and it does pay off, so it's more space for GXR to regroup, to recapture their outpost, get some XP per minute back, get some control back in the bottom jungle, farm up their own tier 4 items and kind of finish up in that sense. Boom are also sort of lagging behind there. Do manage to take out the last outer tower though. So tier 2 gone, no outer towers left for Galaxy Racer. That means once the high ground begins, you have no protection. And Boom can just kind of zip across every single tower if they get the opportunity. GXR has to pull pretty strong defensive plays to follow through. For now, it's still the same old story, stalling out. Butterfly for In Your Dream, almost there, just lacking about 400 for the Eagle Song, then the 1,300 for the Talisman. And then at that point, that's when the Spectre should start to feel a lot stronger up front, a lot more durable, as long as it doesn't get doomed up. I think for Mikado, he's rushing that refresh next for the double doom. I'd say at some point he'd also want the Ag Scepter. Maybe he's going to hope for it from the Roshan as a lucky drop on Rosh number 3. Not the most reliable, but eventually that break is going to have to be a factor when dealing with that Spectre.
Well, Makoto, Alacrity, he's already out. Joe Cam, again going to try for the TP, but he gets caught. It's still better than Alacrity being caught out. You take what you can get, Boom. They would have loved the Lena, but they won't get it. Mid lane, Dreamer's Soul, he's going to try and bully In Your Dream. Keep in mind, In Your Dream has a flicker, so he can dispel some of these stacks, and in fact, he'll turn around onto Dreamer's Soul. Bit of damage out. Actually a pretty substantial amount of damage, considering it is a Bristleback with his back turned, but not quite enough as top lane. Who have they got? It's going to be Paulison. They even commit the Doom. Just make sure the dancing dies. Is now toward the south. A lasso is there. They even got Alacrity on the Lena. That'll be 2 for nothing. Doom now. They want the high ground. They're hungry for it. They'll go straight in. In Your Dream, he'll be on to Kezcute. Trying to go after that Enchantress, but it's going to take him a fair bit of time. He does not attack her very fast. One buyback out from Paulison will be enough to force back Boom Esports. Fortunately for them, John, Roshan's up in 2 minutes, so they've got to wait a while for that.
Not going to have that opening for that big objective. We do manage to wait long enough that the refresh is up on our Dooms. Mikado's got double Doom ready to go if he wants it, or at least Doom on demand if he needs it in the next few minutes. And that should enable more possibilities here for Boom. Start to lock in more targets. Maybe, lock in the Spectre plus the Lena at the same time, or the Darkseer if you feel like the Iron Shell shield is a bit annoying with the Ags up. It hasn't felt really impactful. They've also managed to get this big spike. Oh.
They've got the big one, John. They've got the Spectre. The Doom was there In Your Dream. He's surrounded by a Phoenix and a Doom, and there is plenty of damage. FBZ will hand the tip over to Makoto. There is buyback gold, but that's going to put such a delay on the butterfly timing of this Spectre. Meanwhile, top lane, Dreamer's Soul, he's got Mizu. They'll super punch, or rather just normal punch him back, but the chase is on. But Mizu is going to make it out as Alacrity. Show up with Joe Cam. FBZ looking for a lasso, but the Lincoln's Break is there, and now the Winter's Curse. Paulison locks one in. The Dreamer Cell is in the middle of this team fight. In Your Dream, he commits the buyback onto FBZ. They'll get the Bat Rider onto Kezcute. They want the Enchantress, and they'll find him. A very nice buyback there from In Your Dream. Rest of Boom Esports will make their exit. Roshan's up in 25 seconds. They could force some buybacks here from Boom.
This is going to be really big for GXR. They're in a better position to contest that Roche right now. They need the Aegis a lot more as well because they commit that buyback in Your Dream, so they're going to have to fight for it. They can't afford to give it for free. Winter's Curse in about 40 seconds will allow them to fight as well, although...
Hex is out. You'll set there as well. Alacrity, line strike away to lock him down, and here we go. The normal punch there from Mizu to knock him back. Mikoto, he can't survive. Even with the BKB, he's down without buyback. And the Roshan respawns as he goes down. Phase gaming, John. In Your Dream.
Oh, boy.
But those battle pass levels, you know how it goes.
Definitely. Really, really unfortunate for Boom. Not having the egg as well means this is not a fight. That is Aegis Cheese refresh on top of it. So double wall potentially in play here for Mizu. Going to be really big for them in the next engagement. For the side of GXR, they should start finding some tier 2s while they can. You know there's no buybacks because it wasn't committed. They should look to get as much off the map as possible and the Dreams got the right wheel though.
Oh, they're going in. Tollison gets dropped by Hyde. Dreamer Cell, king of the hill for a second. Hyde, he'll jump up to get the gem. So he wants Joe Cam again with that Shadow Amulet. He's just going to stand there and just act as if he's not there as Dreamer Cell goes into the backside. He found Alacrity. Light Strike Array though is going to hold him down. The surge away. It's going to be more than enough for GXR. And would you believe it, Joe Cam, he also makes it out. Might have to reinitiate very soon. He won't. They'll leave Boom to be.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, they're still not in a rush. Unfortunate for them, they don't finish up that top tier 2. So they don't really make progress on the map just yet. They really need to start working some of those objectives with some of the back and forths they've been winning out on. For Boom's part, they will have Double Doom up on this respawn coming out from Mikado, so they might be able to go in if they want to. They have to watch the refresh, double back, double wall coming up from Mizu though. And that could be really painful for the side of Boom to contend with. And they need to get some better egg usage coming through here from Hyde. Like, his position has to be on point, has to be able to protect Mikado, protect Remocell, and just ensure that his chorus can just focus on the greater fight, have all the attention dragged to the egg, and kind of punish that as the game goes on. We do have a couple of big items being farmed up. The Arcane Blink on Mikado is going to be nice. You can blink in, get a cooldown reduction on Doom. Going to be really strong to have that up earlier. Of course, with the double Doom, it's not as painful. The Butterfly is up and running on In Your Dream, so he's got some evasion. He hits a lot harder on the right clicks and hits a lot faster as well, which should help with the issue on maybe melting Kezcute early on. So they've got a lot of power spikes here on both sides. We are at the 45-minute mark. This is when it starts to feel like GXR should be scaling a lot better, but Boom are still putting up a really strong fight. Their control, their team fight is still pretty darn good. They just need to catch the right heroes. I'd say at this point, maybe prioritize the Lion. Like, if you can't catch the Spectre or the Winter Wyvern, get the Lion out. Like, if you leave Jokam alone to just mana drain everyone, Dreamocelt's not going to be a hero.
Awesome though, it's the Wyvern, it feels so scary. One good curse and the team fight, it just totally changes. Still 45 minutes in, we're 14 minutes away from another tier 5 item game, John. Happy days for us. You love this. I mean, this is what is so great about SCA. We talked about it, but it's so competitive. Like, any team could take these qualifiers at any stage.
They're just so packed. The region has grown in skill level by a huge amount, right? Like, we've been watching since 17, 16, maybe around 17 actually, and it's just grown a lot closer. It used to be that, oh, every time we go to these qualifiers, it's always TNT, although FBZ...
Going in, they've got the lasso out onto Mizu. Porto, In Your Dream, doesn't want to allow them to get the free. They go onto the backside. Hyde will be fine, but FBZ, he's gone. The 1-for-1, Mizu's fought back. Onto Dreamercell they'll go. He pops the middle door home with the bashes around. They'll drop the egg defensively, trying to save Dreamercell. The rest of GXR, they will back off, but In Your Dream, we're going to go back in, and now the curse. Hollison, he only got one in that. It won't be enough to doom out as well. A massive stun, Makoto. He got all four with the massive stun out, and he'll refresh. He'll get the dooms out, but the back walls are there. Boom, they are not out of the woods yet. They're still going to have to fight back. They've got the big ones. Or do they? In Your Dream, he's still going to fight back. He's still healthy. Kodo. That stun.
Flicker.
It's unbelievable. The 5v3 scenario. Can they defend high ground again 5v3? I have a feeling Boom Esports, they're not going to be happy to back off like they were last time. Especially with the way this game's gone. Go after the bottom racks.
It's a bit tough to hold back. I think the best you can hope for is... Oh no, the lasso!
They've got the lion. They have got the lion. Dokkan, that's a dieback. It's gone. 1.5 minutes. Alacrity now being jumped. Makoto again in with the stun. They've got the
Makoto, the
lead.
refresh.
The X-Men dropped as well, but Alacrity, he will make his way out. Still, they want to go for another Rax. He will into the mid lane. It's still a 5v3 scenario. Winning condition really here for Boom Esports. They clear out as many objectives as possible right here, right now, before In Your Dream becomes too big of a problem. He'll go on to Dreamer Cell. He'll try to delay things. Not doing quite enough damage, and the stickers are down as well. On top of the racks, they're feeling confident now as they jump in again. Dreamer Cell, overwhelming Blink. He's a bit low on mana, but not low enough to really care as they jump in. Makoto, Shiver's card is there, just slowing them down. There's your Lasso out, they've got the Polison, they've got that Winter Wyvern. No Winter's Curse for another 70 seconds. No buybacks either. He's 300 gold short. This should be megas for Boom Esports. 14 In Your Dream, where are you going to go? He won't jump in on anyone yet. The Dreamer Cell. 4 stickers being placed. How about a pizza? Light Strike Array out. GXR. And now against Megas. The game's not over though, John. This is game 3 of the lower bracket. I mean, if you've got to play to the end. This is your last chance for TI10. GXR, they're not going to let this one go yet. They're going to try and defend Megas.
Oh. Look at Boom. They smoke in the back of Dreamo Cell. They're trying to bait in. They find the angle here. They've got the refresh Doom back up. They've got Lasso back up. This could be big.
There's only one buyback on the map, and Mizu, he's been caught out again. Makoto, so good with this Doom.
Oh,
Now the Lasso on
God.
FBZ, gonna drag him back. Alacrity in massive trouble, and he's down. 2 minutes without buyback as well. In Your Dream's the only one left, but it looks like he cannot survive this
Oh.
either. That has to be GG, and they call it Boom Esports. It was a hell of a series. They managed to pull off the 2-1 victory up against GXR. Oh, what a day of Dota it's been so far, John. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, it's nuts to think about, but every single game we've had so far, Mike, since last night, every single one feels like it could be finals, right? Like all the teams are just so competitive with each other, and GXR, they surprised us, they took out Motivate Trust. Boom, they wanted to play GXR in the Pro Series 6. They managed to get that matchup, and they show up this time. It's a lot closer than most people would expect, but Boom get to move on, and unfortunately, the upstarts in Galaxy Racer will have to take a step back here.
Yeah, if all these games are like this, I can only imagine what the grand final is going to look like. Before that, of course, we are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with the panel to discuss what happened in this series.
And another one falls. The second elimination of today. First one was OB Esports Neon going down to 2-1 against Execration. And now Galaxy Racer going down 2-1 against Boom. But for all of these series, for all of Southeast Asian qualifiers, I feel if you ran a BO10 between all the teams that had to play each other, you could get different results every single time because every single game seems just that close. And this game was no exception, John. There were moments, especially every single time that the Spectre was somehow managing to pick up the Aegis, that I was just like, oh, maybe I need to start preparing interview questions for Galaxy Racer, because it seems it might be going their way, but Boom were able to clinch it in the end.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of openings given out there. Once Boom started to be more confident with just jumping in and taking one out, it became a lot tougher for GXR, especially when buybacks were starting to run out. Like the Aegis were important, like those Roches were important, but they never transitioned into objectives for GXR. And if you can't really use that Aegis for objectives at that point in the game, all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. You're just trying to farm up, you're trying to become a bigger core, but there was just never enough farm for the Spectre to really out itemize the Bristleback and Doom. They just got too much off the map early on.
And I was surprised by it. I thought that all of this physical damage that Boom had drafted themselves into would kind of be mitigated by the Wyvern Cold Embrace, but it seems the best solution is just to dump on more damage. I mean, Cold Embrace can only last so long, right, Mike?
Absolutely. I mean, that was the thing, right? Like, they just played around it. Cold Embrace was good, but we didn't really see that many big Cold Embrace saves that game either. Just few nice Winter's Curse, but Boom Esports just all over them with no stuns necessary, apparently, with this draft. Just run at them constantly. Amazing stuff.
Very impressive. And it was with also a change in pace in their first phase picks, because for the game 1 and 2, they kept first phasing their carry hero, they kept first phasing their safe lane carry. Here, they save it. They end up tossing a Bristleback into the mix, and it ends the game 10-0 and 14. So I think that they're pretty satisfied with how this game 3 turned out, but they're not done. They're not even done for the day. They're not even done for the qualifier. They need to play Execration in, well, I want to say just like maybe 2 hours or so. But given how every single series in this qualifier is basically hit 50 minutes, I think this Execration Boom series is probably going to start like, I don't know, midnight in Manila time or something like that. So.
Yep.
But it's been exciting nonetheless, and we will have a chance to speak to FBZ soon. But until then, I guess I can ask your guys' predictions for the upcoming series. We talked about fatigue, we talked about stamina. Execration also had a long series, but they've had a little bit of a break. Are you going to take their past performance into consideration, John, with Boom 2-1ing Execration in the upper bracket, or do you think this is brand new eyes for both teams?
I'd actually give Boom the edge. I think they're just mechanically the better team. Execrations had a hot start, especially going into those majors, right? Like no one expected them to go all too far. They did pretty well for themselves, all things considered, and experience has helped. But I think Boom's just been further refining themselves every single time. They join many more tournaments, third-party tournaments. They've had a lot more time together as a stack. They've been broken up, rebuilt multiple times with these players, and I think it's really just starting to shape in. I was very glad to see them beat GXR because, the devil's advocate was that they'd collapse under pressure, but they hold on, and I think as long as they keep that mental fortitude, that kind of clean game, they can kind of carry through here.
Yeah, and I guess now we'll have a chance to speak to FBZ, who, after a grueling series, has managed to pick up a win. FBZ, congratulations, my friend, on 2-1ing Galaxy Racer.
Hello. Thank you.
All right, so I didn't know who I was going to interview because that last game was close both ways, but I'll ask the question that I would have asked whoever won. Do you like late game Dota, FBZ? Because there's been a lot of late game Dota in this qualifier. All 3 of your games went more than 50 minutes. Do you enjoy it, or do you find it more stressful and you'd rather just win in 30 minutes?
It's both. I think like it's fun and stressful at the same time. But yeah, I really enjoy playing late game, especially the like tier 5 item and stuff. It's very fun.
All of us have been saying that we've been seeing more tier 5 neutral items in these Southeast Asia qualifiers than we have in like all year of the DPC. You guys are always pushing it after 60 minutes, and you got close in that game number 2 at 59 minutes, but you were able to win just barely before that. And part of it was due to your Legion Commander. I was curious about your Legion Commander last pick. It's a hero that we're not seeing very frequently in any region. I was curious why you found it to be your go-to last pick in that game number 2.
It's basically just to cover my TB, and my TB just carry me. That's all.
It worked well.
I wanted to ask the team Boom Esports. They usually refer to you as the backbone of the team or the spine of the team as after some series. So I'm kind of wondering, you guys just went through a 3-game series. You're going into another 3, or rather, we don't know how many games, but you're going into another series pretty much in a couple hours. How do you kind of keep the team kind of formed together and focused? Or is that not your job?
No, it's not my job. Maybe we just like have a short sleep, maybe to like so we can have more energy later.
Short nap, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I can see in your window there, FBZ, I can see some donuts. I've got to ask you, are those Jayco donuts?
I don't know. Yeah, it is.
What's your favorite donut to have? That's my deep question. What's your favorite snack while playing Dota 2?
I think the cookies and cream one is the best for me.
That's a good that's a very good choice, a very cultured choice. But I think that's all I have. I think we've kind of covered our bases on my end, at least. I just want to know about food.
And I want to let you get some rest, FBZ. You and your whole team, you gotta regroup. Execration, though, they wanted the rematch against you. And so are you looking forward to beating them yet again, or you think that they might have some new strategies for you?
Yeah, we're confident against them. I don't think they're that strong. I think.
That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that assertiveness. Well, congratulations on the win, and looking forward to how you do versus Execration as the last series of the day.
Thank you.
All right, I'm curious, John. What was the brand of these types of donuts?
They're called Jayco. I think they're
Okay.
actually an Indonesian company because I saw them around when I was living in Singapore. And when they reached the Philippines, or when they reached my town, they're just super hyped up. They're pretty good donuts. Like, they have some pretty good coffee as well. So if you do see them around, you should try them out. The cookies and cream that FBZ likes is actually really good.
I'm intrigued, but as far as the caffeine, though, I don't get it from the coffee. No, I get it from mate mate. Everybody, just want to give a quick shout out to Mate Mate, who has been a proud sponsor of this tournament. Natural energy drink. It's caffeine. Reimagined. Try Mate Mate today and get more day, more night. And if you don't know if it's available in your region, well, don't worry. You can go to bts.gg/mate mate. I think people are also typing exclamation point mate mate in the chat. I don't know if it does anything. It probably should do something, but if it doesn't, just go to bts.gg/mate mate and you can find out if it's available in your country. But that'll be it for us and our panel, but we will be back tomorrow. It has been a late day, which means that we are only halfway through and we are already 2.5 hours behind schedule. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let FBC recharge and we will bring in Nat, Gods, and Black to guide you through FNATIC versus TNC after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. You are seeing three fresh new faces. I'm Nat. I'm also joined by Black and Gods. Black, how are you feeling today? Refreshed? Good? Energized?
Ish. Could be better, could be
Ish?
worse. I mean, it's pretty early in the day for me, at least.
Yeah, okay.
Wait,
So
you're
we're
still in
relying-
America, Gods, right? Even earlier for
I
you?
am. It's
Oh, no.
4 a.m. in the morning. I'm loving the nocturnal life over here. I don't know when I last saw the sun. Actually, that's a lie. I get to when I leave, I get to see the sun, and I go to sleep while it's bright out.
I was about to say, weren't you saying you left at some point and it was like 8 a.m. for you or 9 a.m.? That's probably about the only sun you've seen. But other than that, how are you feeling, Gods? Are you excited for this series that we have coming up?
So excited. FNATIC TNC huge rivals. It's just always fun when these two teams play.
I love you, like, so excited.
So
That
excited.
is right.
It is
So
insane.
excited.
Like whew.
It's
Over
4
the moon.
a.m. and there's nothing more I could want except FNATIC versus TNC. But you are right, though. These two teams are pretty big rivals. In fact, the last time they went up against each other was about a month ago, and TNC won. But even then, that went to 3 games, so we could be strapping in for the long one again this series. Do you guys think? What are your predictions? Do you think it's going to go to the 3 games, Black?
I mean, whenever I thought it would, it didn't. So I'm gonna say no, in hopes that this time it will.
You're trying to reverse psychology this series.
Yes.
I absolutely love it. But what about you, Gods? Are you thinking it's going to go to 3 games too?
I think so. I mean, you never know because you can have. I think it's gonna be close. I guess you can have close 2-0s. Just I mean, basically the way I see it is whoever wins game 1 still has like a 50-50 shot at game 2. So, you know, I think these two teams are very even, and even if we get a 2-0, it's gonna be really exciting.
It's going to be action-packed for sure. Now, all we've said so far, though, is that they're pretty big rivals. But, Black, can you give me a little bit more history and walk me through, I don't know, expand some knowledge of TNC for me and a little bit about the team?
TNC recently, well, not super recent, after season 1, they had a couple of changes. Things didn't really work out for them. KP and Fabi were replaced by Bok and Boomy. Ever since then, they looked a lot better, qualified for the major. Unfortunately, not the best result at the major they were looking for, so that's why they're here in the qualifier, of course. But they're looking very solid. They also got Mushi as coach now. Not sure how much he's impacting their playstyle or drafting, but they seem to be doing much better than before.
Yeah, well, if they do end up winning this one, then maybe that's a question we have to ask them a little bit more about how much impact Mushi is having for them. But Gods, walk me through FNATIC as well and tell me some information on them.
FNATIC, they're a very historied Dota 2 team organization. They've been, you know, at every TI, I want to say, since like what TI2 maybe. They're just a staple, and this time they're in a Southeast Asia qualifier where I don't think they're the favorite. So this could be perhaps the first time in ages we don't see a FNATIC roster at TI. This exact iteration of the team. You've got DJ and Jabs who've been on FNATIC for, you know, as long as most people can remember, and they brought in Raven some time ago, but Xuan as well as Death are kind of the newer players. Xuan switching over from the off lane to mid. That's kind of his natural role, and I think FNATIC just look a lot better because Xuan looks way better in the mid lane than he does on the off lane. He's a mid player. And then
100%.
Death is kind of this newer younger player.
Yeah, I mean, we had Ponlo on the broadcast yesterday, and he was an absolute Death fan. I was going to say a Death fanatic. Should have gone with that one. But I think, are we seeing the draft popping up here and there? Are we ready to jump into the draft? Do we have some picks? We do. So we have the Knicks and the Lesh coming out for FNATIC. They're pretty standard, I guess. We saw them being played yesterday. And then on the side, TNC, it's the Lion and the Dragon Knight. And I normally always ask you guys about these support picks, and you just kind of give me the stock standard. Oh, it's flexible. The Dragon Knight can go anywhere. The Lion's a good stun. But I want more information. I want you guys to try and predict the next 3 picks. Gods, you're going to do TNC. I'm going to shake it up. You're going to predict TNC right now.
Right now,
Yeah.
that's hard because I feel like it's going to depend what FNATIC pick. You know, it's like,
Of course.
also what FNATIC ban. Nat, you're asking me to do the impossible here. I don't know.
The thing is,
I'm gonna go,
when you
okay.
get-
So, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, when you get the impossible, then you look absolutely outstanding. They're like, wow, God's just 500 IQ.
So I got to expect what FNATIC's going to ban as well in my prediction. So they got DK Lion. I think they're going to have Armel playing a mid Void Spirit. I think Gabby is going to be playing
I'm going to write these down. Yep.
Spectre,
Void
Spectre, Void Spirit, and
Yep.
who's their 5 position?
10 seconds.
Maybe
Lion.
No, isn't Lion? Well, Lion might be 4, right? I guess it could be
I
either.
think Boomy is one of the guys that actually likes to play Lion 5.
Yeah. I was gonna say like a Clockwork, as their other support.
That's possible too.
I like the clock. Yeah, I
Okay,
wouldn't
there we go.
mind
That's
seeing another
TNC.
clock pick.
I mean, Clock is really
Now-
good against Nyx and Lesh, right? So it would make sense.
Yeah. So then, Gods, I'm going to ask you to do the exact same except the FNATIC side.
Well,
And
that's
we're
all
gonna
black.
see.
Seconds
Not
remaining.
me.
Me? Alright, I'm gonna go with
Going down
what's the
black.
hero list here.
Yep.
Uh,
I'm ready to write it down.
Off lane, Doom.
Oh, we actually. this is probably one of the first times I haven't seen Doom banned within the first round.
Yeah, Doom is a very strong hero. Like we saw last
Yeah.
game, how much impact he had. And in China, he's actually very prioritized. Like they first two him pretty much every game, just because of how much late game insurance he gives you. You build for this Midas, you scale incredibly well, and in this late game when you have this refresher orb, it's basically just -2 heroes.
Is Doom pretty much going to be picked up by either team if we don't see it get banned out in this phase?
Probably not TNC because Bok really likes his offlane Dragon Knight, but they could still put the Doom middle if they wanted to.
Okay. So the Doom is looking pretty good. All right, so you got Doom down for your predictions. What else? You got two more.
I couldn't wiggle my way out of there. Okay,
Oh
let
no,
me
my
see.
Spectre's been banned.
Uh,
No.
Ursa,
Oh.
Ursa. Doom
Ursa.
Ursa and
Yep.
mid-lash. Actually, no, I'm not gonna say Doom. I'm gonna say Darkseer Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
Darkseer
Okay.
Ursa, and
5 seconds
something
remaining.
cool. What's cool? Tusk.
And a Tusk. Okay. I mean, the Tusk, the Ursa so far is probably the only prediction that I'm like haven't really seen this qualifier personally. But let's have a little bit of a focus on the bans as well. We see the Medusa come out. I feel like that makes sense. FNATIC have been kind of looking at picking Medusa a fair amount, and then obviously the Spectre and the TA ban, as well as the Brood all the way back from the first phase. But that makes sense, those three very much, as well as Terrorblade.
We're
And you've
wrong.
already gotten, you already got one.
We're both
The
so
Luna.
wrong. We're both so wrong.
Well, Gods, tell me why the Luna pick here? Do you think?
They've kind of taken out most of the meta carries, and also the carries that cause Luna problems. TB's the obvious Luna counter, so they kind of set themselves up to have a good Luna game. I think they're also worried if they don't pick it now, potentially TNC take it for themselves. I think Luna's just been underpicked. It's a great, super fast flash farming carry, but also a carry that has a strong laning stage, unlike some of the other carries, and can teamfight pretty well early if you want to go for the Lucent Beam Eclipse build.
Yeah, the FNATIC draft is actually pretty solid. They also banned the Spectre, probably also for the Luna and for the Leshrac as well, of course. Once you get this Blade Mail, you're a menace for them. But they have a very strong pushing draft already here with the Leshrac and Luna. They can 5-man very early and put on a lot of pressure on the map.
So then, are we going to be seeing FNATIC go for that more early game sort of draft, and then TNC perhaps might try and go for a stronger late game? Do you think that's what's going to happen here, Black?
Potentially. It's just the problem is a lot of hyper carries are not really good right now. The really good ones are already banned out. So it's going to be somewhat difficult to match this Luna. Especially if FNATIC want to pick up a more skating offlaner like the Doom or potentially even the Darkseer.
All the meta carries are gone with Dusa, TB, Spectre, and then Luna picked up. I mean, there's some others which are pretty good. We've seen Lifestealer be successful, but
There's Juggernaut.
okay, they are going to go Lifestealer. There we go.
I was going to say, just as you bring it up.
Lifestealer? I mean, it's a good hero. It's good against all the heroes FNATIC has. I'm just a little bit worried that like FNATIC has the last pick, right? They're going to counter this Lifestealer in the lane.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing is you can immediately protect. They ban Slardar. They're going to ban the heroes that cause Lifestealer the biggest problems, at least with two of their bans.
Which is Slaughter. What is the other one? Like Lifestealer's so strong in lane. It's very hard
Legion,
to.
maybe? Like
Or
Def
even
loves
then,
playing Legion Commander. I don't
You
know.
kind of
I mean,
beat Legion in lane, but yeah, Def likes to play it. What
Exactly,
is
I
it?
don't
Maybe
think-
some Wind Ranger or something? Like annoying? I don't know. Nobody really picks that, I guess.
Do they want to go for someone that could, just slowly poke away at heroes, just slowly chipping down their health, just trying to be annoying really early game? Do you think?
Possibly. But it's gonna. It looks like a Nyx 4, right? And a Baden. Could this be a Baden offlane? No, that wouldn't make sense.
well, and of course, Black, they can just put Leshrac in the offlane role and pick a mid last because they're going to know the mid matchup. They may see they're going to see Armel's hero and be like, okay, do we want to send Lesh mid or do we want to send our last pick? So they can flex this Leshrac to multiple lanes.
They did ban out the Legion Commander that we spoke about.
And the Doom is also gone as well.
Yep.
Unfortunately. But it makes sense. If I was either of these teams, I would not want it to go through, especially after seeing its performance that it's had. But I also know I talked to you yesterday, Gods, about the Batrider. You kind of talked me out of believing in it, and then it got picked up today. Do you think, not potentially in this game, but at all in this series, that we can see a Batrider come out? Is there the possibility of a strength showing Batrider?
Yeah, for sure. The hero has a place in the meta. It's usually as a counter pick for these like melee heroes like the TAs and stuff that you want to pick it into. Against Abaddon, I don't think you want to play Batrider, so I don't think TNC's picking it. FNATIC, I mean, I don't know. Against DK, against Lifestealer, it's not great in lane. Against DK, it's fine, but we'll see. It probably depends what TNC.
Yeah, as you said, this game is a little unlikely. They already have pretty good answers in both teams.
5 seconds
TNC,
remaining.
I don't think Armel. I mean, he plays a good Dragon Knight, of course, but I don't think it's a hero he excels on.
Yeah.
I like him more on
He
these
doesn't
pucks.
want to play it.
Yeah.
He's like, this is a series against FNATIC. He's not asking for the DK. He's asking for the puck. That's what he's asking.
I thought I heard you say puck, and I was like, whoa, hasn't been banned. I feel like surely it's going to come out. It just kind of makes sense. But with that puck, what's FNATIC going to be picking Black to counter that one?
Well, now they have a lot of options. They already sort of have it countered with the next assassin. Leshrac lanes decently against puck, but they could also just put it against the Lifestealer and pick another mid hero that. What could that be?
I feel like they need something to kind of be tanky in the front. Like, yeah, the supports Abaddon kind of does it, but they want like some kind of traditional offlaner. Who's the aura bot? Leshrac in the offlane can be that, but I feel like there is a decent amount of damage on the TNC side where they can just blow up this Leshrac. They've got both magical and physical damage.
It's a little hard to find a good offlaner though against Lifestealer that can be this aura bot.
Yeah.
Because he's really good against all these melees.
Except for the ones that are banned, the Slaughter and the Legion. So, well, Legion he's fine against. But
what about a Beastmaster? Would go really well with the Luna. The draft overall, you have a BKB piercing stun. It doesn't lane terribly against Lifestealer. I don't know if Def likes that sort of hero.
Yeah, I don't think he's known for it. I never heard Ponlo mentioned it. I think the team that was playing Beastmaster was KP on SMG, so...
Tidehunter, okay, that's more of a Def hero for sure. Isn't that great against Lifestealer though? Like, at all.
It's not great, you're saying. Yeah. It feels like Gabby's going to have a free lane, but perhaps it fits the game. It's like, here's this big tanky frontliner, could build the auras, going to give them the team fight, and we've seen, these games are going 50 minutes, and if you're going 50 minutes, having a Tidehunter with his team fight potential, you're feeling like you want to pick some kind of late game hero there.
Yeah, FNATIC looks like a really strong sort of late game here, but I am going to side with TNC for this one. I just really like the look of Lifestealer, as well as Lion. Lion's actually now one of the most picked heroes throughout the TI qualifiers, which is pretty insane. Absolutely skyrocketed there. But Gods, which team do you want to go for, and do you want to give me a time prediction again for how long you think this game's going to go for?
I feel like FNATIC, similar to TNC, going to be able to do well in the lifesteal lane. I think FNATIC's safe lane looks really good with this Luna. I think it's a great pick against the offlane DK. You've got magic damage, you have the range, you've got an Abaddon support. So I think FNATIC may be able to snowball with this Luna, and I think Luna's going to be able to farm faster than Lifestealer. So I think FNATIC might win this one in quicker than 40 minutes. We may see an actual...
Quicker than 40, wow. What a prediction.
That's a big... Yeah. Where are you going to sit with this one then, Black?
I also think FNATIC's draft looks really good, because Abaddon answers a lot of problems they've had, and just overall the draft looks a little bit more solid. I'm gonna say 35 minutes.
Okay, you guys are going for both of you are going for a very quick game, but I'll let you jump into game number 1, and I'm looking to see you guys back here in hopefully 40 minutes.
All right, thanks, Nat. Wow, I love that we've got to a point, Black, where we're talking about a 35-minute game being quick. And with how these SEA qualifiers go, a 35-minute game is definitely a quick game.
I mean, yeah, like all of these teams are definitely taking the term, let's play it safe, guys, to another level. We're playing it super safe every time. High ground, 5v3. Let's go back, boys. We're gonna find the jungle a little bit. Like, definitely, if that was like an online qualifier for another tournament, they would be playing way more aggressively. But you can understand them.
Yeah,
it's just
you've played TI qualifiers a few times. Did you get that kind of feel whenever you played TI qualifiers compared to a normal tournament that things were a lot slower and safer?
Especially the first time, yes. But after that, I honestly kind of got annoyed with a lot of my teammates because they've kind of fell into the same pattern. I was like, yo guys, we can't be this scared. I know there's a lot on the line, but we gotta play properly, you know, because a lot of wins actually slip away or become quote unquote like risky wins because you're not pressuring when you should be pressuring. We have seen it a lot in this qualifier as well, where the team that's ahead and should be pressuring is just happy farming and the other team comes back because of it.
We'll see what the approach is going to be here. Perhaps that's a takeaway for Fnatic, because at least going back to day one, were you with me when we cast the Omega? I think that was with Palmo, but they were just losing the early games. Yeah, they were really struggling in the laning stage, and it felt like Fnatic were this, let's sit back and just win late, which they've kind of got decent late game with a Luna Tide, but I don't think they want to just play a passive game here.
Yeah, I think so too. Like Luna wants to get 2-3 items fast. They just group up together. Why does Lifestealer still weak? Because if they're both equally farmed as Lifestealer and Luna, Lifestealer will win that matchup pretty handily.
We've got two great vehicles, both Puck and Dragonite with a, it's an offlane DK. We're going to see a Blink Dagger, so the scaling for TNC late game, it feels like we'll have an edge.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just, I think the pace might be a little bit too fast for them. That's why I chose FNATIC early on. Like, Puck won't really have an easy time cutting waves to delay tower pushes because of the Nyx Assassin. They have Edict, Luna, even Abaddon with the Curse of Avernus is a really good pushing support.
I love the meta development here. We've got supports putting sentries on the small camps by mid lane. So this Puck doesn't have a neutral camp next to this small lane. And it's just, I'm going to spend 50 gold in a sentry to deny you maybe 2 small camp farms, and that's going to deny this mid laner more than 50 gold.
Yeah, it might even be more than 2. Like, a lot of people just farm them like every minute. Might be 3 or 4. Especially this new sentry ward lasts 8 minutes, which is kind of insane.
It's going to force the Puck or somebody on Puck's team to buy a sentry to get rid of it. Like you say, lasting 8 minutes. You can't just have it left there. So, definitely it's been the meta with supports going out to lane with like 2-3 sentries sometimes and just using them to block camps early on.
Yeah, I hate that in ranked matchmaking. When there's like this tryhard support on the enemy team, he just does that. I'm like, yo, bro, it's matchmaking, man. Relax. You don't have to do this, you know?
Looking like a true carry player, Mr. Anti-Mate. Where are my neutral camps?
Yeah.
And you're a carry player, you're like, I'm not buying sentries. Those things cost 50 gold. You don't get money back when you deward a sentry, It's not worth it.
I only buy sentries for ops, exactly. If there's a sentry, I'm like, hey, Oracle, I got a sentry. Thank you. Or when I play against TI, I do it too because you get money back. You don't get money.
Yeah, pressure down bottom, forced to pop his Fairy Fire. As they wants a Stroke of Fate if he pops his Mango, but him's not wanting to go. Wants to hold on.
What is the S looking then? Mid lane very even. Lifestealer tight also very, like all lanes are very even right now.
This has been the theme with this region as a whole. Like it feels like all the teams are so evenly matched, skill-wise, player-wise. Every lane, it's just like all 3 cores on both teams getting farm. No one crushing any one given lane. Perhaps that's going to change a little bit down bottom if Fnatic want to go for like 4 points in the Lucent theme, but even then, DK can easily sustain with Dragon Blood.
DJ, just be careful here. They have a Dragon Tail.
Preemptively shields. Gets Dragon Tailed after the shield, taking a lot of damage. I don't think he's going to die here, but he is taking a lot of damage and not dishing any back.
Yeah, there's some region coming with the courier though for the Fnatic side, so they should be able to sustain no problem. And I mean, I guess Tidehunter against Lifestealer is actually not that bad, right? You just kind of free farm yourself also because of the Anchor Smash. Because Lifestealers don't really build into Rage anymore, right? Like you just skill the passives nowadays.
Yeah. Definitely. Jab's going a bit aggressive here, but it doesn't feel like top lane's the lane we're going to see any action or kills in. But more likely that, unless we see the mid laners rotate, but down bottom potentially where we could see some action once he's... I mean, we've already seen a bit more action there with the Abaddon and the Grimstroke trading blows with the Inkswell being used.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a more passive early game for both until the Puck and Lesher come online. Probably start rotating to the side lanes.
That's the one lane that's starting to swing one way. The mid lane is going TNC's way now. Battle going out with some of these runes here. Nyx and Lion trading blows down bottom. Abaddon and Grimstroke were trading blows. But yeah, the Puck, Leshrac, or Mel, just, you know, one of the most mechanically solid mid laners, and we've seen a bit with FNATIC and sometimes Chuan, amazing in the mid to late game, but his laning sometimes he does slightly lose his lane.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a Leshrac who starts with like 48 base damage or something, it can be a little bit iffy sometimes to get the lane the way you really want it to. But once he gets level 6, he'll just be able to farm jungle, no problem.
Tries to land a stun on Armel, but Armel nicely sidesteps it.
Yeah, as you said, he's a really, really talented player. One of the best, if not even the best mid laner, just mechanically in SEA.
SEA is the region for mid laners. I mean, it is one of SEA's biggest exports. You look at some of the top teams in the world. I bet in the past mid one, you've got nothing to say on LGD. This is a region filled with talented mids, and I feel like talented core positions. There are just so many of these mechanically skilled players.
I think that's the key word here, talent. Like, this region always had so much talent. It's just they have a very hard time getting it all together and finding like a voice that can put it all to work together, right? Which is why they are also migrating out other teams, because other regions have really good captains, which is SEA is lacking.
Yep. It's perhaps starting to change a bit, because, you know, even though only one SEA team qualified for TI, we had some success stories with T1 at the recent major, Neon at the Singapore major. Top lane Boomy has the stick charge, just going to heal him up a bit. Does Death have another Anchor Smash? Needs to get close enough. The Carapace is there, and he gets out of range, so looks like Boomy will survive. And the TP coming in from the Grimstroke.
Interesting TP.
They can actually get on top of them, yeah.
Was very late.
Bok said he's fine bottom, yeah.
I mean, Bok is definitely fine bottom, like they won't be able to kill him, but this also means that Luna is going to be completely free farming. And this offlane Dragon Knight has become such a menace in all these games. You just can't harass him down. It's too much HP region. 17.3 right now.
Oh, mid lane, the double support rotation. This is why perhaps the Grimstroke kind of came in, but they've got the Pulse Nova, so he's actually going to turn it around, and Chuan gets the first blood for himself. It was the rotation for the 6-minute rune, and both supports just ran into a Leshrac Pulse Nova and just melted.
Yeah, level 3 Edict plus Pulse Nova. Just way too much damage to handle, which is exactly why Leshrac is so popular nowadays. You can get away with just one level lightning stun because of the bottle, so many runes to refill everything, and then you just start scaling very well with Edict.
Yep. That's a nice kill for Leshrac, who was, you know, slightly behind in this mid lane. Not losing by any means, but getting that first blood injection gonna really help out Chuan's game.
Yep. F is starting to struggle a little bit against his lifesteal now, who of course, every right click on the Titan just deals a ton of damage to him. Leshrac is there though.
Phase boot is where this thing gets hard. Yeah, he popped the rage and everything. He needs to infest out, but the Ravage is there. Great bait, Death. What a sick play from him. The new FNATIC offlaner showing off a bit there.
Interesting that Gabby used Ravage to be a little bit aggressive. I guess he didn't expect the rotation to come in at all.
Looked like he was trying to find a creep to infest into. Like, as soon as he popped that aggressive rage, he's like, he realized what was about to maybe happen to him, but get the infest off in time.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, because there was the lane they were supposed to be winning at least. He's TPing bottom now. His lifesteal, okay. You want to start pressing the tower with the Dragon form. And they have no Ravage, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to defend this one. Tidehunter also pretty low on health. And no Eclipse available.
Yeah, no Eclipse. So going for a 2-2-2 build. Probably just going to max the Glaives and not get Eclipse until level 9, level 10.
Yeah.
You know, it's Luna.
We see a lot of Lunas even just go 1 level in beam and just max it to passives. They want to go super greedy.
They do need someone to defend this mid lane, and there, yeah, here we go. TP going to come in from the pocket. Leshrac level 4 Edict will melt this tower in no time at all, and they don't have a Glyph here, so that Edict gets the tower down to half health, and Tail onto Armel. He's in some trouble, but he's going to look to turn and fight with a TP coming in from Bok. The coil is there, he shields after the stun. Great defensive play from DJ, who's trying to buy time for Leshrac to get to the regen room, but it doesn't look like he's going to do so with Gabby infesting on in. The regen's going to be claimed by Armel, and they're going to get DJ as well. They get a couple of kills there. Grimstroke died elsewhere, but a great rotation from TNC to defend their mid lane.
Yeah, it was a very quick rotation. Lifesteal TP'd bottom. They probably thought he doesn't have a TP, so he just infests into the Dragon Knight, who then TP's middle. Gives him a free taxi. Very quick movement here from TNC. Kind of stall this early game out a little bit more.
And see if TNC can get this mid tier 1 tower, you got to imagine FNATIC probably want to defend this one, right, Black?
100%. Like, this mid tower is so important, you can't give it up this early.
Nick's trying to drag creeps off. Luckily, there's no Dragon Form and not really the strongest pushing potential from these TNC heroes. Stack's been stolen. TNC have walked into this jungle and found, I believe, a triple stack there. Neutral item. Someone get it up! Oh, DJ just stole the neutral item, I believe. Xuan is going to hit the Split Earth onto the Dragon Knight. Look to bring him down with a Pulse Nova damage. They're going to be one neutral item short until the 17-minute mark. Is Armel going to get ravaged in the mid lane as well? They bring down the puck. Great find for FNATIC. They punish them at that neutral stack.
Yeah, they attempt to steal the
outcome they were hoping
stacks.
for.
Weren't fast enough. And DK just kind of wanders off alone, stuns the Lash, who gets shielded, and dies to him. A little bit of a miscommunication there, and as you said, Arcane Ring has been stolen by the Abaddon.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big
Look at all
item
the
too for
neutral
them.
items to kill. Yeah, the tier 1s is where it's now there's going to be 5 on the Radiant team and none, oh sorry, well 3, sorry, none right now, but 3 soon on TNC.
Yeah, definitely going to be a big problem.
Raven, meanwhile, while this is all going on, just farming away top. Got a third point of Luna Blessing. Is this the I feel like I've usually seen the Glaives. Is this another way to build the Luna with the passive, or the second passive?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this either. If your goal is to just farm, hold that thought. Bok might be in a little bit of trouble.
Gosh, follow up. They've body blocks, jabs. Oh, no movement for you, sir.
A third level onto Beam also. So he's all over the place with his skill build.
the smorgasbord of skill points. Bit of everything. Mid lane DJ doesn't have level 6 yet. Gets coiled. Armel committing a lot for this Abaddon. Can he actually get him? Yeah, he will. Had the stroke of fate if needed as well, but he got the kill before it came in. And with the Siege Wagon, they will take this tier 1 mid tower. Question is, can FNATIC punish this? Can they get denied? No, they can't. And FNATIC will watch their tier 1 mid fall.
Yeah, these team fights are going to be a little bit of a problem here for TNC. They don't have a huge amount of damage, and Leshrac itemized into a hood. He has an Abaddon behind him. So it's going to be very hard to take down this Leshrac, who will deal a ton of damage just by being next to you. How do you deal with this guy right now?
Yeah, I guess the idea is the lifesteal is going to get farmed enough, and you just use the rage to fight the Leshrac, because Leshrac is not going to be that protected against the physical damage. I guess that's one thing that TNC have going for them.
That is true, and he just finishes Armlet as well. There's a smoke coming down here by Puck and Lion. Potentially looking for the slash, but he's already protected by the Abaddon.
FNATIC deward the area as well as Jabs goes running in. He needs to be careful. There's a Sentry Ward nearby. There's a couple Sentry Wards down this bottom lane. They pop another one and they're going to get the Hex. They find Jabs, Boomy ready.
Wow, he gave him the
Third
instant
one down
treatment.
this bottom lane. Yeah.
He gave him everything. Wasn't even that concerned about the finger stack. Still gets it in the end, but yeah. Def is taking top lane. Not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. I feel like Luna should be taking the top farm. Titan's kind of stealing it away from her. Now she
Definitely
only
for a
has
while
this-
we saw Raven there, but now Raven's kind of gone back to the triangle where there aren't any stacks. That's one thing FNATIC, it feels like, you know, they were so busy and focused on these lanes, they didn't have time to create those ancient stacks to really accelerate the Luna's farm.
Yeah, and also because of his skill build and the way FNATIC is playing the map, he's actually behind the Lifestealer in gold, which is very strange. Not something you usually see.
Yeah, this Lifestealer even has the death to his name and still slightly ahead. Perhaps some of that tower gold is part of the reason why, but what FNATIC's next move is going to be? They have to be able to take down this tier 1 mid tower despite the Leshrac edict, and maybe something they want to set their eyes on fairly soon.
100%. Lash is so strong right now with this Abaddon. They have a Ravage as well.
Juan going to be playing in the trees.
It's so dirty.
Tidehunter Ravage to kind of help him out here. They get the deny. TNC, no, they can't defend it, but they can deny it, so.
They're chasing the Buck here.
Yep. Oh, Jabs tried to carapace, but he got the Impale instead. Ravage follow up. Armel, he face shifted. Armel, can he jaunt away? No, he got the coil out. Does still go down here. Is there any follow-up from TNC? They get the Impale out onto Xuan on the Leshrac. The nice 2 hero Soulbind Pulls in DJ. DJ getting stunned up. Now he gets Hex as well. He can't help out his buddy. They pick out the Leshrac with the Gabby lifestealer rotation. They want Jabs now as well. He doesn't have a Carapace for a couple of seconds. Gabby has to be careful. He infests into Bok, negating the Eclipse damage. Now the Breathe Fire doing some decent damage to get Raven low, force him back. They lose Lion on the backlines here. Death is just unkillable, at least to a certain extent. He may now find himself in the middle of 4 heroes. What can he do about it with the puck respawning? It could spell trouble for him. Nice stun coming out onto Tims as they are going to bring him down as well. Jab's happy to throw away his life to buy some space for them to get out as well, secure an extra kill. Death on the run. He's going to get caught by a Dragon Tail if Bok can get enraged. Doesn't look like that's the case, so messy fight in the mid lane and kind of an even trade in the end, it feels like.
Yeah, and this Tidehunter just seems to be nigh unkillable with this DJ Abaddon constantly shielding and healing him. Lifesteal is a decent answer to him, but even he couldn't even put a dent into him. Half health was all they got. Lifestealer still needs probably to finish his Skadi first before he really starts dealing some damage, which is quite a long time away. But he's the big winner of this team fight. He got a couple of kills and now leading the net worth chart as well. Luna needs to be keeping up the pace here. In fact, he should be ahead of the pace of the Lifestealer. He's really not.
Definitely feels different to so many Luna games. The Luna games I feel like I saw in the earlier regions, it was just let's stack, let's just farm jungle, max glaives, mid lane. Smoke rotation, they find the Abaddon. This is the perfect cure to scout a smoke. They're not even going to bother rocking the borrowed time. They just say, okay, well, let's just pull back, reposition, and maybe try to take some farm that we can.
Yeah, Lesh also finished his defensive tool, the Yule Scepter. So he'll be a little bit more survivable. But this is a little bit concerning. Like, they have a 1k gold lead right now, but...
Jabs, mid lane, he's thought he was safe here, but
again.
He had his own sentry, and that's why he thought he was safe, but the Dire sentry was just out of range, so...
Yeah. I mean, sentries are insane right now. They're so cheap, they last for so long. Playing Invis heroes is harder than ever, it feels like.
Yeah. You know, pub players rejoice. Nobody likes a Ricky figure.
Yeah. Ricky or Nyx Assassin also. Most annoying cockroach ever.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, a lot of pub players are happy these days that, you know, the Shadowblade Slark is out of the meta.
Yeah.
Another thing you see as much.
I mean, I'm guilty of picking a lot of Nyx too, so. I'm one of those guys. MMR over honor.
Dota players, hey, no, that's definitely Dota players in a nutshell.
Yeah.
As far as this game goes, things feel pretty even. Like, you know, up 35, not going to be in a long game prediction, not looking too hot right now. This feels like a game that has that potential to go late. Even some of these items we've seen being queued up, like Grimstroke has the Axe queued up to try and, you know, deal with the Luna. Like, it does feel like both teams are expecting this one to slow down. Well, it already has slowed down.
Yeah, late game should definitely be in the favor of TNC though. So not having any sort of gold lead here is a little bit concerning for FNATIC. I thought they would be ahead by at least like 3-4k at this point.
TNC can make up their lost neutral item as they'll be getting these tier 2s out now, and FNATIC are eyeing off this top lane. I think feeling like you say, they need to get perhaps a bit further ahead. They want a tier 2 tower. They want to be able to take these enemy outposts, and then usually what follows that is taking Roshan. We'll have to see if TNC have a response for that one. It looks like they will try and TP and defend this one, Black.
Yeah, well, at the least they want to spam out the wave so they can't get the tower for free. But they're very survivable with the Abaddon behind them. They have to be careful they don't get caught up by the Nyx Assassin here.
I do have a sentry in the lane, so Nyx cannot necessarily rely on that Vendetta. Going behind the tower, anything. Puck just blinking to clear some creeps. They follow up with a Dragon Tail. This should get shielded off. Schwan kept alive here. Bok knifes 2 heroes. Soulbind coming in from the Grimstroke. The Ravage from Death with the blink reveal. He goes jumping in. They're going to look to try and burst down Bok. Gabby with a nice little infest play to keep him alive a little bit long, but he still ends up going down and out Tims in the middle of things. Too far forward. Puck still trying to nuke him down. Gets the Nyx Assassin low, but it's not enough damage to kill off Jabs, who gets healed up by DJ, and FNATIC will get the tier 2 tower. That'll let them back off unscathed. No casualties on the FNATIC side.
Yeah, very well played by them. And right now they definitely have the teamfight prowess. We saw it there. They just don't have the damage to kill this Tidehunter or the Leshrac, or really anyone. Like, this Abaddon is just keeping everybody alive. DJ is doing a very good job using his spells properly. Like, he's never using them wrongly. He's not shielding the wrong target or healing the wrong target at all. It just doesn't feel like TNC have the damage to kill anyone yet.
Meta where even supports are doing everything they can to tank up to survive, like Abaddon with the casual fluffy hat, Nyx Assassin, same thing. That's the support life these days.
Yeah, we see so many fluffy heads just casually bought on pretty much every support nowadays, as you said. Sometimes two. Anyone here with two? No, only one.
No, like, tiny type heroes that are instantly jumping and trying to burst. I mean, I guess Puck is similar at times, but Abaddon doesn't have to worry about the burst as much.
Yep, and Luna is now on par with the Lifestealer. Finally getting his efficiency going here. And Tim's how close is to the Axe? Very far away still. It's gonna be such a big problem for them to deal with. This Dark Portrait Luna. They don't really have a good way of clearing illusions at all with right clicks. Most of the damage is magic.
Yeah, it feels like Raven's gonna have to consider his itemization even about, like, often you want to go like maybe for the butterfly on Luna against the Lifesteal, but if you get that against the Dark Portrait, your illusion's just gonna be almost unkillable.
I like the decisiveness here from TNC. They know they have no Ravage right now, so they can't really win a team fight. And you just take the tower, make the map a little bit smaller for FNATIC, make them feel uncomfortable. A lot of teams would just go back and farm, not TNC though.
Especially with this potential Roche fight coming up, both teams are getting as much vision as they can around the area.
Yep.
I with a kind of unorthodox ward as well around that Roshan pit. I like it a lot. It's giving them some good intel, and it's very unlikely to be dewarded. I don't know if it scouted this smoke, as FNATIC have smoked up themselves, heading towards that mid lane, probably looking for a pick-off that will allow them to go to the Roshan pit. TNC themselves are smoked up. Both teams trying to look to see what they can find. Chuan is showing in this mid lane, while his teammates lurk around.
Yeah, they both have the same idea right now, so they're just completely avoiding each other. They're doing the opposite moves. But yeah, this Observer
TNC
Ward,
don't want to go on Lash. Yeah.
they don't. Like, Lash is way too hard to kill now. He has a Sanch as well. They're just going into the pit. Ravage is available, so why not? This team fight is going to be hard for TNC. If they can win it though, I think they have a very good foothold in this game.
They scout it out. They throw out the orb and instantly FNATIC as they notice TNC moving over. Going to back off for now. They've managed to keep both, well, mid lane's kind of being pushed out by both sides, but top lane's being pushed out by the Luna Manta illusions to constantly put pressure on TNC to address things, but it does seem like both teams are going to back out of the pit.
I like this out-of-the-box thinking here from Def, going for an Orchid on Tidehunter just to deal with the Lifestealer and Puck. It makes a lot of sense, because they won't be building into any sort of the spell. It will make him way less tanky, but he will be very much more capable in the offensive department.
It's such a funny pickup, because usually, like, you know, if you're playing Puck into a mid-hero, like a Storm that's going Orchid, you might get a Yules, but you don't expect the Tide, so even though they see maybe this Oblivion stuff, it doesn't, you know, like you say, Lifestealer and Puck not going into any kind of dispel right now.
Yeah, they're like, what is that? Echo Saber? Oh. I think this is a very rare item pickup, right, on Tide? I don't think we see it almost ever.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Imclaw
The other day we
also?
saw we saw Bloodthorn. I can't remember what hero it was, but there was a really, I think it was maybe a Dragon Knight that went like Bloodthorn against a Lifestealer and completely, the silence like made his life.
Well, I
really
remember
tough.
that game. There was Raven. What hero did he play? I don't remember. I remember the game you're talking about.
Yeah.
And Bloodthorn can really ruin a Lifestealer's game. Like, he has a San, sure, but you're still silenced for 4 seconds. Plenty of time. Skadi, 25 gold away only though for this Lifestealer. Then Abaddon is gonna be way less effective.
We're going for the Skadi as well. Nice Carapace on the mid lane, going to catch the Lion, Boomy. Will force staff away, and that's going to be an important item for TNC. This force staff is the save. You know, Tim's playing the Grimstroke, very kind of more offensive-orientated support. Could go for, you know, the Inkswell Agshard later on for perhaps some defensive capabilities, but it's really up to Boomy with this force to save his teammates, especially if they get hit by that Orc.
Yep, 100%. And Puck is now itemizing into Yules, actually. So that means he saw the Oblivion staff then. And he's not thinking he's going Echo Saber. But yeah, once these dispels are out, it's gonna be Like, this item is gonna feel pretty bad on Tidehunter, to be honest. Like, you don't have any sort of Shiva Scarred or anything like that. Satanic.
I'm sure TNC's hoping for a flicker, I bet. Everyone's hoping for a flicker.
Well, it's gonna
Who
be
doesn't
late,
want a
though.
flicker?
Ah, Flicker is
Yeah, I mean,
insane.
37 minutes. I think, you know, this game has that feel. We haven't seen a team fight in some time. Roshan's still up, though. Smoke room from FNATIC as Gabby in the trees could be in the right spot to pop this one. Death does have his smoke get popped, as does Raven. And there's no Radiant high ground vision, so the dire TNC ward will spot them as Gabby manages to get a lot of information for his team.
And they put an Observer Ward there too, so should get dewarded relatively soon as well. TNC knows exactly what's happening here.
See themselves have a smoke on their line if they want to use it.
Look at Grimstroke, gods. He has been getting so much priority. Only 700 away from his Aghanim Scepter. He's so farmed.
Yeah, this bottom lane has been his. He's just been spamming it out. And because FNATIC want to play around Roshan, no one's been here. Okay, so I think FNATIC... Well, TNC seem to be expecting somebody to TP bottom because Bok is positioned here, ready to jump with a lifesteal. They may just give up this tier 2 tower. Yeah, they just jump in. They're like, okay, we're going to get this tier 2 tower. Can they contest Roshan now? They don't have the outpost. If they want to go and contest this, they need a TP now to this tier 2 tower. They've got to get there fast, but FNATIC, they're bringing down Roche too quickly. Don't think TNC is going to be able to stop this one.
Yeah, it's
FNATIC
gone.
Secure themselves Roche. Boomy gets the D-ward off as Pug, orbing in. Gonna scout things out, but it seemed like TNC made a bold decision to go for that smoke down bottom with the Infest, thinking someone would TP to TP, and instead FNATIC just get a Roche, and TNC's like, okay, let's cut our losses. We'll just take a tier 2 and not contest Roche.
Yeah, I think they're still okay with that, though. This Grimstroke timing is going to be absolutely massive. 150 gold away from it. This Luna just finished her Skadi. I still don't know how they're going to kill this illusion. Anchor Smash doesn't work on it. None of Leshrak's spell work on it. They just have no damage to kill it. It could potentially be the teamfight winner for them.
Yeah, that is big problem.
I love how they
Just
recognize
send
that
that
too.
on.
Like, TNC gave him so much priority. He has it minute 26. That is pretty absurd.
Yeah, almost catching up to the Dragonite in terms of net worth. DK, who really, to be effective at this point, just needs that BKB. I'm sure, you know, Bok would love to go into the late game and get, like, the kind of Aghanim Scepter, part of Taras that we've seen on Tinky DKs, but with the BKB, he's going to have all he needs, at least for these mid-game fights.
Yeah. And just in general, his impact won't be nearly as big as it would be in other games, just because there's this Abaddon who's going to shield off the Dragon Tail. So the recognition of TNC here is very good. Not a lot of teams would be able to do this, I feel like.
Luna perhaps seeing that Dark Portrait coming out, itemizing into a Crystallis.
Even that hurts with a 150% multiplier.
It does still hurt, you're right.
I feel like there's nothing you can build on Luna that doesn't help the Grimstroke portrait. It's just how the hero works, right? Like, unless you build like a hex or something. You just give it yourself.
I mean, Aghanim Scepter is pretty good, but well, I mean, it helps obviously the illusion a little, but it's more about you get some crazy old. I don't think you want to go Ags against Lifestealer Puck. These heroes,
no way.
Ways to escape.
Okay, Puck finished his Yule Scepter, and this Orchid on Tide hasn't really done anything yet.
Ooh, by the way, Lifestealer picking up a BKB, so yeah, this Orchid is going to feel
Oh, he's
extra
a BKB
easy.
instead of Satanic. Hey, interesting. Usually
Yes,
you see
I
the
mean,
Satanic
largely.
to this spell.
Here we go, they're going high ground. FNATIC saying if they can get this tower, these blades will just bounce around. They get the nice Blink Ravage in. They're trying to blow up their lifesteal. They succeed in doing so. He doesn't get the rage up, but the turnaround is there. A 3-hero combo. The Soulbind into absolute TNC destruction. They're going to look to chase down DJ as well. The saves just weren't there. There was just too much freaking damage as they kill Luna a second time. Oh, Tim's. He just set everybody up for a massive fight there.
Wow. We just spoke about how good this portrait is, and it just obliterates all of them. They get a good coil on like 3-4 heroes. Sure, they lose their lifestealer for it, but it's a massive win. It was like a 6-1 fight.
Yeah, everybody grouped up in a coil, the Earth Spike, the Chain Stun, and like you said, the Dark Portrait Illusion just wrecking them. It almost, I don't know if TNC had, if FNATIC had seen the Dark Portrait. Perhaps why they went high ground is because they were trying to get there before Grimstroke got the Aghanim Scepter, because he only just finished it.
Yeah, potentially, but this is really bad news now. At this point, they're supposed to be really quite a bit ahead, and I don't know how Fnatic team fights now anymore. After this Dark Portrait, actually. Like, I literally don't know how to deal with it. Luna needs to right-click it down somehow, but she doesn't have a BKB to do it. She's gonna be feeling very weak for quite a while, I feel like.
Yeah. So if there's no answer to it, sounds like they're gonna find a way to kill Tims without Luna, without showing their Luna.
Yeah. Who's gonna jump him though? The Tide? That's pretty risky. Nyx can maybe find him out, but there's so many sentries littered all around the map. Not easy.
See, feeling confident now. They pushing forward in the enemy jungle. They're still going to be a little bit careful. There's no Ravage to worry about for 50 seconds, so they're going to go for a smoke play. Fnatic know about this one. They are positioned behind the Leshrac on the mid lane. Does TNC want to go for a jump here? Bok gets the Dragon Tail to pull up, immediately shielded off, but he gets Hex and impaled afterwards. No more shield for
He's
DJ to help out Schwan here. He's in trouble. The defensive use is there. The burrowed up Nyx from the high ground doing some work as the Soulbind is being used to kind of cover the retreat here. It looks like TNC don't want to force their way into this burrowed up Nyx assassin, and they may perhaps lose their line. Who gets a great force up over the trees. The TP out. Oh, Umi almost making a nice play there. Does go down though.
Did you see how the Luna played a team fight? He did absolutely nothing. He didn't dare to show himself. Because of course he knows the Grimace is waiting for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to hide.
End up losing nothing, fortunately. Was pretty close on the Lash there. I gotta admit though, I don't like this BKB on the lifesteal. I feel like Satanic makes so much more sense. Like, of course it has its purpose against the Orchid, against all the magic damage against the Ravage. Sure, yeah. But do you really want to itemize into an item like this on a lifestealer? Because Satanic, I feel like it's going to make you nigh unkillable anyways, and it gives you way more damage. And the more consistent the spell as well.
I guess maybe he's thinking we're gonna get to this late game point where if he just has to siege high ground, he's gonna have, you know, rage as well as BKB and then probably a second rage. But going all in on the spell immunity, then he's got the damage queued up. So Daedalus is gonna be his next time, and at that point he's gonna be pretty close to 6 slotted.
Yeah. I love Daedalus actually in lifesteal. I feel like we don't see it enough because it actually stacks with the feast damage it deals, like the crit multiplier does. So it's a massive crit you get from it.
It seems to be the new go-to carry late-game damage item. It used to be Rapier, but you know, Rapier losing the True Strike, kind of fallen out of the meta a bit. And
yeah, it's just so hard to play
MKB.
without that True Strike, as you said. I mean, even Lifesteal just gets like a random evasion talent level 20. And suddenly this Rapier already feels like, eh.
Yep. Well, bit of a pause coming out. Fnatic do have a very small gold lead, but you know, 31 minutes in a game like this, I think looking at these gold numbers is going to tell the whole story. But Luna has managed to pull a decent ways ahead of Lifesteal in terms of farm. But as you kind of mentioned, that farm gets turned around on her with the Grimstroke.
I feel like Lifestealer, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but he fell off really hard. Like, he was on par with Luna the entire time. Potentially, it's also the way he's thinking about the game. Like, as you can see, his itemization as well. He's being very, very passively farming away rather than taking the efficient farm that is a little bit more risky. He's been leaving that.
The other thing we saw is last fight he was the bait in some. I don't know if that was intentional, maybe not, but he died and then they team wipe.
Yeah.
Puck, meanwhile, suddenly is like almost is up there with the top net worth heroes. Has a Kaya and Sanj and then a Dagon 5 queued up. So this could be a game where Armel is gonna really pop off in terms of his damage output.
Yeah, Puck can definitely be this hero. It's just he doesn't have any Aeon Disc. And against Nyx Assassin, even if you play almost perfectly, it just takes one mistake and you just die. This Carapace from anywhere, you get stunned, suddenly they follow up on you with like a Ravage or something, you're just dead. Because the Dire side doesn't really have any way of saving you.
The Nyx Carapace, when you're burrowed, what's the AoE on that, do you know?
350, I believe. It's not massive. Oh, it's at 300, it says there, yeah. But 300, it's like 125 less than a Pugna Blast, but it's still pretty big. It's mainly so that after you impale, you can just borrow and then right away carapace them. Just keep them stun locked.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that works against Aya Sanj or not. Probably does.
I guess in a team fight where he's just borrowed, it may be harder for him to actually find those carapaces on a puck.
Yeah.
Usually, it's your mobility that allows you to carapace the puck spells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I assume Puck is not really gonna shoot an orb at that little diglet in the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Once Puck finds out where the Nyx is, he's not going in 300 range, and he's not throwing little orbs. Look, Nyx is at least a Doug trio. Come on, Vlad.
I mean, I just feel like Diglett is the cutest Pokemon ever. He's just like a little head from the floor. Have you seen this meme
Nyx is
picture
cute?
where he's like really ripped beneath?
Yeah, yeah.
Just his body build. You don't think it's cute? Look at that mouth and the little weird head shape.
I mean, I'm not anti-bugs, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who look at Nyx and think, you know, that's something that's going to haunt me in my nightmares.
Yeah, I also don't even know if he, like, does he exist? It just feels like he's very empty. Like, doesn't look like he has a head.
True.
Kind of like
Yeah,
the Lich
it's like
King, you
the
know?
armor. It's like the armor around a soulless or headless body almost.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Back into the game.
Jabs did my mistake. Vendetta does not continue after you borrow. I found it
you
out.
gotta do it the other way, right?
Yeah, yeah. You gotta come out of the borrow with the Vendetta, and it works. It could be such a nice quality of life change, though. Let him borrow Vendetta, come out of Vendetta.
He's just, he's testing how it works.
Yeah, well, I should know this by now. No.
Just double checking, you know. It's like the BKB. It's like just making sure this BKB works, okay?
Well, BKB is finished now on Luna, so you will have some sort of way to just right-click the illusion at least, but it's not gonna feel good because you don't want to be right-clicking illusions in a team fight.
Here we go. FNATIC have smoked up with this BKB timing, though. They send a Lesh Illusion. That's going to scout out Boomy because he mana drains it. Now Xuan in the front lines with the Leshrac has a BKB of his own. Blink in from Paul. Gets the Dragon Tail on Xuan. The Impale follow-up is there. DJ trying to keep him alive with the Nyx burrowed out. The Finger of Death is there. A lot of damage coming out with the Coil onto 2. Abaddon getting hit by the Soulbind as well. He can't keep Jabs alive. Xuan with the BKB. Life stealing a bit with the spells. Death with a nice Ravage. Takes out the Dragonite. Gabby luckily had the BKB. That helped keep him alive. He's got to rage back up now as well. He's looking to go back in here. Death on the tide, getting low, but the heals just being too much from DJ for now. They want Xuan on the Leshrac. He's trying to turn and fight. Looks for the Split Earth, won't get it, and with the DK buyback, the chase is on. Puck manages to orb away in a sliver of hell somehow. He keeps himself alive. Armel with the Yule Scepter now. He's managing to just juke his way through this one. The burrowed up Nyx is in trouble. He's looking to get brought down by the Life Stealer. Gabby, does he have the damage? It's not enough just yet. The heals are there. Jabs, he's still alive, and with the silence on the Life Stealer, he's going to go down. He couldn't get the rage off. FNATIC, they're winning this fight. They can't get the DK a second time with the blink away. And FNATIC have somehow managed to turn this one on TNC.
It was a massive amount of buybacks because they know exactly that Roshan respawn. Whoever wins that fight gets the Roshan. There was so many clutch spell usages by DJ, and then Tidehunter comes in at the last second. Rage was like half a second of cooldown, gets the silence on, otherwise the Nyx would have died. Very close team fight, but FNATIC is going to be very happy with the result of it.
TNC's looking to contest this Roche, but they're going to be here too late. Oh, are they? It's going to be close. Puck, orbing, jointing in, doesn't manage to get there in time. Zap! Armel finds DJ, gets some revenge. That's 500 gold for killing an Abaddon. How the hell do you get 500 gold for a 5 position?
That's just how Dota works. I saw, like, someone
That's
solo
more
kill
gold
support
than-
yesterday, got 1200 gold. Like, why?
More gold than any kill in the last fight. I just pushed enter, and all the kills from the last fight were like 350 to 400. And the Abakill.
Yeah, I have not understood the bounty rules in like 2 years now, ever since they changed it. It's really weird.
One area on patch notes where I'll kind of skim over and be like, you know, you get gold for kills. That's all you need to know as a caster.
There's so many complicated numbers and brackets and everything. I'm like, what do you mean divided by 10, multiplied by 25? What is happening? Perhaps down there, he bought back before.
Yep, X is there. No Carapace proc. Impale follow with a finger. Finger zap. Boomy's starting to build up some finger damage.
Yeah, he even went for the max health per finger instead of the Earth Spike cooldown. Interesting. I feel like we always see the Earth Spike cooldown on a 5 line at least.
Or yeah, something a little bit different.
Dev's
Feeling
going
like this
into...
game is gonna drag out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't blame him after watching these qualifiers.
Like I'm getting lots of stacks, and also the health, the survivability, not bad. Mid lane, FNATIC in a position. They've got the Aegis with the Daedalus here. Even with the Aegis, TNC are feeling like they can confidently play on FNATIC side of the map.
I wonder if this actually impacts players and teams' mindset. Like, if they see a qualifier just be super long on average, does it impact their mentality towards the game? But it feels like it
Maybe
does.
they're picking different heroes. Maybe they're going for different items. Say the line talent is probably just a result of what we've seen happen here.
What is Dev going for? He's going completely haywire here and going for a Lincoln Sphere next. Just to protect the Luna, probably from a Dark Portrait.
Ooh. Don't mind that. I guess how easy the pop is. I guess the puck does pretty well because you can kind of jump in with the blink and orb out while Dagoning or something.
You can also pop it with Phantom's Embrace instantly. But it doesn't even fly out, it's just an instant pop on the Lincolns. Luna's going for her own Lincolns as well, so they just want to stack Lincolns on him, I guess.
Alright. That's the late game plan, FNATIC. That's one thing that's why these two teams are still in the upper bracket with all these crazy 6-minute games. FNATIC and TNC are the two teams. They've got the experience. They know how to play these late game scenarios better than anyone, and they're the teams that the pressure seems to get to the least. Boomy, Blink, Ravage coming in, going to catch 2 on the high ground as well as the support Lion. That's happy just to go jumping on in. Now with the block, BK jumps in with the BKB himself with a lifestealer backup. The damage isn't there. On the left, as Death with the borrowed time. Oh, snap! They get the tide. Death is dead. That's a dieback as well. Schwan needs to be a little bit careful here. The DK getting low. Block trying to fly back to the high ground with the Infest healing him up a little bit. That's enough to keep him alive. And now the next target is Schwan's left track. DJ has to be careful in the bat, and he can't get too close without the borrowed time. But they're managing to win this fight with Ravens doing so much damage. The puck jumps back in. Gabby with the rage still up. He's trying to bring down the Nyx, but Nyx is hella tanky, and Puck actually gets brought down. Raven gets himself a triple kill.
You got chipped by the glaive, you couldn't blink. Very unfortunate. Do they have buybacks? Only the Puck has a buyback. If they lose this tower, the Rex are gone. Potentially even the G4s are gone. They're pinging the throne. And if they don't buy back, they might lose it.
You just have to buy back, I gotta imagine. Gabby, what's he up to? He's going for some neutral items, it looks like. I don't blame him. That's an interesting call. He's actually he got the bounty rune. He gave Grimstroke buyback. So they can get a Dark Portrait out now. If Grimstroke wants to use that. Gabby goes running in, finds a courier. Has a Flicker now to play with, a great pickup. That's why he was in the jungle. He's like, we're losing racks. He's like, no, I'm going jungle. But it looks like they are going to have to give up this. Yeah, they're giving up the racks. Probably will fight for the tier 4 towers. Gabby just getting poked at.
Yeah, the Bound City is actually crazy. It looks so... I don't know. It just doesn't look like Dota anymore, you know what I mean? All these, or maybe it looks exactly like Dota, actually. What am I saying?
It's like there's most other spells, just don't work on buildings. So,
yeah.
So it's interesting. Glaives is one of the few that does.
They just have glaives bouncing from the middle Rex to like throne, hitting heroes over there.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those mechanics. I think if Ice Rogue for whatever reason made it so that glaives don't bounce on buildings, I think not many people would be upset.
Yeah, but I feel like Luna would also not be as big anymore at all. That's a pretty good gimmick, right? Like especially with like heroes that empower her. You go high ground, you get the tower unexpectedly, and suddenly the enemy's like, oh, we're done. We can't defend this.
You can buff her other ways, Or maybe give her a talent that does it.
A 25 talent? I wouldn't mind it. They're terrible anyways.
Yeah. I'd say 25 talent just to get back something that you used to have sounds kind of brutal. But yeah, like you say, Luna's 25s, I mean, we'll see. Probably what, 30% lifesteal?
Yeah. Like the Eclipse Mini-Stun is pretty good if you have Axe Scepter. Especially with the Refresher, just perma-stun people. But he's going for the cookie cutter build. Has an Illusionist cape as well.
Oh, nice little pickup.
Yep. And the Lincoln
Lifesteal's 25 will be important. His Rage Duration, I gotta imagine he's gonna want, but he's still got a full level to go. FNATIC are not interested in giving TNC time to sit back. They're considering this high ground. the double Lincolns now, Tide as well as Luna, both have one.
Yeah, they're just gonna be stacking it on the Luna. Make sure they don't get a portrait at all. He's dropping every item on Luna. What's happening? Just to use the illusion escape, what? What kind of gimmick is happening here? Oh, so he doesn't get the Dark Portrait illusion or what?
Oh, clever, clever.
I mean, he stood there for like 10 seconds. Like, man, you're probably gonna practice it a bit in demo mode first.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess that's the downside of the illusion escape, is that it makes an easy way to get the Dark Portrait image for Grimstroke.
yeah. Same with the Manta also. He keeps doing it, but really, I don't know how efficient it is, because he's not Thompson level of button clicking. Like, if you watch some people play, the way they drag items in and out is insane. Like, they're so fast. How do they do that? I tried that.
You've got to be so precise too. Here we go, TNC, they're smoked up. They're looking to make their move out of their base. They put an observer on the high ground. They don't reveal a sentry or anything, as Radiant don't have any way to know there's a ward here right now, I believe. Fox just going to go for the D ward.
Okay, I'm DK. Not sure why. They didn't see them, right? Could have potentially gone for a move.
Fnatic themselves are smoked up. Fnatic can just group this side. They know this is do or die time. Roche can respawn in 10 seconds, so this is where winning or losing a fight could lead to Roshan potentially, or just game over if you're one of these teams.
Tims!
Buyback.
So
Cannot
careful.
afford to get picked off. The blink in. Death doesn't go for the Ravage. Tims has not got the A on this yet. He's going to be the first target. He does have buyback, I believe. There's going to be a blink pop. Dragon Tail. He catches out the back lines. He takes out Nyx, who's forced to immediately buy back the DK on the front lines. Once DJ will be a great pickup for them. That takes away so many of these saves. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead brave. The Soulbind catching out too. Where's the Dragon Tail? The Lucent Beam stun pushing them back. But there's going to be a double hex into a double impale. They're absolutely getting destroyed. Gabby with the BKB rage as well. Schwan getting brought down on the Leshrac. Is the physical damage there? It's going to be close, and they bring him down before the TP.
Oh no!
Dead Leshrac without buyback. TNC have won a crucial fight here, and they may get more. Death's Lincoln Sphere. They're going to do so much for him. Damage is there to bring down the Tide, who also does not have buyback.
It just shows you how strong this combination is of Grimstroke Lion, Hex, Impale Finger on both of them.
Oh.
And Leshrac unfortunately died. He fumbled a little bit with his inventory. Plate Mill was in the backpack. He would have lived otherwise, I would imagine.
And that, yeah, the Grimstroke this game has been huge. The Dark Portrait, as well as all the spells they're comboing.
Yeah.
The Dragon Tail as well that they've had hitting multiple heroes in some of these fights. It's just absolutely destroyed Fnatic. And
Nyx Courier? Oh, it was close. It's the Aeon disc.
Okay.
If you lose, it's dead.
Yeah.
Roshan up in 90 seconds. And 2 buybacks expended here. Luna bought back right away. So did DJ.
On the Dire side, buyback status is they're going to have these buybacks at least the puck in 2.5 minutes. So we're going to get to a point where TNC should have an edge when it comes to buybacks.
Yeah, Grimstroke is really the big one, though. It feels like as though he's more important than some of these cores right now.
Yeah.
How
Got an
close is
Aeon
he to
disc
the Aeon
queued up.
disc? Oh, still quite a bit away. 1300?
Yeah. He can farm it quickly. Perhaps that's going to be... Yeah, he's staying kind of bottom while his team are elsewhere. But he also has to be wary that, you know, Fnatic may make a play on his life.
Yeah, this is the tournament meta right now. Aeon
He's
disc
got
on
it.
everyone.
He had the Arcane Boost. Yeah, he's got Aeon Disc now. The Arcane Boost.
Aeon disc on him, Aeon disc on DK
Oh.
queued up, Aeon disc on Lion queued up, Puck has one. Everyone is going for one.
Here we go, Fnatic. They smoke out of their base. Dire vision around this Roshan pit is fantastic. We'll see what Fnatic can do. Chuck a ward on the high ground, but they don't want to D-ward right away.
The net worth is a little
Reveal
bit
their
deceiving.
position, but
Lifesteal are sitting on 5k right now.
right, here we go. Fess into the puck. Armel in the front lines.
What can they get?
What's he going to find here? Level 26 as well.
Yeah, Armel has been a beast this game.
Fnatic checking out the Roshan pit, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. Armel, what can he find? He doesn't have buyback, so he's going to be a little bit careful. Does have the Aeon Disc, and of course, Puck is just known for being oh so slippery.
Dewarding the sentry so their ops doesn't get dewarded. Ionis,
Where
be
it is,
careful.
Dragon Form is pop. Thinking with the Hex, they're going on DJ, but the Abaddon, he's being stunned up while they go on the backlines here. They want Chuan. Meanwhile, Abaddon just being silenced up as well, but the DK kind of gets left alone. Doesn't pop the BKB, gets helped out by the 4-star. Lifestealer inside the puck, not the DK, means Bok has to just BKB TP out. None of the damage for him, so.
And Roshan is up. It just spawned.
Dragonform still has a bit of duration left on it, but FNATIC's already in there. DK should be able to get back potentially in time with the Ag Scepter.
Roshan's falling fast.
Make it in here.
Gotta make a decision here.
Umi standing above to the north. Can he make a play for the steal or a snipe here? Not sure they want to go for it. DK blinks in with the puck as well. They time this, not perhaps at the perfect Roshan time. They're going to get the Aegis onto Schwann's Leshrac. FNATIC have the Aegis. They can look to turn and fight. Bok's going to be careful on the DK. Doesn't have BKB. He's 4-stuffed. He gets back to the high ground. He's still alive on the DK. TNC want this Luna, but the cheese being popped. Going to heal it back up, and with the burrowed up Nyx Assassin, they want to get the hell out of here. Boomy's Lion in some trouble now. Gets chased down. Looks like TNC just going to look to disengage, having already taken out the Aegis.
Oh, it was so close. It was like max range.
Stops the boots to travel with the Dagon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there an Ags or refresher I didn't see?
Good question. Let's click through the heroes very quick.
I see Nyx. Oh, Nyx has an Ags, of course.
It's an axe scepter then. Wait, no. Yeah, I clicked on Nyx too. I was like, what? And then you said it. I was like, ooh.
No.
Wait, there's no refresher. Puck has the Aghanim's. Okay, Puck took the Aghanim's. Which is a massive upgrade for them.
Oh, yeah.
If Luna is just stuck there with a portal hitting her, yeah, that's perfect. Probably couldn't have asked for anything better. But now his buyback is very expensive too. Arms and creeps.
Yeah. Well, he's happy just to have it off cooldown now. Hopefully for the upcoming fight if he can farm it.
Lifestealer is about to get a whole lot scarier. Just finishes Daedalus. It's gonna be a ton of damage coming out from him now. So how much is Feast?
It feels like there's
1.2%. That's good. It's about a 50-ish, 60 bonus damage on the Luna.
And this is the window now where FNATIC do not have buyback on some of their key heroes. The Luna, Abaddon have 3 minutes left in their buybacks, and TNC have managed to get all their buybacks back up, more or less, just waiting on Puck to farm a bit more gold.
Yep. And
I guess the
needs 2
Grimstroke is still on cooldown. That's the big one for them. You kind of mentioned that.
But he has Aeon Disc now.
Luna.
They actually have 3 Aeon Discs ready, right? Oh, Lion about to finish his. Yeah, I mean, DK went away from it and just goes for the Nullifier to, of course, counter the Nyx Assassin's Aeon Disc. It feels like this late game is always just about Aeon Disc. Every time. How do we counter this? How do we make sure they don't counter ours? Aeon Disc here, Aeon Disc there. How would you nerf that item?
That's an Iceberg question. How would you nerf the Black? I don't know.
I feel like make it so you only take like half damage instead of like 100% reduction. It means you auto can't blink out for free, stuff like that.
Speaking of some of these saves, there is a Leshrac Wind Waker, so potentially can save teammates with this. But that's where the Nullifier really comes into play, because this is going to be huge against these Aeon Discs as well as that Wind Waker.
Yeah. Nullifier is also a very underrated item. It just answers all these late game saving options. Well, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them. Like, how much is Wind Waker? Like, almost 8k? 7.1k?
Yeah.
And Nullifier is 4.7. It's way cheaper, obviously.
Luna going to some new late game tech, has got an Aghanim Scepter queued up, perhaps thinking they need to just blow a hero up during some of these stuns with the Lucent Beams, and also just running out of slots, so could get the Blessing later on as well.
I wonder if a Moonshot is better or the Axe Blessing, actually. With the item build he has gone for. Because, what? How much attack speed is a Moonshot again? 70 or 60 when you consume it? 60.
Yeah, half. Yeah.
Actually, for some reason, it's not half anymore. You get 140 and then it goes down to 60.
Yeah.
Not sure why. Should be half. Half it up?
Yeah, it was initially half, right? I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, it was. What I never understood, do you get the night vision also while you carry the item or only after consumption? Oh yeah, it says so. 400 while you just carry it. and 200 after consumption.
It used to
again,
be you
half.
got none when you consumed. I think they added that later, if I recall.
Yeah, because it was terrible. Why would you lose everything?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See where Luna goes, but for now, definitely going to be managing that buyback, which has come back up. Both teams have just spent the last. It's like, okay, there's no Roshan for like. They lost Aegis right away, so it's like, all right, let's just wait for 8 minutes and then we'll meet again at the Roche Pit Black. That seems to be how the SCA Dota goes.
I have seen more than enough of that yesterday in that 140, what was the 104-minute game or whatever it was.
Yeah, we were all over on the mainstream and we were having like 9 hours for 2 best-of-3s. But yeah, you had a single 100-minute game. It has been wild. This SCA qualifiers has been quite the spectacle for viewers, casters, teams, and players alike.
I wonder if you compare to other regions, how it compares in terms of duration. Going on DJ here.
Way higher. Yep. They jump on the airband, but that looks like on the backlines, Death on the Tide is the target they want.
Oh, they're crushing him!
And the lifesteal bring him down. Yeah, with the puck axe coil, he can't actually get away from this one. They want the Tide. He manages to get brought down, but instantly buying back. Now there's a Dark Portrait. Raven's just hitting the Dark Portrait, but now he's got a Gabby lifesteal to worry about. He 4-stops away from the lifesteal and catches out the support Lion. Nice find as DK gets stunned up, but gets the BKB on afterwards. It's just going to go for the TP out. Don't have any answer to the BKB TP.
Feels like we've seen that just about 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
Pretty much same spot.
Tide goes down, buys back. Lion doesn't have the buyback.
But did you see how the game ended? Somebody Boots of Travel 2'd onto the Dragon Knight and he cliffed himself because Dragon Knight was flying over a cliff. Then he died after a buyback. That was the worst way ever for the game to end.
That is just heartbreaking. Yeah.
I really
Play
felt
for
bad
100 minutes and then that happened. It's like, things you're never going to consider that when you're casting that Boots of Travel 2 on your teammate too. You're just assuming like, yeah, it's going to be fine.
But the worst thing is, he had Blink Dagger. He just didn't know he was up there because, as you said, he just didn't think about it at all. DK also level 25 now.
Go from here. Yeah.
AoE Dragon's Tail is also a massive game turner potentially. It's basically an RP.
I guess, and it'll stun people through Lincolns if you target someone else, right? Is that correct?
I don't think it's a target ability anymore, right? It's kind of like Storm
Oh,
Vortex
it's just
now.
an AoE. Okay.
I think it forgoes Lincolns entirely. I haven't tested it. I'm not 100% sure, but that's how Storm Vortex works. So. I think
Yeah.
it's similar.
I was thinking you still had to target something, but if it's no longer needing to target, then that's huge. Yeah, because these double Lincolns could just be somewhat negated by this. Not to mention just the fact you can stun the Abaddon as well as his teammate, because there's not. Well, Abaddon can still pop the borrowed time and then shield his buddy. I guess that's the kind of play DJ's gonna be looking for.
Yeah, and he also went for this Axe Scepter. I tested this recently. Axe Scepter on Abaddon is so unbelievably strong. Together with the Holy Locket, like it triggers every 525 health, and with the talent you heal about 450 health every missed coil. So you lose like 70 health only.
25, yeah. 500 AoE missed.
Insane.
These supports is 25. Okay.
I did not expect these to be 25. Wait, even Boomy's 25. Tim's is 22. How did that happen?
I feel like we've seen these 56-minute games. I haven't really seen the supports get 25 in them that often. I'm sure you did in your 100-minute game, but...
Oh my god. Yeah, this also means we have the AoE Hex now. Another method to forego the Lincolns.
Oh.
This item is practically useless now.
I mean, they may even want to consider selling it for something else. Sort of an upgrade.
You can maybe protect yourself from the Dark Portrait, but that's a DJ?
Oh. Link's done. DJ's been found. And they pull him up before the borrowed time? Nope. They could have maybe gone for a finger and tried to catch him by surprise, but they were ready for it. The Nyx Assassin, meanwhile, not able to stun up the lifesteal. He managed to get the rage off. Now Bokku charging with the BKB. Nice coil on a 3, and with the Axe Scepter, they kind of completely suck in. This is Soul Blight. The Dagon's to follow it up. TNC, Gabby in the front lanes with the BKB as well as the rage. The Ravage is not going to connect on anyone except the DK further away. Lifestealer manages to infest his way out of there, comes back in, re-engages with the dead Abaddon. They want more puck. Actually managed to die in the backlines. They got the lockdown they needed. Gabby, can he finish off jabs here on the Nyx? He's got the Aeon Disc. The Nyx is just unkillable, it feels like. Yep. He's just too tanky. Gabby goes charging back in with the Blink Dagger. He wants Schwan on this Leshrac, but he's too tanky himself. Gets Tide as the new target, but he goes Ghost Scepter. going to get rid of it. The three-man mana drain coming in from the line, who goes for a Finger of Death. Not enough damage on the tide.
He's just sitting
Puck
there.
trying to finish him off the orb. He can't actually finish off Death. Death somehow blinks back in. He's still alive, but Nick's going down, and now Gabby, he's starting to just wreak havoc. The Wind Waker Leshrac, he's trying to fly his way out of there. It's Tornado Alley as the Dagon brings the Leshrac low. Gabby's still chasing forward. This lifestealer is just unkillable. He's just constantly full health. Puck still fishing for more on the backlines. Isn't going to succeed in doing so. Lion dies and buys back immediately. Nyx is still finding a new place to burrow on down. If they get this Nyx, that's a dieback, but he's tucked away nice and deep, Gabby. As he got the damage to get this kill, the Split Earth coming out, stunning up Ball, who has a BKB in 2 seconds, but he won't get a chance to pop it. He's dead without buyback. Luna buying back now as well. Gabby looking to turn and fight. Hasn't have Satanic. Doesn't have a way to lifesteal his way through this one. Will go down, and Raven has a triple kill. Split Earth onto the high ground. They catch out Tim's. Tim's dead now as well with buyback, and FNATIC making good use of their buybacks to win this fight, potentially secure Roshan.
Yeah, Rose is back up, this time with all items. And it just feels like TNC is initially always winning these fights, but FNATIC is just making much better use of their buybacks and turning so many fights around. I think there's the third one consecutively to turn around this way.
Both teams just kiting so well. They're going for Roshan and TNC. Lion, you gotta be
Are they so
careful
late?
here. Does not have buyback. Yeah, they're too late for this one, it feels
Are
like,
they?
but they're still trying to take this fight. Gabby charging in, looking to start this fight. Gets stunned up by the Impale. The Split Earth follow-up. Gabby's stunned. He's dead. It's a dieback. Oh! Jabs was ready for him. Got him with the carapace setup. Now the puck needs to find a way out. Armel, has he got the damage? He's going to carry this game on his own, and he's in a 2 versus 4 here. Goes blinking back in. Wanted DJ, but didn't have the damage to bring him down with the borrowed time being proc. Armel needs to find these kills. That's the only way he can defend, it feels like. And Chuan's looking for him. Trying to catch him with the Yule, I imagine, as Aeon Disc is on cooldown. He's got the
You
Octarine,
cannot
he's got...
fight into this pit, gods, against this Leshrac stun. He got stunned like 4 times by it.
the life
Luna
surge
clip
is-
coming through.
Oh,
Tims is eating it.
Sims, gotta be careful. He gets the Dark Portrait out. That
He's
could
dead.
be a game changer. Sims is getting low. Can he keep himself alive? No, he can't. He's dead, and now the tier 4 tower goes down, as well as the throne next in line as Armel trying to defend this on his own, but there's nothing he can do. FNATIC, they're gonna take game 1 of this best of 3. They lose the Abaddon. Armel getting another for the scoreboard, but actually
he's
no, they
dying to
cleared the
the
creep. No! Okay. Puck's dead. He died top. They have to fight through backdoor protection. Can they do this? I believe they should be able to with the Edict as well as the Luna damage
Level
black.
25 Edict, no problem, right?
Yeah, it's
And he
GG.
bought a
No
Desolator.
buyback. Game over. FNATIC. Woo!
A lot closer than we thought it would be. But FNATIC showing once more how experienced they are there. Buyback usage this game is really what won them the game, I think. Was way better than TNC's. Who also fought pretty damn well. But yeah, FNATIC clinching it out at the top.
That was, yeah, world-class Dota from both these two teams. This entire SA qualifiers has just been brutal. 58 minutes, it feels like, you know, I've seen more late game Dota in this SA qualifiers than a long, long time. Absolutely
ever,
crazy
yeah.
stuff. And we're going to have hopefully a bit more to say. We're going to take a quick break, get a glass of water, take a breath, maybe get myself a can of mate, because this best of 3, it feels like it could go the distance, so stick around, guys.
problem was potentially the mindset that we have seen really all qualifier long. I just keep repeating it. I think Gabby was a little bit too defensive with his items. A lot of fights, he actually managed to hit a lot of heroes. He just didn't have enough damage to kill them because of that BKB purchase, I feel like. And maybe just go back to your roots. Gabby is a very aggressive player usually. He itemizes in a lot of damage and bursts heroes down. This game he did quite the opposite.
Well, we'll head to a short break, and when we come back from game 2, we'll see if the puck is going to come back through and how much more aggressive TNC might end up being. welcome back, everyone. Just before we jump into game number 2, which will be soon, I promise you, I have to ask you, Black, I want to address the game length that's happening in Southeast Asia right now. They are going for so long, and it is amazing Dota that we are watching. I absolutely love it. But I have to ask you, is this what the teams are normally doing? Is this what we can normally expect from them? Or is it a bit of a TI10 qualifier factor?
I mean, if we just go back to season 2 of the SEA region, I think the longest game we have seen there was like 50 minutes. And it was like the upper end of the spectrum, right? Now, it feels like 1 hour games are the new norm. And I don't know what happened to literally every single team, but the game duration doubled just in the TI qualifier. Usually, as I said, the TNC is a very aggressive team, and so is FNATIC, really. They might pick hard carries, but they play them in a very aggressive way. But yeah, TI qualifiers, a lot is on the line,
That is true. I mean, you play a little bit safer knowing just how much there is on the line. Do you think that TNC are more comfortable to play aggressive, and maybe they should try and channel a little bit more of that? Because we are still in the upper bracket finals, you know what I mean? So they're not going to be eliminated or anything. They still have a second chance. So do you think they should perhaps go for that more aggressive lineup?
It's always their style. I feel like that's what their players excel at. Gabby is an amazing aggressive carry player, and so is Armel. This entire team just speaks aggression to me, and I feel that's the strong suit. I should definitely be going back to it, I feel like.
Well, I'm really looking forward to a lot more early aggressive gameplay. But Gods, over on the side of Fnatic, you and Black were talking about how TNC looked like they had the late game all wrapped up, and unfortunate, just due to certain clutch plays, Fnatic ended up pulling out the win. What do you think Fnatic has to change then to try and secure more of that late game?
5 seconds.
I think the key thing for me is that they're 2 support players. DJ and Jabs are just like the most skilled support players, like combo in any team, like almost in the world. They both used to be core players. They're both so mechanically solid. They make game-winning plays. Like DJ is known for his Enigma. Jabs' Nyx assassin in that game was the one catching everybody, picking them off, and setting them up for success. So I think for Fnatic to continue succeeding is make sure that these 2 guys still have these high impact heroes.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of that Nyx Assassin, it is going to be banned out by TNC. I guess they think the exact same as you, that it is just way too strong and they don't want to give them that chance of having it again. But, Black, I'm sure you're very happy about that. But then what are your thoughts on the Terrorblade and the Phoenix being picked up for them?
We have seen, I don't know how it went on the mainstream, but on the second stream we have seen a lot of first 2 Terrorblade picks. And I think they won every game. Not entirely sure on that, but every game that I casted, Terrorblade won. It just seems like an amazing hero right now. You might lose your lane a little bit. You just go into the jungle level 3 or 4, and you still end up at the top of the net worth. And you're like the craziest, scary late game hero in Dota right now. You just counter most of the other hard carries, not all of them, but most of the meta carries at least. So I'm quite liking what I'm seeing here. And of course, Nyx Assassin being banned brings happiness to my soul.
Do you think it's worth picking up the Terrorblade so early, though? Like, surely there is a lot of potential for Fnatic to really focus it and shut it down as much as they can.
Potentially, yes. But the problem is, usually it just gets second phase banned, and then you can't get it in the second phase. Yeah. So if you want to have it, you got to pick it right there.
I agree. I think they're most comfortable when they have either Spectre or Terrorblade. That's TNC's 2 best carries. I think they still can play this aggressive kind of TB drafts. We saw Gabby actually making moves with Metamorphosis last time we played this hero fairly early on to take objectives. So I think this suits TNC really well. And I like the Phoenix. It's a great support to have with the TB. So this feels very planned from TNC that they were going to burst to the TB with Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is them going back to something that they're a little bit more confident, comfortable with, something that they know they can execute a lot better when it gets to that late game. But let's look at the side of Fnatic. We see the Axe being picked. We've only seen Axe win 1 game, I believe it is, so far in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. He got picked a fair amount as well and just wasn't winning things. So, Black, walk me through if you like that pick and the pairing with the Mirana as well.
It really depends on the team. Like the Chinese teams sort of brought it into the meta at the major, but it's a really execution-heavy core hero, I feel like. If you put him as a carry, you need to know exactly what you're doing. And I don't know if that's right, but I saw a lot of carry acts in this qualifier lose. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot. Only
Yeah,
one
yeah.
win, I believe.
I'm
Day
not
one,
surprised.
it lost like 7 games in a row on day one. That was Axe being
Yeah.
carry and support, but the heroes got the
5
worst win rate of
seconds
like any hero in the qualifiers that's being picked a lot. It's at like 30% in like 50 games.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
offlane,
not-
it's weird offlane, right? Because you farm fast, sure, but like you're not really contributing as much to team fights as you would like as like a Tide Hunter or Dragon Knight or anything like that. And as a carry, as I said before, it's very, very execution heavy and very hard to pull off. Most teams won't be able to do it. I'm not sure why people pick it, especially this early. Like you gotta be very comfortable with it, which I'm sure Fnatic is if they pick it this early.
Does that
Raven
mean a
played
lot
it already, yeah.
Did
Raven
they
did
win
play it
that?
in one game. It was one of those crazy 60-minute games that they could have. It's like it lost, but it could have been anyone's game. Like
Remember when you asked about the Bloodthorn? He built it on Axe. I remember now actually.
Oh,
That was
that's
the
the game. Yeah, I think our producer actually mentioned Axe, and I was like, oh, okay. So he had Bloodthorn Axe.
Yeah. Okay,
Um,
so Axe, Mirana. I mean, Terrorblade is really good against Axe in the mid game, right? Like once you finish the Skadi timing, you're really good against him. If Axe snowballs really hard though, there is a big timing that you can hit against the Terrorblade at minute 20 with the Shard Blink.
Then let's have a quick look at the bans as well, though. We've got the Dragon Knight ban coming out, which again makes sense because it's such a flexible pick. I understand why they wouldn't really want it to be available for the side of TNC. But the TNC are banning out this Lion, so what do you think their options are for another support?
They're probably looking. I mean, TNC banned Lion, I guess, to protect the TB, and Fnatic maybe want another stun. Probably some Lion's good because it offers a lot of damage. Like you could replace it with like a Lina or something potentially.
How about a Snapfire for Fnatic?
Ooh, I like that a lot.
I like the Snapfire.
Really good against Phoenix. Decent against
Yeah.
Terrorblade as well.
They already have the Mirana for the Phoenix, so I don't think they have to double down on like the egg killing necessarily. But I think Snapfire does still seem pretty good.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I would like to see another Chinese special against Terrorblade. Naga Siren is really good against Phoenix and Terrorblade as well. You don't really ever feel comfortable as Terrorblade against Naga, I feel like.
I have not seen a Naga being picked yet, so I actually would really like to see her being played. Then there's that Leshrac ban. Again, that one's not too much of a surprise. As well
Naga's
as that top one.
coming. Lesh is really good against Naga.
You can feel it. They're just trying to protect her as much as possible. If they do pick the Naga here, let's say it gets picked up here or in the next pick, is she going to be the key hero that they're going to try and revolve there? Oh, look, you picked the Snapfire instead. They could still pick up the Naga. But if they're going to pick up the Naga, is that what they're going to mainly focus on? They're not really going to care too much about giving the Axe the space?
I mean, if they pick Naga, it's going to be absolute last pick, I'd imagine.
Okay.
They go Tusk. All right, it's really good against Axe. Very good save. But we haven't seen a whole lot of Tusk, have we?
Only I think
seen a little
Neon were
bit.
picking it. Yeah, Neon were playing
Yeah.
it with Yanuel. He plays a sick Tusk, and he played a lot of the major. But I don't think I've seen other teams play it as much. But I feel like there's a good chance Fnatic want to leave this Axe flexible to the last pick, so they'll save that last pick either for carrier or
I think
off
they'll
lane.
pick a mid now.
Yeah.
A mid here that's sort of flexible too. Or maybe not flexible. Storm
I was
right
like,
away.
Storm is not
Let's go.
flexible.
A mid hero that doesn't have any hard counters.
It's really good here too. Like none of these three heroes actually threaten him past level 6.
Yeah, they see 2 supports with no stuns, so you feel really good about playing Storm. It's going to force TNC to pick something with reliable Storm catch, it feels like. And DK already banned out, so I like this.
Puck
a lot.
also banned out. What could they potentially go for? We have seen some Ember Spirits, which could be
Yeah.
decent here. But it's
Ember
What if-
Void.
kind of a double-edged sword, right? Like Ember is good against Storm, but Storm is really good against Ember as well.
What if TNC picked the Naga here instead? To try and not allow Fnatic, but also not waste a ban, but also then they have an ultimate to try and catch the Storm.
I mean, if it
Naga,
was a
bring it back.
top game, maybe TB Naga. That's a little bit greedy. I mean, we have seen in the
We've
past.
seen greedy. We have
Need
seen
your
greedy.
hammer Naga. He's
Yeah, we
playing
have
the
seen it.
offlane
That's what I
block.
wanted to say.
Yeah,
Plus
yeah.
3 Naga, plus 4 Naga. We have seen it. It's
KP,
not
KP used to
impossible.
play that. That's a KP hero.
Yeah.
I mean, They're not gonna
Ah,
go
close,
with it. They're gonna go
close.
with the tiny. I think maybe we should have drafted for them and picked up the Naga there. But what do you think of the tiny?
It's
Gives some
different
much
approach,
needed
right?
kill threat. Yeah, they need some damage like in the early to mid game. They can't like while they wait for TP to come online because Tusk Phoenix don't really provide that.
I'm a little
Do you
bit
think
worried
there
for them
is-
though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think there's enough, I guess, space made with their draft so far for this Terrorblade? Because it feels like early game they're really gonna struggle, right? Because that tiny still doesn't come online. He's not that strong in the early. Terrorblade definitely isn't. The Tusk still needs quite a few levels to get anywhere. What's gonna be needed as their last pick to ensure that space for the Terrorblade?
Right now, I just don't know how they team fight ever. Like, Phoenix is super hard countered, right? You have Snapfire, Mirana, this egg is never gonna go off. Tusk and Tiny, they can maybe make some plays happen, but once you blow your combo, that's it. What do you have after that?
Yeah, and we've already seen them struggle in the first game with showing that restraint, pulling back, resetting between fights. So to know that they only really have one opening window as their win condition for team fights and then having a reset, I do kind of feel for them in terms of their draft. Maybe they have something planned for the last pick we just have no idea about. But Gods, on the side of Fnatic, we're really liking the look of it. So what's the last pick what do they need in the last pick to round it out?
I'm still, I guess, thinking there's a chance this Axe goes safe lane. Just because last time they picked it, that's where it went. I think it's an okay Legion commander game. You don't have anyone to buff up with the press the attack, but against the TB, it seems like a decent choice. They can run Legion with the Mirana, perhaps, or you want to have an offlaner that sets up the arrow. That's the other kind of play that we sometimes see.
Have we seen Fnatic Legion? We have, haven't we?
Yes, it's the death special. It is. He's played it at least I think twice, maybe even a third time. He's a.
Oh wow! Okay.
He is a Legion specialist.
Legion is good. I think Centaur could also be really good for the disengage as soon as they pop meta or to get on top of the Phoenix egg. They definitely have some options. As you said, Axe could be carry, could be offlane. Very flexible right now.
Oh, look,
Legion
maybe
on the
TNC
Legion away.
thought, maybe TNC thought the same thing that Fnatic were leading up to the Legion, and they did the picking it instead of allowing them to pick it.
Yeah, definitely. Partly maybe a block pick for Fnatic, but of course, if they were worried about Fnatic, they did have two bans they could have used on it. But Legion with these hyper carries like TB is just always sick because that Ag Shard it's honestly one of the best Ag Shards in the game. It's so broken, and TB is going to be an unkillable monster. Plus, it gives them another way to catch the storm, which I think they just need in general. So, really good for TNC as well.
I wanna go back and quote you what you said yesterday. Do you reckon the Terrorblade's going to turn into a demon you don't want to F with?
He will. Ooh. Well, I don't know if he actually. I think that maybe not against Dark Warden. Maybe not. Ooh.
I don't want to see this again. I just saw this yesterday for 104 minutes.
Black, no. This time I'm not predicting a 35-minute game this time.
Oh my god. Tag me out, coach. I'm out.
Yep. Nat, you good to be an analyst for this game?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I love it. Black's like, I didn't want to see Nyx in the first game, and we got him, and now I don't want to see Awkward in the second game, but we've got him. I do have to ask, though, which side are you going to pick? Which draft do you like the look of? Doesn't matter about game length. I just want to know which team you think is going to be able to execute their draft better. You want to go first, Black?
I go first. All right, I'll be saying Fnatic. I like this Storm Spirit quite a lot. I don't really think they did enough to address it. Phoenix should not have a game at all. And Arc Warden have no problem farming down there either.
Yeah, I mean, by the way that you guys have made it sound, it's essentially just going to be a 5v4 at this rate. Fnatic have that hero advantage. But Gods, where are you laying?
I'm going TNC. I'm hopeful for a game 3. I also have seen Tim's play these like roaming tusks and just wreak havoc. And I also think Raven's gonna be spending a lot of time hitting creeps. Much like if anything, I feel like TB can come online faster than the Arc Warden. So I also just don't like Arc Warden. I want Arc Warden to lose, so I'm manifesting a game 3. That's what I'm gonna try to do.
It lost yesterday.
Well, there you go. And also the Axe, right? We've seen we already said it, but Axe doesn't win a lot of games. And then knowing
True.
Arkwarden hasn't really won many either, I also would love it to go to a game 3. So I'm going to side with TNC 2. I am going to ask time predictions though now. I'm going to put mine at 78 minutes.
78.
Anything above 60, gods can solo cast. So.
At
Be
60
prepared,
minutes, you're
guys.
tapping out.
Yeah.
I
This is my
love
limit.
Well-
I'm playing, 65.
65. All right, well, we'll see who's going to get closer, but I'll let you guys take it away for game number 2.
I wish we'd book you for the past the full hour black, but hopefully, you know, I don't end up on my own for this one as TNC FNATIC game 2.
But really, like, I'm having flashbacks from yesterday. It was not a pretty sight.
Was it a fun game at least? It sounds like the ending was a bit sad.
It was a fun ending, but all the way leading up to there, basically what happened, there was one fight, everybody bought back, and there was no fight for 8 minutes. There was one fight, everybody bought back. That kept happening for like 60 minutes probably. The fights were really good, don't get me wrong, but the time in between, I was kind of like, what is happening, guys? Like, you can't just be farming creeps, you have 90k net worth.
See how this one unravels. From the picks alone, you know, definitely has the makings of a game that could go late.
Yep.
See if that is going to be the case, though.
Which TNC should win? They have Legion Commander, infinite scaling right there.
Looking for me?
Scaling for who?
That's a good question. Who's gonna win the
Is that
duel?
everyone always says infinite scaling for Legion, and my counter argument is infinite scaling for your opponent. You lose the duels, they're scaling.
That's true.
Well, hopefully no lost duels this game. As Hawk going to be playing the offlane. It looks like Tusk is going to be up there with him, Phoenix. So it's going to be dual melee against the Arc Warden, but Arc Warden not maybe the strongest laning hero.
Yeah, especially against like Snowball can be pretty rough if they get on top of him with Snowball plus tag team. It might be a little bit of trouble. But Snapfire is pretty good against Tusk in general. You can just cookie him out of the shards. And he should be fine as well.
Mid lane, we've got the Armel Tiny up against Chuan on the Storm Spirit. Hero we've had Armel play several times throughout his competitive history, so something he's going to be fairly familiar on. Down bottom, the Phoenix TB up against the Axe Piranha. Already early Metamorph being popped just to kind of secure the first wave. And we'll see how things kind of unravel. Any lanes you think gonna be kind of key for this game?
I just want to see how much the Terrorblade can farm down there before being relegated to the jungle. Like, there shouldn't really be much action happening top, to be honest. Mid lane, maybe if we get a tower toss, there could be a kill. So, any action lane should be bottom. Like, maybe a random arrow hitting or something like that.
Yeah, unless like someone like the House of Rome's made for a toss back, it doesn't feel like Storm should be in too much trouble. Maybe when the runes start coming out, that's where the support rotate. But early on, it will be Axe testing the Phoenix pulls. Already got for small camp pull, so that's a good start for TNC at least to get this pull going. As Jabs will look to deward the big camp, and we'll see if Boomy on the Phoenix can re-block that camp. That's going to give Mirana that easy farm with the arrow.
Yeah, only level 1 right now, though, to the Jabs level 2. So he has to be careful. He has no dive available.
Jabs maybe knowing this. Yeah, Jabs is going to leap and look for this kill. He knows Boomy just wants to die for it, it seems.
Oh, there's
He
an
knows
illusion
he's
coming,
dead here.
though.
Oh, okay. Wow. TB helping out his buddy. Maybe he's not dead. Another leap in. Time the Fire Spirits pretty well here. He needs to maybe get a Tango going. It's actually Jabs who's used the leap charges, and he's in trouble. He's got one to go, so he may be okay after this, but that TB illusion play is absolutely sick.
Oh,
He didn't micro it up the hill, but that's where you need to share control, because maybe Boomy could have done some body blocking.
Yeah, that's why I like to pick
Waited
Naga
for him.
quite a bit. You just send these illusions on the supports, and your support is like, yeah, thank you.
Jabs at least is in a position to double stack. You can stack the neutrals and ancients as top lane. Looks like they made an aggressive play. Legion getting kind of low.
Aquarden
I feel like
is...
Phoenix should have maybe contested this double stack. Because Jabs, yeah. Should have maybe known this was going to come.
I think so too. You just chase him because you can't really bully out the axe right now. And these stacks are going to be very big for the axe later on. He almost has his ring of health, so there's no real stopping him anymore at this point. Arc Warden though, he only missed, what, 3 CS so far? So he's very rich himself.
That's a hero that can be hard to last hit with too at times. That's, I mean, he goes for the Quelling Blade and everything, knowing that he wants to secure as much as possible.
Yeah, this range Quelling Blade meta has really kicked off now, ever since the item was made cheaper. How's mid lane looking?
Mid lane, there's a rotation. There's looking for a tossback. Armel. I think the glyph was actually used to keep a creep
Looking
alive
for
there
me?
and stop that toss. Maybe I'm not entirely sure, but that I don't think that glyph was accidental.
It didn't look accidental, no.
Or, I mean, I don't think, and I also don't think it was used for any other lane. I'm pretty sure he used it to stop Armel's toss back. That was potentially a really sick play from Chuan. Is the 4-minute rune coming up? Armel going to get it bottom with the avalanche. As bottom lane, Gabby getting chased away. Jabs gets his way away.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be relegated to the jungle after the meta ends here. Don't think you can contest his axe anymore.
Structures are fortified.
Which seems fine, right? Like, you're not too worried if your TNC and TB's headed to the jungle at level 4, level 5, right?
Oh, yeah, that's completely fine. And Phoenix can just soak up the XP bottom. How's Arc Warden looking? He's still farming very, very well. They're not really able to pressure him at all.
You mentioned the Snapfire just able to secure this lane. Going, and something I really like, going for the Scatter Blast plus Fire Snap cookie build, not going for the little Shredder.
Stupendous.
Yeah, thinking much more about the lane rather than killing the egg later on. I mean, you can just get 1 level into Shredder anyway later on. It's the same purpose, the same effect. He's very close to his Midas already. 500 away only.
Definitely a scary thought that they've not been able to do anything to shut him down. And Legion not having the best lane, only 19 last hits. So, I mean, you're running dual melee against double range lane. That, to some extent, should be what happens. Like, you're not really, it's not like a pub game where you can just snowball on in on Tusk and have to find kills. You're gonna feed if you do that. And there's cookie and stuff.
The only time you can ever really beat a lane like that, I feel, is when they're out of position and you catch them. But it's their mistake, you know. Like, you usually don't win this kind of lane by outplaying them.
Any chance we see Storm TP to one of these side lanes? He's healing up back at base. I wonder if he goes for any kind of a play up.
Oh, he's
top, for
6.
example.
Yeah, he's tipping top right now.
All
Are
right,
they
here we
expecting
go.
this is the question.
Falls over the trees for now. They've got the wave back though, so if anything, Storm's been missing for a long time. They kind of know he's missing, but they're going to zip in onto Bok. Holds onto the pressy attack for now, but the Snapfire cookie stun is going to be there, and Bok
Nice.
gives up the first blood.
Yeah, very good rotation from the Storm.
Radiant's top
Couple of
tower
stacks to clear as well if he wants to do that. Maybe he's going to leave it for the Arc Warden. But his rotation is very good because it also secures the Arc Warden Midas. 80 gold away from it. After the small camp, he should have it.
That is pretty damn good timing for an Arc Warden Midas. This is a hero that normally doesn't get given the best laning stage. We're going to see a similar TP down bottom. It's the Tiny from Armel making the same play the Storm did. Can they kill this Death Axe? With the
He's
Vanguard
way
up, he's
tankier,
tanky,
though.
but yep, it is going to be a phase boots Tiny running on in. Go for the Avalanche toss here. Can Death survive his way through this one? Can't go for a TP because he didn't have the mana. I think if he had the mana for a TP, he may have been able to just TP in front of them there and survive, but he gets brought down.
Yeah, and Gabby never went to the jungle actually. Managed to sustain
Yeah.
himself in the lane. The pair of tangos that was delivered from the courier. And he's very happy with how this is going. He's actually out farming the
Radiant
axe,
are scanning.
which is pretty
Armel's
rare.
evading though. Tiny comes in, doesn't hit the Avalanche. Marana quick on the fingers with the leap, and now Swan looking for a turnaround. Can they land an arrow here? Armel trying to dodge it, but it hasn't actually been thrown yet. The toss back as Tims rotates in, and Tiny, very tanky here. Can't really be brought down. He's trying to come back in to contest these stacks, but unsuccessful in doing so. As the D-Ward did end up happening, and things will settle down.
I'm a little bit worried for his Legion commander. Like, you pick this hero to win the lane
Is under attack.
and have a decent mid game, but he's getting pretty much nothing here. Still level 5 as well.
see what the answer is going to be, because